have some.
Yeah, they actually took it from me just a little bit ago because they were going to give us a new ones. But yeah, let's see if we can pop those up. But
Yes, here we go. Search by county. This is just FPL, so this is only a fraction of those that are without power right now. We know there are several other services that folks could be using, but this is as of 5:55 here this morning in Charlotte County. 91,000 people are still without power as of 5:55 this morning. And Manatee County, 176,000 people are still without power. That is so many people. It's so heartbreaking. 227,000 for Sarasota County are all without power this morning. And again, this is just FPL. We know there are other services that folks are using. So this is only a fraction of those without power. And like I keep saying it, we're with you.
Yeah.
We are sitting in here with no AC. We're running on a generator, so we get it. We understand. But you just need to wait and be patient because those first responders, they are out there. They are going to try and restore power as quickly as they can, so you can all get up and go about trying to get back to somewhat of normal life.
And I want to keep trying to bring you guys the good news. The good news is that from everyone that we've been talking to, it looks like this area took this storm as seriously as we should have.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like people went and got their bottled waters. They have their food ready. They've got their snacks. You know, a lot of people are probably just on their phones right now streaming this because they probably can't turn on the TV. But, I mean, that's the good news. You know, sometimes with hurricanes, even in Florida, you'll hear about people that are stubborn and don't want to leave.
I've lived here my whole life. Yeah.
But it sounds like for the most part, people did a good job.
And
so
they did
we're
evacuate.
thankful because that helps everyone.
And when it comes to those evacuation shelters too, in both Sarasota and in Manatee counties, we know that a lot of folks that evacuate, a lot of those evacuation shelters did fill up. But Genevieve Judge did say this morning, and I have to mention this, they did not turn a single person away to any of the shelters in Sarasota. If you needed a place to stay, they were there. Because we also get it, evacuating can be a costly thing. Not everyone is able to do it, whether it be a medical emergency or you have something personal that you can't evacuate for. So they did not turn a single person away.
Well, I've got some new news into our studio right now. It looks like we're actually going to go away for a few minutes because we're going to switch over to our main power in the building, so we will lose power here for just a few minutes. But this is good news. This means that things are getting better.
And stay tuned because we're going to be right back. We won't be gone for long.
All right, it looks like we're not there just yet. But if we do drop out here in just a few minutes,
why.
as you can tell, everyone, this is live TV and we are being affected just like you guys are at home. But this, like I said, this is good news. The fact that we're going to be able to get this new power, that's a start.
That's a start. That is a start. And hopefully some folks at home will start to get that power restored too. And like I said, get back to some sort of a normal life until FPL can, or the other services can get out there and help you guys get you some AC. It's going to be hot. It's going to be uncomfortable. But it might not be restored as quickly as you would like, so you have to be patient. Find things to keep you busy, but do stay inside. And here's another good tip that I heard this morning, was check on your neighbors.
Yeah.
If you can safely do so.
Suncoast strong, right?
Yeah.
That's
because first responders can't get everywhere immediately.
Yeah.
So we have to help each other. We do check on your neighbors, especially if they're elderly too. Just go over and say hi, and you would bring them some water.
I was going to say, that could even, one bottle of water can obviously make a huge difference. So.
Yeah. And we do know that those 311 lines are going to open here, I believe at 7:30, and that's question lines. So if you have down trees, or if you have a question about a down power line, or if you have a flooded road, or whatever it may be, 311 is the non-emergency line for questions. If you do have an emergency, call 911, because like we have been saying, Sarasota County, Manatee County, Charlotte County, all of those resources have now they've now taken to the roadways. They are able to safely rescue anyone that might need it, and they are able to provide emergency equipment too.
As we are getting close to going out here too, this is something I wanted to say. If you guys see something that's crazy, not only send it to us, but let us know, because we're going to be out in the field here soon. I mean, we've got our whole staff. We've got people all over this area. We've got Jordan, we've got Michaela. We've got Xavier all the way up in Tallahassee.
Yes.
So,
and do you know whereabouts you're going to go yet, or kind of just see how far you can
what
get?
I have been told, which I'll have to go through all the bosses and everything, we will be doing everything as safely as we can. But for right now, I'm going to be going out to Lakewood Ranch.
Oh, nice.
I'm taking our own advice. I'm not going through any water that I can't drive through. If there's a tree, I'm not going through it, but I'm going to do my best to show you guys what our area looks like if you are bunkered down, which you should be. So, yeah, just a few minutes here. Gonna, like a lot of people, peeking outside.
Yeah, and we've looked, and this storm affected several places. Even down in Fort Myers, they saw flooding. Of course, up in Tampa, St. Petersburg, they saw flooding. We saw, we had video earlier of that crane collapse That was off of Central Avenue, I believe, but downtown St. Petersburg. And we kind of saw this coming. They said that they weren't tightened down for however they worded it. They weren't able to secure it before the storm, and so it did collapse. And it did fall onto a building. We're not sure what that building was as of this time. We are still trying to hear from local officials and even up in St. Petersburg as well and get new footage for you. But we do know that it was very destructive, and that was up in St. Petersburg. Tropicana, their roof was blown off.
I mean, it's one of those things that we keep talking about how we repaired and stuff, but still, I mean, look at this video here.
Yeah.
It's like no matter how prepared you are to see this stuff, that is just, it feels like a movie scene.
Yeah.
That is just unbelievable. It's heartbreaking.
It is.
But this area is so strong, and
we are resilient.
We will get through this. But I mean, that video, that's one of the most
with Helene just coming through, it was almost like a teaser ahead of what we were going to see with Milton.
Which is so crazy to say, because think about the damage that we had from Helene. To call it a teaser, which you're right, but to call it a teaser with everything we've already been through. I mean, I can speak for everyone here.
Yeah.
We got through that, and we're like, okay, hurricane season ends when? How much longer do we have to go? And here we are,
November 30th.
2 weeks later.
Yeah.
So yeah, November 30th, I'm circling that a million times. I mean, this is just so sad.
And it's stretched too. It was passing near Orlando. It was traveling down I-4 just a while ago. It wasn't even just Milton that came through. Yesterday we saw several tornadoes when we were doing our noon broadcast.
Yeah.
How many reports of a tornado did we have?
Yeah, we were still in the studio around like 1 o'clock, and we kept going to John because every time there's a tornado, he has to break in. Yeah. And every time that we thought he was done, here we go, another tornado. And it's just, I saw at least 10 confirmed, right?
From ABC News, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
In the state of Florida.
Yeah, which, I don't want to say this, but one of our reporters that was with Xavier in Tallahassee, she sent an email that I glanced at my phone a second ago. This is an article from our Gray headquarters that says we can confirm that some people were killed by a tornado that touched down from the storm that made landfall. So we will continue to get you updates on where that was, how many people, but yeah, I think that's the first time we've said that.
Yeah.
So it's horrible.
Yeah. And people are going to be stuck in this situation for a while, some without power, without air conditioning. Now would be some good time, if you haven't done so already, to get some rest, whether it be an hour nap, a 2-hour nap. I think I squeezed 3 hours in before I had to come on air. It's just hard to sleep, especially the anticipation of this storm. But the biggest part of it is out of the way. We are more than halfway done, and it is now switching to recovery mode, those efforts, and helping those that are at home, or maybe those that didn't evacuate are in need of assistance. Now those efforts are underway, but you have to be patient. First responders can't be everywhere at one time as much as they would like to be, but they are out there. Their tactical teams have been sent out into the field.
All right, and it looks like this is a live look at I-75, and look at that. Every single car is a car that is going out to help people. That is just, I mean, look at that scene there.
Yeah. 17,000 people from more than 40 states are bringing help and helping to bring power back to the people here in the state of Florida. Governor DeSantis in his press conference says we have never had more resources on standby for any storm in the state of Florida than we did for Milton. So we are ready. He was taking care of us, and we're going to get through this together. It's not our first go around. It was a very intense one, very scary. The damage will be heavy in areas, but we'll be okay.
And I know a lot of us are waiting to see when he's going to talk. It is now 6 o'clock. He's scheduled to speak at 8:30, so we're getting closer. I mean, obviously we still have a ways to go, but everyone's curious as to what our governor is going to tell us, the update to everything. He's going to let us know everything.
He's up in Tallahassee at the EOC there, along with other government and area officials. They are all there on standby. I doubt they've slept. Many people have not, just the anticipation of the storm. But we are going to hear from him, like Brendan said, 8:30, right? 8:30
is correct.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's just going to want to get back to normal, right?
Yeah.
No matter what the new normal is going to be. I mean, I keep thinking about the kids, too. I mean, with how bad this is, everyone was trying to hope to plan to go back to school on Monday, but because of some of the stuff we are seeing, is that even a possibility? Because obviously some places got hit so much worse than others. So,
and Kevin Guthrie said earlier this week that is going to be one of their main priorities, is getting children back to normal life. They want to get them back in the schools, but those schools are currently shelters for those who had to evacuate. So they're going to clear those, and then he did say from there they're going to set up recovery shelters. So for those who end up able to go home, big box stores or warehouses that they can Their plan is to turn those into recovery shelters. I don't know the locations of all of them. I suppose that will go off of what areas were most affected, which we don't know yet at this time because it is so early. It is still so fresh following Milton. But the plan is to make some recovery shelters for those who can't go home to a home. So that will be the plan coming from there. But he does want to get those kids back to school. He said 2 to 3 days or 3 to 5 days following the storm, but that is his first priority, is to get some normalcy back in these kids' lives.
Like we've been saying, we are right there with you guys. We mentioned earlier that our power went off. We are getting this information as it comes in, but yeah, this is just...
It's going to be a long road to recovery, but we are in it together. Like I said, it's not our first storm.
That's why I love, I mean, I love saying Suncoast Strong, because that's really what we are. So it looks like we may be heading over to our
Mike, are you ready? Are you ready to do a little forecast?
I am ready.
He's
All
ready.
right,
Let's send it over to Mike.
Okay, and for these two right here, they have been the war horses in the morning here of our news. And it occurred to me, I just did a Facebook Live a few minutes ago. We get to get the t-shirt. Milton Strong, we survived. If you're watching this in any way, shape, or form, we survived Milton 2024. Okay, the native blessing is kind of a done story now because we got hit. This thing made landfall near Siesta Key, 120-mile-per-hour winds as it came on shore. This was a beast of a hurricane, and if you're able to see this, you survived. Now, survive the recovery days, because there could be a tree limb that's yay big that's just hanging by a little piece of bark, and it hasn't fallen yet. But a gust of wind could be the final thing that brings it down. So this is not a great day to be going out and surveying the damage. I know a lot of people will be. But just keep in mind, you know, look up, not only look down to see what may be. I've seen palm fronds, you know, the big old fronds that they drop down to the ground, and I've never been hit by one, but I've picked those up and dragged them over to where the debris pile was going to be. And they are heavy. If one of those landed on your head, that could do some serious damage. So look up if you're around trees and make sure that nothing's about to fall on you, but also look down. Don't walk in the water. You don't know what's in the water. My wife was underneath our condo building, which is on some stilts, after Helene went through. We had a ton of water that went under our condo during Helene. I haven't heard anything yet. I'm not sure there's cell service out there. This is on the north side of the bay. But my gut feeling is Helene was worse for our condo building than Milton was. That's just my gut feeling. John Scalzi found out that the surge numbers for Venice was 5 feet. That's what actually occurred. So we may, it's like Brissa said a little while ago, you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. So we prepared for that 15-foot storm surge, and perhaps it hasn't been that bad. We'll find out as we get more into daylight. Sunrise about 7:30 or so for us at this point. So I just looked at the clock. It's 5:08. So you guys do the math. 2.5 hours to go before it really gets light out there. What? It's 6:08. Okay. Well, iNet Live says it's 5:08, and I don't. Is it Thursday, October 10th? Okay. All right. It is Thursday, October 10th. 2024 is the year. Stepping outside, this may look like, if you've ever seen the Twilight Zone shows, the TV shows, and somebody who wakes up and a nuclear bomb had occurred overnight, and they wake up and there's just total destruction. That's what this is kind of going to be like. There's going to be so many trees that are down. I heard tell of a 200-year-old oak tree that went down somewhere. Bob Harrigan may have told me that last night when we were changing shifts over. The wind damage is going to be substantial. So what you see on the ground, you want to avoid that, because if it's, I'll just use the example of roof shingling or roofing materials in general. There'll be nails in that. You do not want to step on a nail in this cruddy water that is going to be on the ground. Let's face it, there's sewage in the water. You don't want to walk into the poopy water at all. Even if you got boots on, you don't really want to do that either. But if you don't have boots on, try to stay out of the water, and the best way to do that is not venture outside today. But a lot of us are going to be starting to assess the damage and see, okay, what's broken this time, because we've already went through Helene to a large extent and still been in the recovery of that. So the latest numbers, and these actually had gone down a smidgen. That's a good thing, because now that these winds are under 35 miles per hour, the crews can go out. So down to 75% at Sarasota County, 82% at Manatee County. That had been 85% at Manatee County about half an hour ago. Hardy County, 98%. That's going to be a long time coming down, I'm afraid, for you, because it's such a rural area. DeSoto County, you're up to 57%. And then Pinellas County, 69. Orange County, that's where Disney is, and Orlando, up to 13% now. This number has really gone up. In about an hour's time, that number went from 7,000 to 86,000. So these are the current conditions at Daytona Beach, and they're getting a rough ride right now. 1 mile visibility with the heavy rain, 45 mile per hour steady winds out of the north, 74 mile per hour wind gusts. This is Orlando. Now, okay, that was Daytona Beach earlier. This is Orlando with 38 mile per hour steady winds, 72 mile per hour wind gusts. I can't give you the current winds at SRQ because we're not getting any reports from SRQ. Either the connection of the data from SRQ to the rest of the world has gone down, or perhaps that weather sensing equipment has gone down. These are some of the storm rainfall totals. St. Pete over 18, SRQ, the last report, 7.5. Northport, though, just 4 inches. East Lakewood Ranch at 4.9. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right.
Thank you, Mike, and we've got another call that we're going to take now.
Yeah, this is Todd Dunn with the Charlotte County Fire Rescue. Todd, thank you so much for joining us dark and early this morning. I know you guys are probably super busy. From my understanding, Todd, you guys have just recently deployed crews back into the field to help with some recovery efforts.
Yeah, that is correct. Once the wind subsided below the tropical force miles per hour, then we were able to once again resume our emergency services. So we hit the road along with the sheriff's office, and we're out there assessing damage and starting to respond to 911 calls again.
Todd, from what you've seen so far, is this kind of what you expected, or has anything surprised you?
I think it's what we expected. The forecast was saying this was going to be a big storm. What we have seen, I think the Hurricane Helene kind of, woke some people up. So this time it appears that a lot more people heeded the evacuation orders. For example, during Hurricane Helene on our Bridges Barrier Island, Don Pedro Island, during Helene there was about 60 homes that stayed on the island, and this time there was 4.
Wow.
So that's a big difference. We saw more people taking advantage of the shelters that we had open. So I'm hoping that translates to less water rescues. After Helene, we had a lot of water rescues for people who were calling because they were stuck in the rising waters. At 6:30, we're going to start when it gets light. Our water rescue team is going to be getting into action and going out into some of these flooded areas to make sure that people aren't there who need to be rescued.
Yeah. And Todd, just talk about some of the calls that you guys have received, some of those 911 calls. What have they been like?
I haven't actually heard some of the ones. So I can explain what happens when we suspend emergency services.
strong. We have great residents out here that love this community and they love how quaint the island is, and they're going to rebuild. They love where they live. It's obvious, and
Yeah.
I respect them for that.
Yeah. All right, Chief William Tokacher with the Holmes Beach Police Department. Chief, we thank you so much for your time, and we are thinking of you and thanking you and all of your men and women who are out there as our first responders today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do stay safe.
Thanks, will do.
All right, that's Chief William Tokacher with the Holmes Beach Police Department. He talked about one of my biggest takeaways I got from that. They have not gone out and assessed the island damage yet. We are all anxiously awaiting, especially following what Helene did to the island.
Well, obviously they are waiting for daylight, and that's when you're going to get a true perspective as to the damage and what Milton had done.
And he even talked about the debris. We had videos all week long and all last week of the debris lining the streets on Anna Maria Island and on Holmes Beach.
Yep.
And he said that was his biggest fear, and that's part of why they are waiting for daylight, is because they don't know what's in that water that they are going through because of all of that debris that was scattered around the island. And they picked up as much as they could. I mean, they were relentlessly working through the storm, and they worked up until it was no longer safe to do so. So, I mean, we're all anxiously waiting.
Yeah, and obviously the debris, I'm sure, is going to be spread out all around just by the nature of the power of the storm. And fortunately, it sounds like most of the island, if not all of the island, had evacuated.
Yes.
And of course, with that debris, those become like flying missiles.
Yeah.
You know, the very, very
Scary.
dangerous situation. So, sounds like the residents did what they were supposed to.
Yeah, the warning there. And then Siesta Key, too, is when we were all waiting to hear and see what images look like. I know we do have crews about to head out the door and go through to all areas of the Sun Coast to see what things look like this morning. And we are waiting for daylight. I believe sunrise is at 7:15.
And I believe.
Or 8:15? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but Brendan Mackey, right, your co-anchor, he's going to be out there.
He
Sophia
is.
Vitello.
Yes, yes.
So
Sunrise is set for 7:27.
okay, so it's
We'll
going
get some daylight here soon.
yeah, it's
And that's when
right around the corner.
Yeah, and we'll really be able to assess more damage and get video to you guys at home. But of course, anyone at home, if you are able to peer out your window, if you see flooding, if you see down power lines, down trees, any damage, if you are able to turn your phone horizontal and send that to us online at mysuncoast.com, there's a Share It tab available. But because we had to hunker down, obviously we are in a different bit of a setup here. We did evacuate our station along 10th Street, about 4 blocks from the bay.
And I am so grateful
Yeah.
we did that.
Yeah, and we are safe and we are good, but we are waiting till we get the all clear to go out and start assessing damage ourselves. So until then, if you guys can send in any clips or photos that you might have of damage near you safely, if you don't have to leave your house, that'd be even better. But we would love to see what you have until we can get crews out there to get video of it.
Okay, and it looks like we have Mike Modrick giving us another look at the weather and the forecast. And Mike, where do things stand right about now?
Well, the weather is improving dramatically here on the Sun Coast. In fact, it's probably half an hour ago I went outside. It actually is quite delightful as far as the air temperature, and you know, we hadn't had any air conditioning for most of the night, so a lot of you without power probably don't have any air conditioning either. If you can open up a couple of windows, get a little cross breeze, that would make it feel better than if you were just all stuffed up. The winds have improved dramatically for us. We do not have any readings out of SRQ. That's our main weather reporting site. It went down, I'm going to estimate 3 in the morning or so. We'd had a peak gust of 102 miles per hour at SRQ, and after that it went down. That may just be we lost communication with it, or it may actually be damage to the wind sensor. But at the moment we don't have any localized wind reports or temperature reports. The rainfall reports we did get. I just updated these power outages just a few minutes ago. Sarasota County still at 75% of the county without power. In fact, I was just able to communicate with my wife. She can see Sarasota, and she does see some lights. So we know there is some power coming back on. Manatee County, the latest number, 214,000. That's 82% of the county without power. But that number is down just a little bit. It was 85% of Manatee County. Now this is going to be a process that takes a while. You know, with FPL in particular, if they can get a line back in functioning condition And they're going to be using drones to assess a lot of neighborhoods very, very shortly once we get to sunrise. But they have smart switches in the power grid where they can reroute power to neighborhoods from a different way. You can take the scenic route with your electricity, essentially. Now, the problem really becomes when a major line has gone down that feeds many, many areas. That's what takes a long time to get back up. But those concrete power poles that most of us have in most neighborhoods, those can withstand 145 mile per hour winds. And this thing made landfall with 120 mile per hour winds near Siesta Key. So the concrete power poles should have fared fairly well. It's just when tree limbs or trees fall down on them where we have problems. The rural counties here to the east, Hardy and DeSoto. Hardy County, 98% without power. DeSoto County up to 10,000 people, that's 57%. And earlier DeSoto County, this a couple hours ago, was only at 40%, which shocked me. I was expecting it to be 57% or even higher in DeSoto County. Pinellas County, just to our north, 70% without power. That's 403,000 people. So that's one of the biggies. And then I've also started tracking Orange County, which is Orlando. It's a Disney area. 93,000 without power, but that's climbing. When I first started tracking this, which was about an hour and a half ago, it was only 7% of Orange County. Now it's up to 14% of Orange County. Just going to my next graphic here. Okay, these are the areas that are getting hit pretty hard now. We still do have communication with the airports at Daytona Beach and a few other areas. So at Daytona Beach, right now the visibility is back up to 3 miles per hour. A couple hours ago, when we first started doing this morning, it was a 0 visibility with heavy rain. So a 3 mile visibility, the steady winds at Daytona, 46 miles per hour out of the north-northeast. The gusts are up to 68 miles per hour. This one's Orlando. The conditions still a bit rough, but they are improving a little bit. 30 mile per hour winds for the sustained winds and 51 mile per hour wind gusts right now at Orlando. So that's the conditions there. Storm rainfall reports. The last report we had out of SRQ was 7.5 inches of rain at SRQ. St. Pete, 18.72 inches of rain. That's, put this into perspective for you, that's the equivalent of what some of us had over a 3-day period during Debbie. Some parts of Sarasota had over 20 inches of rain during Debbie, but again, that was over a 3-day period. This was just during the storm of Milton, where St. Pete got almost 19 inches of rain. Northport, Tampa, I left out Tampa, 11.5. Northport, just 4 inches. East side of Lakewood Ranch, 4.9. And then Largo, Florida, which is in that Pinellas County area, 12.78 inches of rain with that. The headlines here over the next few days. So the best advice is wait until the sun comes up to go on out. You don't want to be walking on debris that you don't know what it is. You also don't want to be walking on debris you don't know what else is in there. I'll give you an example. After Helene, when we were doing cleanup around our condo, my wife told me that there were 2 different snakes. Came across one snake that was a non-venomous snake. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. But then in a pile of debris, there was this big, railroad tie, this big, the kind of thing that you use in landscaping. It was sitting in a heap of a pile of trash. And there were some holes in it, as those kinds of things are likely to get. That one had a venomous snake, a poisonous snake in it. You don't know what's in there, and you don't want to find out the hard way. Plus, you also don't know, there could be nails sticking out of that. In fact, we had debris after Helene that I'm thinking of now, and I'm not even sure where it came from. I think it came from some of the wood structure that just beautifies our condos and our properties. But there were nails in it, and almost stepped on it. So all of this cruddy water, you don't want to step on a nail, because then you're certainly going to have to get a tetanus shot for that. But what else could be in there? Because that's sewage water is going to be mixed in with all of this. We've been dealing with problems of sewage discharges after Helene for just about every day. Somewhere there's been a discharge. Well, with all of the surge that we've had and all of the rainfall that we've had, there's going to be sewage water in there. Stay off the roads for now. Same thing about the nails. You're going to want to start driving around, you're going to drive over debris, and you don't know what you're driving over. Give crews a chance to clean things up before you get on out. This is not, you know, many of us came to Florida from up north. And always up north, when there was a blizzard, the logic and the point of view was give crews a chance to clear things out before you venture out on the roads. Because if you don't, you're getting in the way. And if you run over nails and you've got 3 flat tires and your car doesn't run anymore, well, now somebody has to clear away your car, tow it to a facility, and then they can come through and continue the cleanup process on the roads. Also, down power lines. Don't walk anywhere near anything that could be a downed power line. You don't know if it's live, you don't know if it's not live. So don't go over a power line. I'm not sure who it was at this point, told the story of a person, it might have been a law enforcement person, told the story of a person who there was a down power line next to their car. So they did kind of the 2-step to try to get around the power line and get into their car. But if that was a live power line, not a good move. Not a good move at all. Give some time for officials to clean things up and start to get the roads in better shape before you venture on out. And remember to post the storm rules and stay off the roads and be safe at all times. Also, don't let your pets out, don't let your dogs out, don't let them just go run free. They could step on nails. You don't know what they're going to be stepping on. Keep them on a leash at all times when you're going to be letting them out. The winds, fortunately, now that the winds are pretty universally under 35 miles per hour, FPL crews can go on out. They'll be assessing the damage with drones. They also have robots with cameras that assess the situation at power stations. So they can do a lot of things to assess the damage and make their plan to get the power on as quickly as possible. But they don't need us in their way. So that's reason number 85, to just stay hunkered down for now. When your power comes back on, hallelujah. And keep in mind also the food in your fridge. If your power's been off for some time, then you may have spoiled food. You'll have to keep track of that as well. And don't eat the spoiled food, obviously, with that. So those are some of the main points to think about now. We're pretty much out of harm's way. You get to say for the rest of your life, I survived Milton. Milton strong. We made it through. But don't make it through the storm and then get into harm's way and have a tree branch fall on you and you didn't survive the aftermath of Milton. That would be Twilight Zone irony if something like that were to happen to you. So conditions are improving, but it's good to not be in the way of the crews who are restoring power, the crews who are going to be starting to clean up our roads. Give them a chance to clean them up before you drive on them, because you don't want flat tires. Guys, are you ready to talk some more for us?
We are born ready.
Yeah, I do have a question for you, Mike.
Yes.
So, I want to ask you about, I know you did a story on this. This is why I'm bringing this up. You had done a story on this in Discovering the Suncoast regarding the sacred ground protecting us from hurricanes. So
okay,
can you talk a little
say
bit
it again,
about
because I couldn't hear you.
the sacred ground
yes.
legend. Can you
Yes.
talk a little bit about that? And we had a streak without hurricanes here because of that, and so it looks like unfortunately
that's over.
Gone.
Yeah, that's definitely over. We've had some fun with the idea of a native blessing protects the Suncoast from hurricanes, and so many of them, Ian, Irma, Charlie. At the last minute, there was a dome that protected the Suncoast, and it didn't make a direct hit on us. We had marginal damage compared to the areas that did get a direct hit. And that's been the case for many, many years. We had not seen a storm anything like this coming across the Gulf of Mexico like this for over 150 years. So that native blessing idea made us feel good, and it was a fun thing to have and to talk about, and some people really, really enjoyed it. My wife loved the idea of the native blessing, and I had said, and when we were in Helene, Helene was approaching, we did a little short version of the native blessing, and I had said at the very end of it that best to still always prepare for the worst, just in case Sarah DeSoto and Chichiacobi miss a storm. Well, they missed one. We got the storm this time. Maybe we'll go back to the native blessing for the next 150 years, and I would be just fine with that if we never got hit like this again. But to Rick's point, I think we have to retire the idea that a native blessing protects us here on the Sun Coast. Okay, so I'm going to go backwards here on my slides because it looks like oh, all right. John Scalzi has some additional information.
I do, Mr. Mike. So we've got some new totals here from Sarasota County for the rainfall that we've got
Oh,
in
okay.
the last 24 hours. In Sarasota County, northeast Siesta Key, I don't know how they got these measurements because, you know, all the power went
Right.
out there. So, but anyway, they did 6.8 inches on Siesta Key. Southeast Fruitville in Sarasota got 5 inches. A lot of these were in the 5-inch category. 5 inches in Sarasota itself. Venice Gardens, you folks picked up 3.42.
Wow.
Not too bad. A standard thunderstorm day.
Right, yeah. Sometimes you get that out of one afternoon.
Exactly right. Northport, you got 2.92 inches. And as we go down into South Northport, 2.20 inches. So,
Okay, so that was good.
Yeah, not
And
too
while
bad.
you're here, the surge numbers you got out of Venice, tell us a little bit about that.
The National Weather Service only had one set of surge numbers. They did not have any from Manatee or anywhere else, and it was at just a few, just 5.3 feet of storm surge. So that's good.
And
But
that-
they're asking us now to toss back to the anchors. They maybe have something going on. So let's find out what
What is
information
your
they have.
exact-
Okay, so
Policy, public
Brissa and Rick Adams, you're up. They're on the phone,
All
but
right,
you're up.
thank you so much, guys. We are on the
Yeah,
phone.
we are wheeling and dealing here
We are wheeling and dealing.
as we speak. We do have Bill Logan from Manatee County to give us his perspective, his update as to the Manatee County situation with the storm. And Bill, good morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rick. Good to be on the air with you. It was a rough night. We were locked down here at the EOC, and we're just now beginning to see our FIT teams, the first in teams, deployed across the county. We've got 7 different teams that hit predetermined routes to make sure they can clear those routes out, get the down limbs or down power lines pulled away from the main routes around town, actually around the whole county. So those folks are going out at first light. They're heading out right now, getting a look at some of the damage. I can tell you that a lot of stoplights are down.
Oh,
We've seen quite a number of those. Right now we've got about 147 that are off or just have no communications. About 22 in flash mode. And
Wow.
only 99 of the signals in Manatee County are working as they're supposed to.
oh my gosh.
So if you're coming up to one of those intersections, it's a 4-way stop. Please, let the workers do what they need to do. These FIT teams are really important to get in and try and get these major routes. Cortez, Highway 64, US 301. Those are the main arteries through Manatee County. These FIT teams go in and work on getting that area cleared up so that we can start that process of returning to normal.
So the advice is folks should stay home and let the officials get out there and do the cleanup and do the assessment while they can.
Absolutely. It's let the professionals have their time right now so that they can get what they need to get done so that we can live our lives a little bit better. There's no time and certainly no space out there at first light for disaster tourists. And we're asking everyone just to kind of keep your curiosity kind of pushed down and wait a little bit. We're all going to get a chance to see all of this, but for right now we do have to get those first teams in there that they can make the real efforts to get the roads opened up again.
And Bill, with daylight coming upon us very shortly, what are you expecting out there in Manatee County?
Well, here in the EOC we're very buttoned up. It's really hard to hear, but I've been on the phone with my family in Paris. seeing what's on the back porch or maybe just what's around. There is damage.
Yeah.
But the great thing, I mean, here we are on the air at 7:17
Yeah.
in Manatee County. We're missing Good Morning America, and I will tell you that perhaps the best sign that Manatee County came through this in a pretty good way is that we had a live interview set up with our public safety director on Good Morning America this morning. They said, "Oh, we've got enough coverage now. Thank you very much. Take care, but we don't need you." And
Wow.
as far as I'm concerned, that's we dodged the bullet.
That's saying something.
Yeah, and that's because Siesta Key took that direct hit, and I know Chief Tokajer was talking about that there's optimism on his island in Manatee County.
I think certainly as we looked at the specter of the storm heading right toward us, and that line with a number 3 sitting right over Coquina Beach for
Yeah.
much of this week, we were holding our breath. And as that storm took the little jog and the little wobble and that little right hand initiation, we were just holding our breaths, and it kept going that
Yeah.
way. So we did not get that massive storm surge that we were expecting in Manatee County, and it did go to the folks further south. But honestly, with the damage from Helene already, a blow like that could have just
Oh.
wiped the island clean.
It could have been catastrophic. And for anyone just joining us, on the phone with us right now is Bill Logan with Manatee County. Bill, you just said that you're sending resources out now following the storm. Is there a certain area that you guys are sending those officials out to first?
No, as a matter of fact, that's part of the first in team mission is that we cover the county end to end, top to
Yeah.
bottom. And there are 7 different routes. There are benchmarks along those routes where the teams go through, and then they have decision points where is the water over the road? Are there trees on the road? Then they have to make those decisions and make those missions to get the things taken care of. But they're usually out no more than 48 to 72 hours, and after that
Wow.
third day, we begin the long-term, sort of recovery process and getting those missions to the state for, federal FEMA funds and also funds from the state of Florida.
And Bill, oh, sorry.
Go right ahead.
Just your message to folks who are sitting at home, without power, probably eager to get outside. What's your message to them this morning?
We're all eager to get outside.
Yeah.
We're all eager to see what happens. But, just be thankful. You're safe, you're secure. It may be a little warm without air conditioning, but we made it through.
We did.
I think that after coming through something like this, that sense of community does come back, and I'm looking forward to being able to work with my neighbors to help get us rebuilt.
Yeah, do you know the status of power outages there in Manatee County?
Let me look, see if I can find that number right now. I do not have it at the tip of my hand.
That's okay. I can go on FPL right now.
Yeah, it's been quite extensive. I know we had thousands of folks out into the tens of thousands.
Yeah.
Here, so it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
But again, the fit teams from the county, the linemen from Preco and from FPL, they're the ones on the road right now, and we're all just going to give them a wide berth so they can get their jobs done.
We got it. All right, this is Bill Logan with Manatee County. Bill, I know you are so busy, and we are so thankful for you and all of our first responders that have quite literally worked 24/7
Yes.
around Milton. So thank you so much for your time this morning, and stay safe.
No problem. Bristol, Rick, thank you for your coverage as well and for keeping us all up to date.
Thank you.
All
Thanks,
right,
Bill.
thank you, Bill.
Bye-bye.
All right, there's the Manatee County perspective there, and it appears, at least on the surface, that they fared a little better than
What they were anticipating,
yeah,
which is good.
and fared better than Sarasota County and
Yeah.
the Siesta Key area, of course.
And that's why we always say, prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yes, exactly. And we still don't know the scope of the damage in Manatee County, but everybody we've talked to, the chief, Chief Tokajer, Bill, they're feeling better than they originally thought they were going to be feeling today.
Which we'll take. We'll
yeah,
definitely take it.
yeah.
And we did just talk to Bill about power outages. I'm on FPL's website right now, and we still have hundreds of thousands of people right here on the Suncoast without power. In Charlotte County, 92,000 people, this is according to FPL, are without power. And if I do go down to Manatee County, 165,000 people right now are without power. That's where Bill was just talking to us from. And then in Sarasota, 223,000 people remain without power right now. This is all according to FPL. And there are, of course, other services that people could be using, but that's, again, according to FPL.
And the shocking number to me, especially statewide, it was at around 3 million statewide from the storm in power outages, which is just unbelievable when you when you think about it. Like a lot of the state without power.
And we were hit. I mean, we were hit so hard. I think they gave me some data here. 3 million people total across Florida were affected at some point during the storm, and it's been fickle. Some people are getting it, and then it goes out. I mean, even here, we took a power hit. Anyone who's just joining us, we are in a little different of a setup.
Yeah.
Our station is along 10th Street, about 4 blocks from the bay, so that was a little bit too close for comfort. I mean, we were in an evacuation zone, so we are in, I'm calling it a bunker. I don't know if there's a better word for it.
Well, it kept
Pretty
us safe.
It's very
and
sturdy.
I know during the height of the storm, I think you weren't on air, and I don't know if you were sleeping at the time, but what was it like? Did you hear the roar of the storm?
Oh, we did. I think I got like 3.5 hours of sleep maybe, which is fine. That's more than enough.
Yeah.
We're all struggling.
It'll get you through.
It will. It'll
Yeah.
work. Lots of coffee too. But I think I fell asleep around, 7:30, 8 o'clock. So right before the storm really hit our
Okay,
area.
so you really missed the height of it.
But I did hear the booms. I woke up and then it was quiet. And that's kind of what people keep talking about, is how it went silent. I mean, Brendan, he can function on 0 sleep, power to him. I don't know how he does it. But he said that you could hear, you heard the frogs, you heard the chirping of the bird. He said it was just a very, very eerie feeling when that
really
eye
was.
right over us. And you were up there. What were you feeling, seeing, hearing?
Yeah, well, like you were talking about Brendan and the eye, that I've been saying it's just ominous, and Brendan was saying it's eerie. But then when the storm got going again, that was like, boom,
Yeah.
just the powerful part of that storm, and it just kept going, and it was scary. So I don't know how you slept through that, but
I'm a professional sleeper,
Yeah,
and it comes with the morning shift.
I don't know how you guys do it too in the morning, and but yeah, that was just unbelievable. I've never experienced anything like that.
And we are decently inland. We are in Lakewood Ranch. We are all safe. That's why we evacuated. Things look a little bit different, but we had to do it for our safety and so we could still get the news across to you folks at home. But Rick, like the doors started to open here. The wind was all happening around. Would you say that was around 8:30 when it made landfall, or?
Well, it made landfall 8:30, and I was sitting right in this chair. I think it was about 9:30, and the doors about 20 feet from here whipped right open.
Oh my goodness.
And it got scary, and it took a bunch of the staff members here to try to get the door closed, and they were able to kind of work all that out.
Yeah,
But
scary.
it was scary.
But everyone is okay here.
Yeah.
We do know that there is flooding and there is damage all across the area. This is some flooding in downtown Sarasota from overnight. It looks like this is from a viewer. I've bad eyes, I can't really see.
Yeah,
but just look at
we
how
have a small monitor
fast
here, so.
that water is moving in. This is in downtown Sarasota. I've been saying it all morning long, but we had some network folks in the area, and they were reporting around Art Aviation, that hotel downtown. There was at least a foot of water that reporter was standing in. I don't know what time this is at, but this was sometime overnight. But just look how strong and powerful that water is coming through.
This is right around the height of the storm, and this area is, many of us know, it's 41 or Tamiami and Gulfstream. It's kind of that area, and I think this is showing us different views and different perspectives in a few different locations, but one of the main areas that we were seeing there is that area, and it typically floods even with your usual storm.
Yeah, and this person is doing what you should not be doing. You should not be driving through standing water. How many times do our meteorologists say, turn around, do not drown?
Yeah.
And we have seen impacts across the areas, from Fort Myers, they suffered some flooding overnight. Tampa, of course, suffered some heavy damage. We know Tropicana Field, that roof was ripped off of Tropicana Field. Thankfully, no one was injured in that, but it was a very, very scary scene.
Yeah, and also a crane collapsing at the Tampa Bay Times building right in that area. So
off of Central, I believe it was, in St. Petersburg.
And we'll be playing that, all that video throughout the morning. There's just a lot of remarkable video coming in, and just giving us a little taste of the wrath and the power of the storm.
And we know that crews from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office are also, they are at Raymond James Stadium assessing damage there this morning. Of course, taking care of our Buccaneers. But we know that area was hit especially hard with heavy wind, heavy rain. We saw what it did to Tropicana Field. So we will, when we learn more about what Raymond James Stadium looks like this morning, we'll of course bring that to you. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office again on scene there, and they are covering several flooded areas too. We know Dana Shores, that area around Tampa, hit really hard. And what we are seeing here on the Sun Coast is just lots of downed trees, really scattered across all of our area roadways.
Yeah, and somebody who paid a visit to us here just not long ago this morning said it's a little challenging navigating around the roads because there's so much stuff in the roads. So that's something, as you get out and about this morning, please be very careful. That can be a very, very dangerous situation.
And we know a lot of water is still shut off to our barrier islands. We just heard from Chief Tokacher of Holmes Beach, and he said that they are about to send crews out now to assess damage into Holmes Beach, an area hit especially hard 2 weeks ago during Helene. So we are hoping for the best for our barrier islands, that's for sure. We do have a new release from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. This is effective immediately. All access points to the county are closed. This is in Pinellas County, so just to our north, and this is until further notice. We know barrier islands up there, all access like they do here, do remain closed to the barrier islands in Pinellas County as well.
And we had just received an email from Charlotte County saying there is a lot of localized flooding in Charlotte County, and that's all because of the storm surge they experienced there, and because they were on, I guess, that eastern side of the storm, I guess. That's where the heavy storm surge was. So I'd be interested in seeing, and I'm sure we're going to have crews out there just navigating their way around to see what areas are flooded. So we don't know exactly which areas are flooded right now, and hopefully
I imagine quite a few.
Quite a few. But I think with flooding around here, most of the locations, fortunately, water has a tendency to recede pretty quickly. So let's hope that's the case this morning.
And I'm even thinking about St. Armand Circle right now and what it looked like yesterday, all boarded up following Helene, and all of the debris and all of the restaurants and all of their livelihoods, the shops there, all the stuff that sat on the curb. It was so heartbreaking. So I bet shop owners and restaurant owners barely slept last night, thinking about what their business could look like today.
Well, I did a story Tuesday, the Main Street businesses there boarding up, and one business in particular, I did speak with the business owner. It was a Classico, Sarasota, right on Main Street there. He said he does extensive boarding in preparation for these storms, in hopes of, instead of being open 2 or 3 months down the road, being open this week, a day or two after the storm. So that's what he was hoping for, and I hope that holds true. I'm not sure, the situation on Main Street in downtown Sarasota, and we shall see that shortly.
And the time is now 7:30, and we know folks are starting to wake up and wondering what the latest is following Milton as it hit our area. We know the Bradenton Police Department, they are now clearing down some trees. We do have some video of that right now. Like we just said, it's really these trees and power lines taking over our streets. It looks like that car was barely spared from that tree falling over. It's even uprooted some trees in areas, especially in Lakewood Ranch. But the video on your screen is from Bradenton. This is new footage just coming in. And again, this is what a lot of our area roadways look like. It's just covered in trees and debris.
And that's like what I just mentioned, that person trying to navigate the roads. This is what it's going to be like for quite some time until they can clear the roads. And of course, please don't try to drive through something like this.
No flooded waters, that's for sure either. And we do, we keep repeating ourselves, but I know folks are just starting to wake up and join us, so I'm trying to listen to them too. We have sent crews out our door this morning. They are being sent to several areas all across the Suncoast, assessing damage, getting footage of damage, trying to show you what it looks like in different areas, because you guys are all advised not to leave the house. We need to leave it up to first responders, make sure that the roadways are clear for them to get to those that need it and those that do have emergencies.
And of course, we are relying on a lot of our viewers to send in video, pictures of whatever location. And it appears like the situation out there is getting a lot safer. It's still not completely safe, but it is safer for folks to start maybe taking some videos and photos. And if you could do that, you send it to the share tab, and it's mysuncoast.com. Just love to see your perspective from the storm, and I think that gives us a broader perspective as to what we're going to see out there.
And we know that we are on the tail end of this storm, and we have been tracking it for quite some time. Our meteorologists have been so busy. Bob and Leslie overnight, and then of course Mike and John here this morning. I believe John does have a little bit of a weather update for us. John, good news, bad news?
It's actually pretty good news. We did get some pretty heavy rainfall. We did break some records in terms of daily rainfall, but we were talking about the possibility of 18 inches of rainfall yesterday, and the way the storm shaped up and the way it moved, that just didn't happen for us. It happened for St. Petersburg, but missed us, so that's good news. We got the latest rainfall totals that we've got are 7.26 in Sarasota, 18.74 in St. Petersburg. Tremendous amounts of rain there. I'm sure there's ongoing flooding issues there. Tampa also at 11.47. Northport came in with a 4.21. Lakewood Ranch 4.9. And Largo, if you know that area, it's kind of between St. Petersburg and Clearwater, they got 12.78 inches, so not too bad. I've got other totals for you here from around Sarasota County. Northeastern Siesta Key got 6.08. Southeastern Fruitville got 5.04. Northport got 3.76. Venice Gardens got 3.42, and Venice got 3.0. Warm Mineral Springs 2.29. 2.29. You get that on a normal thunderstorm day sometimes. So that is very good news. We also have some rainfall reports from areas of Manatee County. We got you covered too. In Manatee County, Lake Manatee State Park 7.24, and in northwestern Lake Manatee State Park 4.26, and in DeSoto Lakes 3.74. So that's certainly good news. And the storm surge totals also appear to be a little bit lower than had been forecast. Areas around Anna Maria got perhaps as much as 3 foot of storm surge. We have an official report from the National Weather Service of Venice getting 5.3 feet of storm surge, much lower than the 10 to 15 feet that was a possibility had the storm moved a little bit more as some of the computer models had forecast. So that's a very positive event in terms of the storm surge potential. And take a look at this. This just came off the Port of Manatee tide gauge. And what you're looking at here is the predicted tide in blue, okay, versus the observed tide in red. And of course, yes, there's our storm surge. We did get a storm surge. But if you look at the actual observed tides going on right now, we're actually a little bit lower than average. And that is because the water is kind of sloshed back out of the coastal regions and left us with about a 6-inch deficit in terms of the water levels from observed to predicted. So again, another very good thing in terms of current water levels across the area. Very happy to hear that after we just came through Helene. The headlines today are going to feature 3 things. Number 1, don't venture out until you can see what's out there. We're starting to get daylight now. I think in an hour or so should be just fine to get out there, and maybe even now get out there and kind of assess your property. It's preferred that you don't go out on the roadways quite yet, though. So if you have evacuated, just hunker down, stay there just a little while longer wherever you've evacuated to. and wait for those roads to become a little bit passable. We've had several of our news team here talking to people who are authorities with police department and with community and public information officers and such, and they're all pretty much saying stay put because there's a lot of debris on the roads right now. We've gotten multiple storm reports from every county about large trees on the roads, downed power lines, stoplights and street lights that are inactive or not working or dangling, all kinds of hazards on the roadways that really should be avoided. Let the crews get out there, clean this mess up, and then they'll give you the okay to get back on the roadways. Probably won't take that long, so just stay put and be patient, and it will happen. And remember your storm preps, and I have a few here for you on our safety list that you should remember. They're pretty straightforward. Post-storm safety tips, watch for the downed power lines. Watch for the downed power lines because you never really know whether that downed power line is active or not active. We've got a lot of power outages in a lot of places, so a lot of the downed power lines are inactive, but some could be active, and you don't even want to get close to those. So don't assume that a power line, just because it's down, is not energized. It can be, and it can be deadly. Stay informed. Thank you for listening to our broadcasts. We try to get you the information you need just as quickly as it is given to us. So find a way to stay informed and keep those radios and televisions on, right? Radios and battery-operated radios. And if you can get us over the internet or through your app, as I assume you're doing now, that's wonderful. Contact family members. If you're like me, you've got a list this long of family members that have texted you. My recommendation is to save yourself some time this morning and some aggravation. Create one text to all of them, put them on a list, and shoot them one text so you tell them, when there's time, when things have gotten back to a little bit of normalcy, we'll give you a call. Really appreciate you thinking of us, and we are all well. Our house is survived, or minimal damage, or we don't have power, whatever else you want to convey, and do that for your family. Take pictures of all the damage that may be on your property. You may need that later for insurance adjusters. Before you start cleaning anything up, take those pictures. Use generator safety. Don't run those generators inside your garage or near your home where the exhaust from the generator can get into your home. Many people have asphyxiated from the harmful fumes of a generator. Allow it to cool off completely before you fill it up again with gas. Fires can be very easy to start with a hot motor. Also, drink bottled water until given the okay by our community that all of the water lines are free of bacteria. Everything is working well, and you can drink the regular municipal water. Now let's go back to our anchor team with more important information for you.
All right, John. I did want to add a couple of things to what John was saying. We just got a couple of emails from Charlotte County. They're saying to discard perishable food items that is from these power outages, and if it's been sitting, let's say, in your refrigerator for 2 hours,
right?
It's the perishable food items. You want to get rid of that. And also, they're asking people to be very careful, I guess, with the chainsaw safety.
Oh, absolutely.
Things you don't even think about.
Right. Well, we certainly know that we see a lot of issues as thank you, as we go throughout our post-storm issues. We're going to talk to Amber from Florida Power and Light right now, and that is certainly someone everybody is anxious to hear from. This is Stephanie and Rick. Amber, can you hear us? Amber, do we have you? Oh. Amber, this is Stephanie and Rick. Do we have you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. There we go. Sorry. Technology on the cell phone issues here. Give us an update. Are your crews able to get out and about now on the west coast of Florida?
Yes, our crews are out and about as we speak, responding for our customers. They actually have been through the night as long as it's been safe to do so. We understand how difficult it is for our customers to be without power, but that's why this restoration effort is such a priority for our crews to get out there and get the lights and the AC back on for our customers.
And Amber, what is going to be the biggest challenge for your crews right at the moment?
we saw how powerful this storm was. It brought damaging winds, heavy rain, flooding, and storm surge. So this is all creating restoration challenges for our crews. So that's why customers can prepare for these prolonged outages. But really, our crews are getting into these areas where it's safe to do so to get as many customers back online with the shortest amount of time while prioritizing safety.
All right, let's talk about safety. What can people who are, anxious to have their problems solved do to make sure they stay safe and help your crews?
Well, first and foremost, if a person is using a generator, please make sure you're on that generator side, away from any doors and windows. As far as all the flooding that we're seeing, stay away from those flooded areas. You never know what could be in those waters, and stay off the roadways. Allow for our crews to get to where they need to go to get the job done.
And Amber, I know we're in the early stages of this, but is there a time frame as to how long we can get power back to these folks?
We know that's the big question right now. Everyone wants to know, how long do I have to wait until my power is restored? At this moment, we don't know what we're up against. We're just now getting a look at the damage as the sun is rising. So usually within 24 hours, we have a better picture of what our crews are facing out in the field, and we'll have a better, more accurate number to give our customers.
Okay, and we know it's going to fluctuate too as the day goes on. All right, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. And I know your crews are out doing their very best work, and we appreciate them.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That was Florida Power and Light giving us an update on what's happening there. I want to give you another couple of little updates that we have from Sarasota Police. We're checking in with everybody. They are getting their initial reports in from their crews in the field. They're seeing what you would expect: down power lines, trees and roadways. Like everybody, they want you to stay off the roads because they can't do their jobs if they're crowded up with people just driving around looking. Plus, it puts you at risk. They're just assessing conditions, and then they'll be putting out reports when it is safe to travel. The city of Sarasota was a little more blunt. They just said it's not safe. Don't go out. Our crews need work on that, and that you should report any downed power lines directly to FPL.
Okay, and I do have a few things here. Venice traffic signal update. A lot of these traffic signals are not operational, so you do have to treat it as a four-way stop. So make sure you do that just to keep the roads safe as you get out there. And also in Manatee County, 49 road closures. I'm not sure on the specifics of that. And this is important. EMS services have resumed in Manatee County, so that's a good sign. So we're going to slowly but surely, hopefully, eventually get back to some normalcy here.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a very normal day in terms of what we will see across the area. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of power edges. We're going to have a lot of down trees. Some of them are blocking roads, but the crews are getting out there and trying to move things around to find out exactly what the situation is. We're, of course, extremely concerned and curious about our barrier islands, and some pretty good news from Longboat Key, at least as of now. Their tactical teams, they've been assembling at Marina Jacks and are starting to go out to the Key. The number one thing that they're having to do is assess the stability of the bridge.
Okay, yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense.
And you mentioned that, and I know Governor Ron DeSantis last night was mentioning that, what are the numbers? 156 bridge inspectors are going to be out and about inspecting all the bridges to make sure they are safe before people can go over those bridges.
Right, so there's going to be some delays getting to the barrier islands, and there's also going to be some delays getting you information about the barrier islands, because right now even first responders are not going over there. We're being told from Longboat Key that they are waiting for an FDOT engineer to make sure that that bridge is safe to cross. Now, some good news. Longboat Key reports that the surge was not as high in this storm as it was during Helene. So that should help people who left their properties, and we're very concerned about what happened during Helene. The surge does appear to have been lower from the initial reports, but as you'd expect, there are widespread power outages. There is no water and no any waste services there on Longboat Key, and quite honestly, even cell phone service is intermittent. So the winds were huge. This is the difference, of course, as you know from living through it last night. The difference between Helene and Milton is that these winds cause a different kind of damage.
Landfall on Siesta, 120 miles per hour, unthinkable.
I think we know that there's going to be an extraordinary amount of damage on our barrier islands. We are very relieved that it's not rising floodwaters as much, but we're starting to see some initial pictures and things, and there's definitely a lot of water out there, but the surge was not as great as Helene, and we are certainly very appreciative of that. And we're also appreciative that people evacuated.
Yeah, and the storm still, it did bring a little surge, but it also, you're talking about the wind damage, we're talking about flooding, and the power outages, so it still brought everything a storm can bring.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. This one's certainly a little more all-encompassing since it was the combination of the heavy rains. I mean, gosh, 18 inches of rain in St. Pete is just
look at
crazy.
the video there.
Yep, you can see that's Venice. And honestly, Venice saw less rain than many areas did. And Northport was only reporting 4 inches or so from what John and Mike told me earlier.
But that's probably storm surge situations
but
right
yet
there.
here in Venice, we still had plenty of water. Yeah, I can see the boats there on the left-hand side. So obviously a lot of water in a lot of different places. That's why we're taking extra caution this morning and asking everybody to stay put as long as they can. St. Pete's, if you do have friends and family up there, or perhaps that is hopefully not where you sheltered since it was obviously in the storm surge area there, they are not allowed to use water in their homes. They're dealing with water main breaks. I'm reading about gas shutoffs in Tampa and St. Pete's. 9,000 National Guard troops have been deployed here, which is absolutely wonderful to have that help.
Yes, and we were talking about the linemen, getting people up and running again, with especially with power outages. 50,000 linemen from across the country here.
That's so great.
And that's going to help get us back to some normalcy.
Absolutely. We know that we've got a lot of people here to help. We know that the Florida National Guard was actually sheltering at Riverview High School, so they will be out today, both helping move debris and making sure traffic flow goes as well as they can. And when it all comes together. Oh, we're looking at a sinkhole right now. Okay, look at that. That is Hillsborough County. Report of a sinkhole coming in, and
wow.
Yeah, wow is right. And that's just another thing, and this is why we're telling you to please stay home right now. We don't know what's stable. We don't know what's not stable, whether it's ground, whether it's roadways. This is what happens when we have extraordinary amounts of wind and rain.
I don't know. Could you tell if that was on a street or a driveway? I couldn't really tell
exactly. I could not tell. Brian, could you tell what that was sunken down? No. We're getting a no from our producers back there.
Pretty big sinkhole.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's just another reason why it's so tempting. I am really very concerned and curious about what's happening in my neighborhood. We're not leaving. We implore you not to leave. It is truly a public safety situation that we need to let the first responders get out there, do their jobs, determine that things are safe, and we'll keep reporting back. We're in touch with every law enforcement group right now, constantly getting updates. And honestly, right now, they keep telling us to wait because they're still trying to assess.
And I have to ask you, you've been here a long time. You've been through a lot of hurricanes like I have. How would you rank this one?
How would I rank this one? Probably definitely the most, I can't say if it'll be the most impactful since we haven't seen yet, but I do fear it's going to be the most impactful. The population center of where this storm came in.
Talking about millions of people.
Right, with the impact of St. Petersburg and Tampa, we've never talked about one that truly encompassed all the way from Pasco County down to Lee County, which I think is what this is going to end up encompassing by the time we're done, not to mention the angle it took across the state. Orlando and Daytona got a pretty good wallop in the middle of the night. About 3 a.m. I was here working and we watched it cross through Orlando and Daytona. So when you look at all those different population centers, that's a big storm.
And the Suncoast, I was under the impression we would never ever get hit, a direct hit.
Well, we like to think that. Right.
And no longer true.
Right, no longer true at all. We certainly dodged some scary bullets over the years with Irma. Didn't really dodge Charlie. Only sort of dodged Ian because, as you know, our South County areas were extremely impacted by Ian. But
lots of people lost their lives, and let's hope we don't have any of that or very minimal of that with this storm.
And that's the kind of information that we're just sitting tight and waiting for today. But yes, when you look at the population center of the west coast of Florida and where this storm came in, unfortunately, that was the bullseye. So there are millions and millions of people are going to be impacted.
And fortunately, though, in terms of the loss of life, it looks like most people, if not all people, heeded those evacuation orders. They did take it seriously, and we saw the long traffic lines on I-75, right, the highway. So I think that's going to really minimize the fatalities with this.
I hope so. I hope so. I do think from when we were asking law enforcement last night with their final checks, they were very happy with the response to the evacuation. And to Rick's point, I do think that will help us have better results today as we go through
well, we pray for that.
Absolutely,
no doubt.
we do.
And I remember Irma, though. I was situated, I was reporting situated in an evacuation shelter, and the roars we heard last night from this storm, it sounded like Irma, but on steroids.
Okay.
Just,
you could tell the difference.
Oh yeah. There was a huge roar, with Irma, and it was constant and relentless, but not like Milton. This is like nothing I've ever heard or seen or experienced.
Right, and I'll be honest, I was asleep when it came in, which
I don't know.
I'm not sorry about.
I don't know how you slept through that.
Did Brissa wake up?
And clear the major arteries.
She slept. Yeah, both Brissa and I were very close to each other in a very secure room, so we were able to sleep through it. During Irma, I was at the Manatee EOC, and of course, all of our EOCs are extremely protected. No, it was quiet in there.
Okay.
So, I know a lot of people certainly were very nervous since it did come ashore earlier than we originally anticipated. I think a lot more people were able to witness it and experience
I think
it.
unfortunately
It's a little gusty, but the winds have died down. Waiting for first light, and then our first in teams will go and clear the major arteries.
Especially damage.
We really
Well,
want
those
people to
roars
stay
you
where
heard
they
were the
are
120
until
mile
that
per hour
happens.
winds. So we know that 120 mile per hour winds do serious structural damage. Again, just starting to see some initial reports trickle in, and obviously as the day goes on, we're going to start to know a little bit more about that. Speaking of the Manatee EOC, our friend Jordan Litweiler was in there last night with the crews, very safe, and we're going to get a report from him about what's happening in Manatee County.
Can you start out by giving us the morning update and what the realities are as we head into the morning now?
Yeah, so now that the weather is kind of clearing out of the system from our area, still a little gusty, but the winds have died down. Waiting for first light, and then our first in teams will go and clear the major arteries. We really want people to stay where they are until that happens, because down power lines, flooded roads, a lot of hazards are still in the area. And then we're going to start assessing the damage. Our damage assessment teams will go out, they'll canvass all the areas throughout the county. That'll give us a better picture of what our damage looks like, what kind of resources we're going to need. We already know some of the resources, temporary housing, some of the commodities that are going to be needed in the area. But this gives us a much better picture of the community as a whole, so we can push that information up to the state and then federal government.
And so what are the biggest concerns in terms of where the area was hit hardest, as we know a little bit more now as opposed to last night?
Yeah, so we're still kind of working on trying to find those vulnerable areas. Obviously, any kind of mobile home park, those areas that have like those structures that are either older or just not meant to withstand the wind, we're going to definitely focus on first, because that's where we know that's probably where most of the destruction is. But generally, I mean, we did see some gusts here. I believe our peak went to about 92 for a wind gust just at the PSC. Throughout the county, we had another one out by the beach in Holmes Beach with 102. So we know there was some substantial wind damage throughout the county. So we're going to start focusing on those areas we know where there's damage, and then we'll move and spread out from there.
Gotcha. And in terms of the barrier islands, obviously a lot of people are concerned about that, given that they can't be there right now, and a lot of them evacuated. What is the messaging for them right now?
Right now, let us inspect. Let us make sure the bridges are safe. We got as lucky as possible as we could for that storm surge. Let's make sure we inspect those bridges, make sure it's safe to go back on the island. You also need to follow your reentry plans when it comes to your municipalities on the island.
Is there a time frame for any idea of when people will be able to get back over there? Or
we don't have that. It's a little too early right now. Again, we have to do the DOT inspections on those bridges. And the municipalities have to get and make sure that there's not substantial damage where, again, they have to go back and clear roads or anything like that to make it safe to go back. Once that happens, we will definitely make sure that that message is spread throughout the community.
And then in terms of power outages, what does the reality look like for power outages?
Yeah, so we have substantial power outages throughout the county. At one point, I believe it was about 90 to 95%. They're going to be working diligently with our first-in teams and then spreading out to make sure they can start kind of rebuilding the system or getting systems back online as they can. They've gotten a lot better in just how they work and dynamic. Even since Irma. So we have a great partnership with them. We share our resources where the worst hit areas are. They know where they are as well. And so working with that coincide, making sure we can get them to those places, get the power restored as fast as possible.
Are those first teams out in the community?
They're not out. We always do for safety first light. Because of those down power lines, we don't want anyone to run anything that can be harmful for our responders. So at first light, that's when we will send them out. And that's when they'll start clearing those roads.
Gotcha. I think the last question, last night you guys talked about how this is kind of the best case scenario for the area in terms of the area for local residents and the safety of the local residents here in Bradenton. Overall sentiment this morning continues to be that it's pretty fortunate for where it made landfall for here.
We definitely got very lucky when it comes to the storm surge. Now we are going to see a catastrophic event for the actual wind damage, but for the storm surge, we did get very, very lucky. Absolutely.
Gotcha. Anything else you wanted to add? I think that's all I wanted to do.
No, I just want to implore all of our residents and even visitors, just be diligent, be very safe. Again, most fatalities happen after the storm while doing debris cleanup, running into flooded roads, live power lines. So we want you to be very diligent and safe. If you have any questions or you're concerned at all, don't go in that area. Make sure it's the safest way possible before doing any of that. Making sure after using power tools correctly, staying hydrated, making sure there's, all these objects and stuff that are around your home, doing it all in a safe manner.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jordan, for being able to talk to Manatee County there. I mean, I think the takeaway there is how lucky we did get, at least in terms of the storm surge.
In Manatee County.
In Manatee County, right. We're still obviously waiting for some updates from further south. And we know that the storm surge was higher to the south, but after Hurricane Helene and after just all of the concerns of what happened there, on Anna Maria and in Bradenton Beach.
Especially all the debris that was still there from Helene.
Right.
And there was still a lot to digest from what we just saw there. The temporary housing, that's going to be an issue, I guess?
Right. So I think my takeaway from that is, without saying, there's definitely been some destruction. Again, with winds over 100 miles per hour there, that you're going to have roof damage. You're going to have some places that simply aren't able to be inhabitable, so that we would have to have temporary housing. What you're looking at right now is from Venice. 7 o'clock this morning, you can see a very, very large tree down there across the road. So again, this is why we're asking you to stay home. Workers are continuing to clear roadways of debris. Trees are one thing, power lines are another, and there are downed power lines out and about. And if you run into one inadvertently, it's going to cause some massive problems for you. So we want everybody to shelter in place till they get out and clear all this stuff.
And these are early pictures, of course, and we're going to see a whole lot more. And I still remember Hurricane Ian and the Venice Theater completely destroyed.
Absolutely.
And that wasn't even a direct hit on Venice, and they still had damage. I would assume there's going to be quite a bit of damage with Milton in Venice.
I would think so. Yes, absolutely. As close to it was to the landfall there in the I and Siesta Key. As we go throughout the morning, obviously we'll continue to get more information, but what we're trying to do is give you the look outside and around our community, because I know we're all very curious about the same things. If you're watching us online, as you most likely are, use the Share It tab to show us what's happening, even if it's outside your front window. We don't want you going out and about. You certainly, don't even need to go outside of your home. Even pictures outside of windows are great. To hold your phone up horizontally like this and take a 10-second video. That's good enough for today. We are all sharing information any way we know how.
It took me a long time to figure out how to shoot video too, the other way around,
Right,
like
exactly.
That, so.
And you don't have to really have it be beautiful or pretty or anything. We just want to see what is happening outside. You can see these are the kind of pictures that we're getting in on our Share It tab. And there's definitely some damage there. So we appreciate you sharing with us. simply maybe a mention of where that is shot so that we can identify it correctly. And this is where? 41 in Sarasota. We're definitely seeing some structural damage there. I don't think we've been able to source the video for you yet, but I will tell you I saw rushing water video from the Embassy Suites Hotel area on 41.
Yeah, and around Gulfstream and 41.
Yes,
again,
rushing water last night.
Yeah,
so.
And that does typically have a tendency to flood even with these smaller storms.
Sure, absolutely. So again, areas that are dealing with flooding, nothing we're particularly surprised about, but that may change. We may be more surprised as we start to understand what people are dealing with. So I know we've only had daylight for less than an hour now. Again, we appreciate everything that we are seeing on our Share It tab.
You see boats.
Is that Marina Jacks? Is that what? Yes. So we're looking at Marina Jacks there. Looks like boats a little bit thrown around in the bay. Again, we can't be too surprised by that. But it is, it's good to get a look. This is some video that was taken last night during the storm. From Sarasota Memorial Hospital, where we know, of course, they have very safely sheltered in place and, of course, continuing to give the amazing care that they do. So we're in it for the long run today as well. We're going to start to talk about damage and then, most importantly, getting back up on our feet, getting power restored, and getting people moving around the area.
And really quickly, with SMH Sarasota Memorial Hospital, we were checking in with them last night, and did it seem like there was much activity, which is a good sign where hopefully it remains that way, where there weren't too many issues with people needing emergency care.
Right. No, we hope not. We hope it all stays nice and quiet throughout the day. All right. You know what else we hope is nice and quiet? The weather forever. I don't know if we can promise forever, Mike Modrick, but I'll tell you what, I poked my head outside and that breeze is actually almost refreshing.
I would call it actually refreshing. If this were not the morning after the strongest hurricane to ever hit the Suncoast, we would just think this was a beautiful morning. I can see outside the window and the breeze is blowing a little bit, but it's not particularly hot, it's not particularly humid, and we actually should see the dew points drop during the day. And we actually, by this time tomorrow, could have dew points in the low 60s. So if you don't have air conditioning, by the end of the day, you could maybe open up some windows and get some benefit there. So I've been working on some of the storm reports, and so this is a 24-hour report of 31 reported tornadoes. Not very many of them on the west side of Florida. There are a couple of reports here near the Fort Myers area, and Bob and John had been tracking those. We get a tremendous amount of potential tornadoes that we see on the radar screen, and those are the ones we report to you. But most of the activity was much farther east. Here's Lake Okeechobee right here, a little cluster of them. But boy, the big cluster was out here in the eastern part of the state. They had much more of the tornado activity out here in the eastern part of the state. So that's a big number of the 31 tornado reports. All right, so this is the flooding and heavy rain reports. So every one of these little green areas, these little green squares, that's a report of some flooding. And that includes Sarasota, it includes Bradenton, up to the St. Pete area. St. Pete, the rainfall there was 18 inches. So it was a kind of a double whammy. The storm surge looks to have been on the lighter side, and that's just gives rise to the phrase we were using all along: prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And I know my wife has been sending me some pictures. It's a bit of a process today with the way our makeshift studio is to get those pictures in so I can show them to you. But the damage that our condo sustained in Bradenton on the north side of the bay, it actually seemed to be a little bit worse with Helene. We had probably 4 or 5 feet of water in Helene that rushed under our condo. It does not seem, there's no new damage that wasn't already done by Helene that happened in this storm where we are. But several reports of the storm surge, and one of the reports we had from Venice that was a confirmed surge report was 5 feet. So that's a benefit for everyone. These are the winds right now. We don't have reports from SRQ, so there's not a lot of information coming in. either the weather sensor at SRQ lost communication with the rest of the world. And we've actually had that happen over and over again for many months. So that might be it. Or there's the potential that the weather equipment just really was destroyed after the 102-mile-per-hour wind gust. Punta Gorda and Tampa, 13 and 14 mile per hour sustained winds. The gusts at both spots, okay, we have no gust at Punta Gorda. That's why there's nothing showing up there. We have a 24-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Tampa airport there. So that's what we're dealing with. Power outages, just updated these numbers. We're at 78% in Manatee County. That number had been up to 85% several hours ago. So it looks like we're getting some improvement there. 74% outage in Sarasota County. Those numbers are well over 200,000 still. It's going to be a process. When a tree goes over into a main line and knocks that down, that takes out power for a big, big swath of the Suncoast. And so once they are able to get those back up, sometimes FPL is able to use the smart switches in their system that reroute power into neighborhoods, and you may get power back on. I haven't heard yet if power had come back on at my place where I live. Hardee County with 98% of the county without power. That's extreme. That's kind of what I was expecting there. And this is a very rural area. We're out here by Wauchula, and that's going to take a longer time to get back up and running. DeSoto County, 57%. That's 11,000 people. Pinellas County at 413,000 people without power. Orange County, that's where Orlando is, and that is up to 97,000. That's 14% of the county. That's doubled in about the last hour. So we've seen that really increase there. They've been dealing with the brunt of the storm. Storm rainfall totals at 8 o'clock. We're at 8 o'clock now, so I'm going to be able to get some new reports and maybe do some two-day rainfall totals out of some sites that are not just the regular airport reporting sites. There's an organization called Coco Raz. That's the Community Cooperative Rainfall something. It's volunteers who report rainfall, but they have specialized equipment, standardized equipment, so you can compare it from one day to the next day and know that you're getting a good quality report. So that's going to be coming up shortly. So you may see these numbers change. But the last out of SRQ was just over 7 inches. St. Pete, 18.7. Tampa, 11.47. Northport and east side of Lakewood Ranch, over 4 inches. And Largo at 12.78 also. That's really all I had to say. Am I able to toss back to our lovely anchor team? Okay, so Stephanie and Rick Adams here for us. And Stephanie, you said it almost feels refreshing out. It really does feel refreshing. I may just poke my head out and clear my head for a moment.
Yes, I was thinking that wouldn't be a bad idea either. All right, thank you, Mike. I know you are putting in many long hours as well. The good news is for those percentages about power outages, not surprising. We knew this would happen. I mean, come on. It's a lot of wind.
I know Sarasota County, I think it was 80%, and that number's improved. And I know we got a resident of Meadows had contacted us saying that they lost power around 10 o'clock. It was restored about 2 hours later, so they got to it pretty quickly.
That is very quickly. Yeah. And we've also heard people who lost power last night for a couple hours, came back on, but then it went back down this morning. Yeah. And that's just FPL working with the grids, figuring the different things out. And listen, trees may still fall down. The rainfall totals, as Mike just explained to you, are unbelievably impressive. So as a result, we've got saturated ground. We've got trees that may just have lost their stable bases, and they're going to fall, and they may hit power lines on the way down. So here's another look at some of the outage numbers that we're seeing right now. And again, we're updating these constantly. 74% coming in for Sarasota County, 78% in Manatee County. So that's already improved.
Yeah.
Hardee County, obviously a little bit more rural, and they are going to
give... Not as many people out there.
Yep, the population center is going to get the priority for power there. DeSoto at 57%. We're not getting a firm number from Pinellas County and Orange County over in the Orlando area at 14% seems pretty low. So if so, that is good news for them.
Yeah, and I guess part of that is to where the storm was heading. And I don't know if Orlando took that direct hit or it was kind of skirted.
Yeah, they were on the northern edge of it.
Yeah.
They certainly got a lot of rain, but in terms of and remember, the eye and the winds fell apart fairly effectively by the time it got to the other side of the state.
And I was curious about this last night with it heading more towards Orlando after it
right,
hit
northeast.
us. What's Disney World going to be like? Universal Studios and all that?
Right. I mean, listen, there was still plenty of wind. I mean, damage occurs at 60 mile per
So there's
hour
probably
winds, so
some sort of damage there.
I am sure that we will see a pretty good swath carved about the state of damage and things like that. But listen, power outages are frustrating. At least the weather's cooled a little bit. Thank you very much. But we will be able to recover from that,
Yes,
within the next few days.
It'll take a little bit of time, but you've got to just take it one step at a time.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to talk to the Fire Administration Manager out on Longboat Key now, Tina Adams. Tina, you're talking to Stephanie and Rick. Can you hear us?
Stephanie and Rick, this is Paul Daly, the fire chief for Longboat.
Oh, I apologize. Paul, it's great to hear from you.
Hi, Paul.
Tina passed you off, and that is great. Listen, we're very curious about things on Longboat Key. Give us a summary right now.
Well, we have just now gotten back on the key because we had some issues with one of the little humpback bridges by Bird Key. We could not get over from the south end. We had to go around in the Bradenton side and gain access to the key from that side.
Okay.
We just gained access on there, and the first initial reports from the crew saying that it's looking pretty good out there as we stand. We have not. We just got to the north side, so we're working our way down Gulf of Mexico Drive and continuing our pass through. So, but right now it doesn't look bad at all from what we stand.
That's great to hear. Compare what you saw or what you're hearing from today versus what you saw versus Helene. A better situation.
A much better situation. Yeah, it doesn't look like we had any type of a lot of water coming in from the Gulf like we had with Helene. We're not seeing much water on the roads like we saw with Helene, and we're not seeing the damage of the structures like we saw with Helene as of initial reports that we're seeing. We're doing flying drones over there right now to get some pictures and send back out to the Emergency Operations Center.
And Chief, most of the residents there on Longboat Key, they did evacuate, correct?
Well, that's one of the things that we found out yesterday, that some of the residents, I would say most of them left, but we have about between 150 to 200 that stayed on the island.
Wow.
So the ones we know of, we made contact with them. Some we were able to speak with. Others we're going to have to go to the actual physical location to see if they're okay.
All right, well, we really appreciate you doing that, and I know it can be scary and frustrating when people are there and they're there during the night as that storm makes landfall. What are you asking of your residents today?
Well, we're asking those residents that are off the key to give us time to clear the streets from debris that's new on the road. Give us time to go ahead and set up the areas for the water. We want to get our water back on, but we have to get our Public Works Department out there to do the testing for it. We have to get with Manatee County to turn on the water. That's where we got our water from. So there's a lot of work we have to do before we get the residents on. But we have 3 tiers. The first tier is on now, so that means the first responders are there. Tier 2 is where we allow some of the business owners, homeowners association, the presidents, the property managers to come on. And then the third tier is for residents. But we're trying to do this as quickly as possible. But we have to let tier 1, the first responders, go through first, give us a report back what they have found, and we go from there.
And Chief, really quickly, from your perspective, why do you think Longboat Key fared so well with Milton?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Why do you think Longboat Key had fared so well with this hurricane, from your perspective?
I think it broke apart on the south end, and I think that kind of spared us a little bit. It was one of those things that the eye was coming to the north end of Longboat, and at first we were getting ready for that, but it then kind of dropped down. So I just think that it was luck. I think it was a lot of luck that we had for this storm. We were prepared for the worst, I can tell you that.
Yes, you were, and we appreciate you so much for that, Chief. Coming to us from Longboat Key. Thank your crews as well, and please, everybody stay safe throughout the cleanup efforts today.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon. Some really good news, it sounds like, coming from Longboat Key. Now, made me pause a little bit when he said they were aware that nearly 200 residents did choose to stay out there and ride out the storm. They will be checking on those residents today, and obviously we certainly hope for the best. But to have avoided the life-threatening storm surge is a very, very big thing.
Especially Longboat Key, and it's so good to hear some positive news amongst this horrendous storm.
Right. We are well aware that not everybody is going to have a positive outcome or a good story. There's going to be some damages. There's, likely to be some tough stories here, but to overall be hearing that we prepared for something much worse than occurred in the majority of situations here is certainly a nice way to start, because I know the last several days have been incredibly stressful for everybody as we track the storm.
Yes, and honestly, I was shocked at what the chief was saying, that they fared so well. I was expecting some significant damage there, just because they're on the coastline there and just north of Siesta.
Yes, where of course we do know that the hurricane made landfall at Siesta Key. We have not heard reports from Siesta Key yet, as Sarasota County is still doing their assessments, and I think obviously public safety is a first concern. So if they're doing any rescuing, if they're making status calls to make sure people are safe, they're going to be busy doing that, and we'll get updates as soon as it's available.
All day long.
All day long.
Coming days, right?
Absolutely. All right, we are going to continue to talk about the current weather situation, and it's improved, that is for sure. We're going to check back in with John Scalzi.
Boy, you are so right. Nothing but improved. It's really great to see how much better the weather is today than it has been. And you are right, and so was the chief there, that we just kind of lucked out. We had the strong winds. We had the big wind field. It was just the direction of the winds at the right time to give us the lower storm surge totals. And we're looking at that right now in the tidal gauge. This is real-time tide gauge, and it's showing the predicted tide, and right there in red is the observed tide. So you have, you look up in your book, which shows you where the tide is supposed to be today or tomorrow or the day after, in those tide tables, and that's the blue line. What you actually go out there and measure, that's the red line. And here's our storm surge, way above the predicted line yesterday. If you take a look at that, really, I did a back of the envelope calculation there, and we were only looking at the Port of Manatee, a tide height of 1.8 feet. That's pretty spectacular. And looking at some of the tide heights at Venice from the National Weather Service giving me information, I've got 5.3 feet there. So it did get a little bit higher down around the Venice area, probably because that's where the storm was a little bit stronger. As it lifted northward, it did weaken just a little bit. But all in all, that's just, outstanding news. Now, the forecast in terms of rainfall also kind of worked out pretty good. So we are looking at a Sarasota report of 7.26 inches of rainfall. Now, bear in mind that when we were looking at the storm yesterday and looking at the models, which were pretty consistent, there was up to a possibility of 18 inches of rainfall. And indeed, they got that in St. Petersburg, but here we did not. So how lucky is that? A distance of, maybe 40 miles from where the heaviest of the rain fell in this huge hurricane that was lifting up the state. 40 miles. That's impossible to predict, that kind of distance in a hurricane. So we got very lucky there. In Tampa, they got 11.47. Again, they had a lot bigger flooding problems with freshwater rainfall than we did. Northport came in at 4.2, 4.92 in Lakewood Ranch, and in Largo, which is also just to our north, in areas along the coastal communities. You got Reddington Beach, then you've got Largo, then you go up a little bit further and you've got Clearwater Beach. So in that area of the coastline, upper Pinellas County, 12.78 inches, pretty remarkable. Now, I can show you some of the other, let me just step off and get my phone here for a second. I'll be right back. We're looking at some of the rainfall totals that I picked up from the National Weather Service and other places, and it too is pretty spectacular, you know. I mean, think about it. Northeastern Siesta Key, right out there on the key, only got 6.8 inches of water, fresh water. That's rainfall. Northport got 3.76, and in Warm Mineral Springs, they only got 2.29. You get that on a standard thunderstorm day sometimes. So, you know, just really spectacular luck that we got with this particular storm. As big as it was, as powerful as it was. You know, at one point, this storm in the Gulf waters was the 5th largest storm ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. Think about that for a second. And yet, look how well we did. It's pretty good. So today, the weather headlines, pretty straightforward. Weather improves today. I'm looking out a window right now and seeing blue sky out there. So we're going to get a little bit more sunshine. We're going to get a little bit of pleasant weather, I think. Now, initially today, it'll be a little on the warm side. It'll be a little on the humid, muggy side. But we've got a north wind developing, so that's going to draw down throughout the day the cooler, drier air. So for you folks who do not have air conditioning, for whom the power is out and may be out for several days, the good news is that our nights are going to be kind of cool and refreshing, actually. We'll be looking at several nights in a row where the dew points will be in the 60s, air temperatures will be in the 70s. It'll feel good. You'll want to just open up the window and enjoy the cool breeze coming through. It'll be nice. And we'll look for low rain chances as well. You want to get out, maybe clean up some of the yard landscape debris that might be around, or some of the trash that might have fallen in your yard or in your neighborhood. It'll be good. The rainfall chances will be minimal right straight through the next 5 days or so. As far as your safety list today goes, it's really pretty straightforward, kind of common sense, actually. Watch for downed power lines. If you see any of those downed power lines, stay clear of them. You don't know whether they're energized or not, so you just want to leave them alone. Call FPL or your local power company and let them know that there's a power line down at such and such a location, so they can come out and fix it. Stay informed, as you're doing right now, about local edicts from various law enforcement officers or community governments in terms of when it's safe to travel, or when shelters are going to close down and allow people to go home, and things like that. So stay informed there. I like this one. Contact your family. If you're like me, you got lots and lots of texts over the last 24 hours. One thing you can do is either copy and paste a response telling them how much you do appreciate that, how much you love them, tell them that you survived, everything's okay, the storm was less than it was. A lot of places in some larger media outlets, they might not be getting the story as quickly as you're getting it here, that we kind of survived this pretty well for the most part. Some inconveniences, yes, but in general, it could have been a lot worse. So you may want to just give them a quick text to that effect. Take pictures of your property. If you did sustain any damage, and there will be damage. We had 102-mile-an-hour wind as it made landfall, so there will be damage. As we find out what these winds were, and as we find out what the damage was, take pictures of them before you start to clean it up. You may need that for insurance reasons. Generator safety. A lot of people will be using generators. As you use your generator, exercise due caution. Keep that engine away from your living quarters. Don't leave it in your garage. Don't leave it near an open window where you're enjoying that cool, low humidity breeze. That can bring in that toxic fumes from the exhaust that includes carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and various other nitrate compounds that are harmful. So you want to just keep that far away from you where it will be well ventilated away. Also, when you're refilling that generator, allow it to cool first. Because, you know, sometimes you can slop a little of that gasoline around when you're pouring it into an engine. And if it happens to fall on a hot muffler or something like that, you could create a fire situation. So allow it to cool for a half an hour before you fill it. And also, drink bottled water. Just until we know from the local municipalities that the municipal water is potable and safe to drink, that it hasn't been compromised in any way by any kind of flood water or anything else. Drink bottled water, and then the word will come out that it's safe and we'll all be good. Okay, let's go to our anchors now and see some more and get some more very valuable information. Hi, you guys.
Hello,
John.
thank you so much, John. If you were just joining us, I'm Stephanie Roberts with Stephanie Stanton. Joining us now, the Stephanies are going to take you through this morning as we all hopefully breathe a little bit of a collective sigh of relief.
Yeah.
I feel like we can certainly say we prepared for worse than most people have received. But in all honesty, we are still definitely assessing damage this morning, and I don't think we really know what people are dealing with in all neighborhoods.
Yeah, and myself, like a lot of people, waking up to now, you know, see what that damage looks like. So I'll kind of be going along with you, Stephanie, because I know you've been at this for a few hours.
Yep.
I've been on social media trying to assess what's been going on around the area. A couple stunning things that I saw was the Tropicana Field.
Yes, a lot of damage in Pinellas County.
Yeah,
We have definitely
to
seen
the north.
this.
Was looking at that, and then of course, obviously, we're waiting to see more about and hear more about Siesta Key and some of the areas to our south. So those are kind of the focal points that I'm seeing right now.
Okay, so we want you to stay in place. That's the number one thing I want you to know as we start. Every municipality, every county we're talking to wants you to stay home, and I'm going to show you a reason why. We have a live picture now from I-75 at mile marker 215. That is just, let me think, north of University, the Braden River area. Thank you very much, Producer Bry. There's a tree down on the highway, right?
Wow.
Like, this is what's going to happen. I don't know how long it's been down. For all I know, it just fell down. But this is why we are asking you to stay home, because if you are driving by and it falls down, it can have devastating consequences. And obviously, that is not the kind of thing we want to happen to anybody. So right now, we'll talk you through exactly what is happening in every location. Sarasota and Manatee counties, in all municipalities included. The law enforcement teams, the first responders, their tactical crews is what they call them. They're going out in high water vehicles. They're going out with the ability to bulldoze things like those trees. They are on the roads. The law enforcement is done sheltering in place. They're back at it working hard. We are not done sheltering in place because there's too many down power lines, too many trees, and too many things that can hurt you.
Yeah, it's situations like that, which is why we are being told to stay off the roadways. And I know it's so hard, Stephanie, because so many people, they get up, it's, looking like it's decent, nice outside. You think, oh, I want to go home. I want to check on my house. I want to make sure everything's okay. They want to get from their shelters home. We all do. But now is not the time. We need to let those first responders do their job. So they will be out, they will be assessing the damage. We will be getting that information. We'll be bringing that to you. We'll let you know as soon as the all clear so that you can go home and check on your property. But by no means, stay safe. That's the number one thing. We've been saying that throughout the storm. We all, are breathing a collective sigh of relief. Stephanie, one of the things that was interesting about this storm to me, and this is my first hurricane that I've sort of ridden out. This was pretty intense, but it was a different storm. It impacted different areas in so many different ways.
Absolutely.
We had the surge to the south. We had the heavy winds with, at some point, there was even very little rain, which was odd.
Oh, John's numbers, 4 inches in Northport.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a lot of rain.
Yeah.
So
And
not a
then-
lot of rain at all. That's an afternoon thunderstorm.
Right.
But 18 inches in Pinellas County.
Yeah.
So we all had very different experiences.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was what struck me the most about the storm. And then, some of the flash flooding too as well, as you talked about those 18 inches flash flooding in Pinellas County.
We're looking at photos right now. These are in Bradenton. Do we have a locator, Bri?
It just says BPD, it's just Bradenton.
Okay, this is from Bradenton Police sending in some of the things. So they were out on the roads this morning. You can see, obviously, they're out and it's still dark. So that was in the 5 and 6 a.m. hours before sunrise. And the first shot there was a tree down. So again, there are trees down all over the place. They're looking, that's a roof damage picture there. So we know as we get some reports back from their crews in the field that there is going to be damage.
And we also want to see how the debris held up. A lot of people did not have time to clear their debris from Hurricane Helene, and so it'll be interesting to see if some of that debris was blown away and what the situation is there. I know, the officials were doing the best they could, but
Okay, guess what? The governor is going to address us now, and this is the first we've heard from him since Hurricane Milton pushed through. Let's take a listen.
quickly across central Florida overnight, producing significant flooding and damaging winds near its path. The storm did bring much destruction and damage. Tornadoes ravaged parts of the east coast of the state. Flooding occurred on the west and east coast, and strong winds lashed the state, especially in Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. Over the last 24 hours, heavy rainfall totals upwards of 10 to 15 inches has been observed across much of the Tampa Bay area, Nature Coast, and spreading eastward along north of I-4 corridor towards Sanford. Isolated pockets of up to 18 inches of rainfall were observed in Pinellas and coastal Hillsborough counties. 5 to 10 inches of rainfall has been observed further northward towards Gainesville, along eastern portions of the I-4 corridor, and south of the western I-4 corridor towards Sarasota. Several rivers reached major flood stage, and major flooding continues along portions of the Hillsborough River, St. Johns River, and Little Wekiva River. Water levels are forecast to continue rising along northeast and west central Florida rivers and waterways, with many forecasts to remain within or reach moderate to flood stage over the next day or so. We had over 80,000 people that were into shelters overnight as the storm hit the state. We will better understand the extent of the damage as the day progresses. And you have people that are out there assessing damage right now. First responders have been working all through the night to help people who were in distress, and what we can say is the storm was significant, but thankfully this was not the worst case scenario. The storm did weaken before landfall, and the storm surge, as initially reported, has not been as significant overall as what was observed for Hurricane Helene. Right now it looks like Sarasota County had the most significant storm surge, likely somewhere between 8 to 10 feet, and remember with Helene we had 15 to 20 feet up in Taylor County. Rescue missions have been underway throughout the night. State search and rescue teams report at least 48 individuals have been rescued as of 0630. National Guard search and rescue teams have worked overnight and successfully executed rescues of families and pets on the west coast and from the destruction of the tornadoes in the central and eastern parts of Florida. The Guard continues to work into the morning and have 31 rescue aircraft operational and hundreds of rescuers engaged in over 125 active missions in 26 different counties. Over 60 Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission has made land and water rescues in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. The State Guard has also been engaged in search and rescue, assisting with floodwater evacuations as well as damage assessments. There are currently 3.1 million accounts without power. There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. The areas that have the most significant outages as of this morning are Hillsborough, 75% out, Hardy, 97% out, Manatee, 82% out, Pinellas, 68% out, and Sarasota, 75% out. Of course, there are 50,000 plus linemen that have been pre-staged. A lot of what they'll do this morning is likely assess the damage and then begin restoration operations very quickly, and we appreciate everybody that's in that fight because that's very important for a lot of people. Cut and toss have begun at first light by the Florida Department of Transportation. 328 crews are active in the field with over 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched at first light and have begun performing inspections to open bridges across the impact areas. As I put in my executive order, residents have a right to be back into their homes as soon as the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Gandy Bridge and Howard Franklin Bridge have been inspected, cleared, and are open, and inspections of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge are underway. There is debris on the Sunshine Skyway as well as the Courtney Campbell, but once that debris is clear, we anticipate those bridges opening later this morning. Other bridges are being opened as soon as the state inspections are completed. The Tampa Airport is repairing minimal damage and should be open no later than tomorrow. Seaports are awaiting Coast Guard channel surveys to reopen waterside, but as of now, our initial assessments is they will likely be able to resume operations very quickly. We still have a lot of school closures for today. I think Floridians should just keep in contact with their local officials about what that's going to be. I would imagine a lot of the schools that were not necessarily in the direct path of the storm will be open tomorrow. It may take a few more days for some of the places that were harder hit. Now, as you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of down power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with down power lines. Standing water can conceal down power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters. Standing storm waters can also carry a bacteria that can lead to fatal infections. This type of infection was responsible for a fatality following Hurricane Helene, so please avoid wading through standing water. Please use proper ladder safety. Please use proper generator safety. Do not operate the generator inside your home. It must be outside, a safe distance from doors and windows. Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline will remain available for those who are returning to their homes which were evacuated during the storm and sustained damage or in need of other type of shelter. So these models will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources, making the experience easier for users. If traffic lights are out in your area, please drive with caution and treat each light as you would a four-way stop. And also remember, if you're going to use a chainsaw, be very careful with that. We have mishaps on that after every storm. We are extending the Hope Florida line for another 2 weeks at 24 hours, 7 days a week. So if you need assistance or resources post-storm, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. Hope Florida's disaster arm, Activate Hope, is a program designed to help people find help following a disaster such as a hurricane. So you can call the Hope line. You can also visit the Hope bus, which will be in some of these areas very soon, and there'll be announcements about that. Florida Commerce and the State Emergency Response Team activated the Business Damage Assessment Survey in response to Hurricane Milton. Business owners can self-report physical and economic damage caused by the storm. Businesses can complete the survey online at floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. Florida Commerce has also activated the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program. We have $50 million available to Florida small businesses, and it's a zero interest loan, very flexible repayment options. You can apply for loans of up to $50,000 through the program. Loans of up to $100,000 are available for agriculture and aquaculture small businesses, and loans of $150,000 are available for citrus and cattle operations. Again, these are short-term zero-interest loan. You get the cash in your hand. The repayment terms are very flexible. You can apply at www.floridajobs.org/EBL, floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also activated the Florida Disaster Fund for those who want to make tax-deductible charitable contributions that will be used to be able to help Floridians who are in need, and you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org, if you have any questions. We're going to continue to support all remaining rescue missions that are underway and that may be needed in the near future. We'll also continue to assess the damage that was done from the storm. We also anticipate that because of the amount of water, you may see flooding happen not just now, but in the subsequent days. But I think everybody responded very quickly. I'm proud of everybody's hard work. We got more work to do, but we will absolutely get through this. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Governor, thank you for your leadership time and time again. I know you and the State Emergency Response Team will lead the charge as we respond to and recover from this storm. Hurricane Milton officially made landfall. As you heard the governor say, the impacts from the storm are still being felt across north and east central Florida, even right now as that last banding train of rain starts to move offshore. Please, especially if you're in the areas If you're in those areas of Northeast Florida, the East Race Coast, Space Coast, please make sure you're sheltering in place until officials determine it is safe for you to leave. In the first 72 hours after a storm, there is a parallel effort to search, secure, and stabilize the area. As search and rescue missions continue in response to Milton, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. You will be inhibiting first responders by doing so. Right now, we need those roadways clear for electrical crews, fire crews, EMS crews, urban search and rescue crews. We have 20-something urban search and rescue teams that will move into the area and do a door-by-door search. Even though, as you heard the governor say, this was not the worst-case scenario, we still had damage. And we're going to need to get out there and go door-to-door and make sure that everyone is okay. So please stay off the road. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside and when it is safe for you to return to your homes. I know a lot of people evacuated, and we appreciate that. Do not be in a hurry. Check in with your local emergency management agency, your local sheriff's offices, to see if they're posting anything on if it's safe to return home. Please make sure you do that. Again, as the governor said, we're going to open up roads and bridges so that you can do so, but there may be extenuating circumstances at the neighborhood level, so please make sure you're checking before you come back home. Major flooding continues along the Hillsborough, St. Johns, and Little Wekiva rivers. I want to take just a moment and just talk about, there is going to be another phase to this particular incident, and that is very similar to Hurricane Ian. We have a lot of rain that has fallen over the central portion of Florida. The St. Johns River basin that comes down into Seminole County, Brevard, portions of Brevard, portions of Volusia County, and on up the St. Johns River, those headwaters have experienced a lot of rainfall. That river takes about 45 days to completely flush itself out to the Atlantic Ocean. So what we're going to be seeing first is impacts down in the Seminole County and surrounding county area, and then you'll see that move up into Palatka, Weelaca, and then on up into St. John's, Flagler, Clay, Duval counties. So that's going to be a long-term effort when it comes to making sure that people are monitoring the situation on the St. Johns River, as well as the ones that I mentioned, the Hillsborough and the Little Wekiva. Some roadways are flooded, which is not a safe situation for anyone. Please do not attempt to walk or drive through floodwaters. Accidents due to floodwaters are 100% preventable. All you got to do is turn around. If you're sheltered in place or when you return to your home and you're looking at the damages around your home right now, do one thing for us. Take out your phone, take some pictures, inside and outside, all four sides of the house, every room inside the house. What are things that you should be documenting? Make sure you're documenting just the physical damages, but then also, since this was a flooding event, we want to make sure that you capture those, what we call high water marks on your home. Do that inside and outside. For a point of reference, when you're on the outside of the home, make sure you get like the doorknob of the outdoor house. That'll give us a reference, a point of reference on how high that water got. If you're on the inside, make sure you have like an electrical socket or a light switch or, again, a door handle on the inside of your home in the picture so that we can get some type of reference as to how high that water is coming. If you're beginning the cleanup process, please ensure you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines, as the governor has said. Report all of that to your local authorities. Do not cut any lines. Again, we do not need Florida man and Florida woman out there cutting random lines as they go. You don't know what is a cable line, you don't know what is an electrical line, and probably more importantly these days is you don't know what is a fiber optic line. Most of our 911 lines run across fiber optic. We do not want anybody cutting lines. Let the professionals come in here and identify what it is before it's cut. Remember, again, some roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential downlines. Do not risk it. Let our crews get out there and get everything back up and running. For assistance after the storm, call State Assistance Information Line. Again, that's information only, 1-800-342-3557. Help is available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. FloridaDisaster.org/updates for information on the web. And then, of course, follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and Facebook at FDEM. That is the most trusted and fastest source that we have. We have several people helping us out on posting on social media, so that is going to be the best place and the fastest place to get stuff from us. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, again, as together we will overcome the storm.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for reestablishing and resourcing this state guard so we can deliver critical emergency response capabilities right to the point of need. Working alongside Director Guthrie's, General Haas, and Director Young's and the rest of his state agencies, personnel moving rapidly in order to save lives, rescue our citizens, and minimize human suffering. Throughout the night and this morning, our Special Missions Unit with search and rescue, K-9, paramedic, and swift water rescue teams moved throughout the most severely impacted areas between Pasco and Sarasota counties, working with local authorities to provide on-water and overland search and rescue and route assessment capabilities. Our maritime unit is also engaged with FWC with 10 boat teams and high water vehicle teams in order to expand the capacity of the local counties' abilities to conduct waterborne reconnaissance and search and rescue operations. Our aviation unit with Black Hawks and drones with live stream and 3D map rendering capabilities will be conducting air operations today in coastal and inland community areas in order to enable those local authorities to paint the picture and focus their resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are laser focused on search and rescue operations today.
Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to also thank Governor DeSantis for his unwavering support during these times of critical need. We are fortunate and blessed to live in a state where the governor has such support for state agencies that put Floridians first. I would also thank DEM Director Kevin Guthrie for his outstanding leadership and support, and his DEM team for their coordination and communication with all state agencies, making us the leading leaders in the nation for emergency response. We're privileged and honored to be a part of that team. Responding to hurricanes and natural disasters is what we do. As FWC officers, we have unique equipment, training, and support from Governor DeSantis and Director Guthrie to be able to provide immediate support in the wake of natural disasters and hurricanes. This is through the use of specialized equipment like shallow draft boats, airboats, swamp buggies, and other equipment to provide high water rescues. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We have deployed 135 officers teamed up with the Florida State Guard, the Division of Finance Services CUT teams, Florida Ag Law, the Florida National Guard, and the Miccosukee Tribe Law Enforcement, and local sheriff's offices up and down the coast and across the state to provide search and rescue efforts to those in greatest need. Teams with these specialized equipment for search and rescue across the state are hard at work right now. Our search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and so far this morning we've reported over 42 rescues in several counties. In Pinellas County, we've had so far 7 land rescues, 3 water rescues, several welfare checks. There were 2 arrested for looting for battery on LEO with our teams in the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and 21 rescued from an apartment building. These rescues started yesterday in the wake of the tornadoes. We had 7 local FWC officers respond to a tornado event where they rescued 6 and evacuated 4, or evacuated by 4x4 vehicles, and also conducted 30 welfare checks. In Pasco County, operations are ongoing, responding to multiple intersections, clearing trees and debris, allowing emergency vehicles to access storm-damaged areas, and responding to calls for service. In Hillsborough County, there are several people assisted from a vehicle in a ditch, 1 pulled from a flooded vehicle, 3 individuals removed from a flooded apartment, and then there was another 100 evacuated at an assisted living facility, and another 20 evacuated from a senior facility in Tampa. So again, these efforts are ongoing. They're ongoing across the state. Like Director Guthrie said, there is going to be flooding events across the state in central and northern Florida. So please be aware, if you're in a flood-prone area, be aware of this. Our teams will be able to respond and alert all through the state throughout this time. So again, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership and support, and FWC is here to work with our partners to make sure that the Floridians are safe during this event. Thank you.
So we'll continue with the rescue operations as needed. There's a lot of damage assessments that are going to be going on today, and we're very obviously supportive of the power restoration operations. We're glad that all those folks were staged. and then also just ensuring that fuel is flowing. Hopefully we get our gas stations and big box stores and everything open very quickly. I'd imagine that will likely happen, and just get people back on their feet, and that's going to be our focus. Okay, any questions?
Pinellas County, it's my understanding that deputies there are restricting access into the area. I don't know if you have any insight into that, or...
I don't. I mean, we're going to open the bridges. I know a couple of them are open. The other two, there's going to be debris that are going to be removed, and those bridges will be open for traffic, and Floridians can use those as they see fit. Yep.
Fatalities, has there been a tally yet as to whether...
Not yet. I mean, I know there have been reports. We have not confirmed any. That does not mean there has not been any. There's a process where this happens with the state. I know with the tornadoes, it seems very likely that there were some with the tornadoes. That's the only reports we've received. No confirmations. I imagine there's going to be some confirmations, but it's too soon to tell with respect to the West Coast and the storm surge and everything. So stay tuned on that.
Some Wall Street analysts predicted that Milton's losses could exceed $50 billion. Does the state have any sort of...
How the hell would a Wall Street analyst be able to know? It's been dark all day. What, you just going to know that you're going to do? I mean, like, give me a break on some of this stuff. They're doing damage assessments now. They always say this or that or whatever. I mean, what I would say is what I said in the original talkers. We had certain worst-case scenarios in terms of going into Tampa Bay. A lot of places in Pinellas County, they had negative storm surge because it sucked the water out of the bay. So in terms of all that, where you'd see the entire Tampa Bay area underwater, that did not happen. The storm surge, it was most acute in Sarasota, and I think it was a little bit more than Sarasota got for Helene, but it wasn't like so much more. I think it was 8 to 10 feet. Helene, of course, got almost to 20 in Taylor County. And then I think the fact that the storm weakened, I think I'm not saying there's not going to be damage. There will be. It cut across the state in a way that Helene did not. But in terms of just right now, the morning after, if I think back to like Hurricane Ian, I don't think that you're looking at similar amount of damage to Ian. And then with Helene, there may end up being more overall damage. There may not. I don't know. But definitely the surge did not reach Helene levels. I mean, Helene was producing major surge all across the west coast of Florida, and then in the Big Bend, it was just biblical. That was not necessarily what we happened here. Anything north of the storm had minimal surge on the west coast, and it was really kind of that Sarasota, Charlotte Harbor, down into Lee, Collier, but compared to what they had with Hurricane Ian, that is not on the same level. So we'll see. There'll be a lot more that'll need to be done to assess the extent of the damage. But what I think we can say is, we have a lot of resources in play here in Florida to be able to mitigate and get people back on their feet and get the state moving again. I think that's what people want. They want to get back in their homes. They want to see the roads clear. They want to see the bridges reopen. And so that's what our sole focus, so that we get people back.
The areas, Tropicana Field, Hurts roof shattered. It's my understanding that they were relocated on Wednesday.
Yeah, they were relocated. So, I mean, the Tropicana Field is a routine staging area for these things. The roof on that is not rated for, I think it's rated for 110 miles an hour. And so, the forecast changes, but as it became clear that there was going to be something of that magnitude that was going to be within the distance, they redeployed them out of Tropicana. So there were no state assets that were in Tropicana Field. I think Duke also removed all their assets as well. And you look, I mean, the roof is basically, it's like a fabric almost with that. So that was something that we understood and acted accordingly. They were moved before the storm. I mean, and so there was no issue with anything with that.
Main break in St. Petersburg. My understanding is, at least earlier this morning, the city had no access.
We can talk about that. I know he's been engaged in that.
Yep. So about 1:40 this morning, I received a phone call. Woke up, got over here from that building to this building. Got over here and started working the issue. Right now, there are several water main breaks throughout Pinellas County, different water systems. Some are municipal, some are county. But what they're doing is they're slowly raising pressure in those lines to actually figure out exactly where the breaks are at, and they're going to start repairing those breaks one by one by one. You may start to see some things come out of the hospital industry. We have stabilized the hospital situation. There is one active evacuation of a hospital right now. I do not have the name of that hospital. We can certainly get that back to you through our folks. But we have stabilized the water pressure in 4 out of 5 hospitals from getting any worse. So we're going to continue to closely monitor that throughout the day. But again, one active evacuation going on, but we have stabilized. We have water tankers on site pushing pressure back into the systems. But you know, I think our biggest thing to talk about, or I should say talk about, but the biggest thing right now in that Pinellas St. Pete area is going to be the water system, but we're working in conjunction to see how we can support and supplement the cities and the county on what resources they need. We've already dispatched logistical folks into the area. We've sent in engineers on our dime to be as helpful as we can. In one situation, it may be a gasket or a flange. In another situation, it may be a complete water main break. But we stand by ready to support Pinellas and St. Pete and other municipalities to help them get that water back on and running. Because again, power and water are right there together. We can do a lot with power, but we got to have water.
Back to it's the Kinder Morgan Central Florida pipeline system.
Jason, I don't have anything on that particular pipeline system, but I'll find out what I can offline, and we'll close the loop back with you guys. All right.
Will that impact any of the post-storm recovery efforts given that they're in Jacksonville?
No, well, they're not in I mean, there's some came from Jacksonville originally. Kevin put them in different places to just ride out the storm and then come back in. So no, it's not going to have any major impacts at all. These are just things you've got to do. I mean, you know, you stage and you figure out kind of how to go. They were staged during Helene there, and it worked well. When the forecast said that it may not make it through with the roof, then they adjusted accordingly. But they're in the fight and they'll continue to do it. Okay, thanks.
Stand by. All right, everybody, we have been listening to Governor DeSantis. They're giving us an update on the storm. And as we've been pointing out, various counties are dealing with different issues. And I think one of the main takeaways you heard from the governor is this is going to take time.
Yeah.
But we're on it.
Yeah, and there were a lot of takeaways. He talked about how they have currently 80,000 people in shelters, which is a good thing. That
What
means
a
people
win.
heeded the warning.
Yes,
you know, and
that
they
is a
left.
huge win. I know that nobody really wants to go to shelters. It's not the best thing in the world, but it certainly averts all sorts of problems. And now that we have daylight, and in many locations we know that it is a little bit of a better situation than we had prepared for. You know, now you can go back and survey the damage, which is so much better than being there as the damage is occurring. So I'm hoping this kind of changes our reaction to storms from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the other takeaways, he talked about the State Guard being deployed. He said they had and currently have 6,500 soldiers deployed. He talked about power outages, which I know we've been covering, but you know, this is the first time I'm hearing these numbers, and it's pretty staggering. Sarasota County, 75% of people still without power.
Right, so it's not just you. If you're watching us online and wondering, you know, when it's going to get better, they're working on it, but most of our area is dealing with significant power outages.
Yeah, Manatee County, even higher than that, 82% without power. So again, everyone, we're all in this together. Everybody, the crews are working as quickly as they can to restore power.
This was something that I wanted to mention. 48 people rescued, primarily in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco counties. Kudos to Sarasota and Manatee, certainly, for probably doing a little bit better with evacuations. I think Helene definitely woke up our area significantly. You don't want to be the one rescued. You want to be the ones that evacuated and then came home to survey the damage. But, you know, law enforcement was out doing rescues during the overnight hours, and we thank them for that. Their life-saving work makes it a massive, massive difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, people heeding the warnings, of course, Zone A, Zone B, even Zone C, and, you know, even our station, which is why we are here broadcasting.
Why we're
from
still here.
a remote location.
Right.
And I'm grateful that our management took that step, and, you know, we're in this together. We evacuated right along with all of you, and so we're glad that we did, because we were riding it out here. And it was intense at times last night when I was up.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
I had a few moments where I was like, woo.
Yeah, and we're seeing bits and pieces of video coming in.
Yeah.
You know, Gulfstream and 41 was a rushing river in front of the Embassy Suites. And for anybody that lives or works in that area, you know, you didn't want to be there.
No.
We're only a few blocks away from that, and I'm glad we were gone, you know.
Yeah.
And it'll be a long day of everybody getting back together their, you know, belongings and getting where they need to be. But that's all right. You know, everything's on hold today and waiting. And right now, honestly, I know a lot of people probably are keeping a listen to us or an eye on us in shelters on phones. They still don't want us moving about quite yet. We're starting to see some pictures now coming in from everywhere, and there's a lot of down power lines. There's a lot of down trees. The roadways are not safe yet until everybody gets out to assess them. And I think we're still going to see both power lines and trees coming down today as we do deal with, you know, just soggy ground.
Yeah, and we will slowly make that transition over to our facility, our normal station, ABC7. We have crews on their way over there assessing the damage to make sure that it's safe. So hopefully within, I would say, several hours later on in the day, we'll be able to broadcast from there.
We feel just like you do.
Yes.
We're ready to go back to
waiting.
our home station as well, but we're waiting, and that's okay.
Yes, we are waiting. One of the things that I know you guys probably reported this earlier, but the AP was reporting that 4 people died from Milton. They're attributing it to Hurricane Milton. This was in St. Lucie County. We believe this was from the tornado, though, that happened earlier in the day.
Yes, we have confirmed deaths in regards to the tornadoes that are as a result of Hurricane Milton. If you were following us yesterday, we were tracking tornado warnings as they came ashore in Charlotte and Lee counties, and then they made a northeast angle across the state. And St. Lucie County is where there were 4 confirmed deaths, sadly, from those tornadoes. So hopefully we won't hear a lot more of that, but as we go throughout the day, we'll, of course, keep you updated. All right, so since we can't go out on the roads, we would like to take a look at the roads. And our teammate Ted Noah spent the night here with us, sheltering and reporting as well, and he is up and at 'em this morning. Ted, what you got for us?
Hey guys, yeah, you know, you were mentioning those tornadoes, scary stuff on Florida's East Coast. I have a friend who lives in Sebastian, and her supervisor lives in Vero Beach, and she had shared some photos with me of a tree that was down over there. The portion of the roof came off, very scary. All right, so what I want to do is I've recorded some video that I wanted to show you of different shots on FDOT cameras that we were able to save. And one of them that I'm going to share with you is this was on 75. This is right before State Road 70 on the northbound side. Look at that, there was a tree that went across the roadway there on the right side. Now they have gotten this tree up. Look at the left side of the screen. Look at the big barrage there of emergency responders that are on the southbound side. So the crews are out there, they are assessing, they're trying to clean up. All right, so that one unfortunately has been wrapped up, but these are some of the obstacles that you're facing out there on the roadways, and this is why you really shouldn't be out and about right now. I just want to not deal with that. State Road 64 had another issue earlier. Now, Bri and I, our producer, we were talking about this when we were watching it live as the crews were there and they were chopping up that tree. So again, this was earlier. That tree has been cleaned up. This was right at 75 there on State Road 64. But they got in there and they got that whole thing chopped up and off the road already. So good news with that one. A situation that's still there is US 17, the northbound ramp from 75 southbound. There's a whole bunch of standing water there on the ramp, just covering that ramp on 17. Once again, US 17 northbound from 75 southbound. Look at that. And some of the cars are still risking that. They're going on the left side and just squeezing to get onto US 17 northbound. Scary stuff. Now, I have a list of some things I want to share with you that we've gotten here at the station. Some of these are reported, and some of these are confirmed from the Florida Department of Transportation and FHP. 37th at 44th, the signal's not working properly. You have to treat that as a 4-way stop. You're going to see a lot of that right now after Hurricane Milton. University at DeSoto, some debris in the road. Old Bradenton at Riverside, there's a tree down. State Road 64, Manatee Avenue, where it's Manatee Avenue, 43rd Street, object on the road. State Road 70 at Greenbrook, the lights are not positioned right, they're hanging, they're somewhat damaged. Weber and Beneva, there's a tree down on the northbound side of Beneva. And then also Tuttle at 59th Street, tree down. Fruitville at US 41, some glass debris reported on Fruitville. State Road 70 at 87th Street East, flooding. 41 north at Constitution, the signal's not working right, and the list just keeps growing. So if you can avoid being out right now while crews are assessing and cleaning up, let's do so. All right, right now we're going to send things over to First Alert meteorologist Mike Modrick. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Ted. Thank you. I've got some videos here. My wife has been out surveying property and sent some videos in. This first one, I was like, what in the world am I seeing here? And then it finally hit me. I'll wait till it cycles around. The casing here is that in case of emergency, break glass, and then this is the fire hose, and the winds of this storm just ripped this, what would be a fire hose, out of that cabinet and just tossed it around, tied it up into knots. So that was one of them right there. Some other video here. No, that's not the next one. There we go. Down trees here. Most of the damage that occurred in this area had already occurred with Helene. So there's not a lot of new damage. There's a swimming pool right there. A few more trees are down, but not significantly more than we had with Helene. There's another one, though. This is why we have power outages. That's an oak tree right there, not a super old oak tree. That's the parking structure. Now with Helene, when this rush of water that had to have been about 4 or 5 feet high going underneath the condo building, that water all came into the parking structure, and it was this, at first glance, it looked like just really nice black soil that you'd want to grow things in. And then it all dried up in this muddy concoction, but if it got wet again to any extent, it was really slippery. So this whole parking area had to be power washed to get that Helene mud off, but we didn't get that this time. There's no way that the storm surge was as high with this storm as it was in Helene, just based on what we're seeing here. There are no cars in this structure because everybody took their cars to higher ground, and so fortunately nobody to get hit with the tree like that. These are the latest power outage numbers. 74% of Sarasota County, 78% of Manatee County, so 223,000, 203,000. DeSoto County with 11,000 people. Hardy County, you got 98% without power. Pinellas is at 413,000, and then Orange County, last report was just shy of 100,000. Orange County is Orlando area. So with that, it was 14% of the county so far. And those counties, like Orange County, those are the ones that are getting hit a little bit harder right now. I'm going to see if I have the current conditions here for those two. No, doesn't look like I have those set up here in this graphic here. I'm just trying to find those. No, doesn't look like I'm going to have it here, but this is the beach and boating report here for today. We have winds at sea here now that could still be pushing 25 to 35 knots. So it's extremely rough conditions at sea, 8 to 11 foot seas. John had warned repeatedly, he's an old mariner from days back, you never ride out a storm like this on your boat. There's always somebody who thinks that it's a great idea because you're bobbing like a cork. It's not a good idea. The seas last night would have been 25-foot waves at least out of that, but still extremely rough today. It'll only be rough seas tomorrow with 20 to 25 knot winds, and those are out over the ocean water, the Gulf of Mexico waters. So that's not what the rest of us are going to be experiencing. We're pretty much down to a situation where we're going to have 10, 15, 20 mile per hour winds here today and into the next couple of days. Saturday, though, still choppy on the water. So not great boating weather coming up if you still have a boat, if it survived the storm. This is radar here. We're going on through the early morning hours here. So we're into 8:30, 9 o'clock. You don't see a lot left. There is the storm as it came on shore near Siesta Key. This is historic. This is legendary. This is the first time we've been able to say, and not that we wanted to, that a hurricane, a major hurricane, as a Category 3, came on shore near Siesta Key. Now, we had severe damage from just Helene, and officials and people were working day and night to try to clean up that debris, clean up the sand, get it into piles, and So now all of that work is set back, and we're set back to ground zero again to clean up things. And it's all the officials, we all heard the governor speak, and we all heard the officials speak, and it is just common sense. They want us all to stay off the roads. They have to assess damages, they have to assess power lines, they have to get all the stuff off the roads to make them safe for us to drive on. There could be debris from houses with nails in them, so you could drive over that and ruin all of your tires. There could be down power lines, live or not live, that you could be driving over. There's also, it could be huge trees blocking the way in some cases. And then if your car's there and then other cars behind that and behind that, then there's a huge mess and nobody can travel. So getting people off, or having you stay off the roads now is still the thing to do. You can check on your neighbors if you like at this point, but it may be difficult for emergency responders to get to people who need some help, but at least it is a possibility now. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. I'm having to remind myself of that every few minutes. Am I drinking enough water? Am I drinking enough water? I didn't drink enough water yesterday. That got to be a little bit of a problem for me. So make sure you do that as well. All right, we're going to send it back to, hey, it's Stephanie and Stephanie.
I wondered when someone would figure that out.
It's Stephanie squared. It's like Einstein's here.
And I just went to get some water. So yes, you're right. We're going to all drink enough water today. That is for sure.
Yes, thank you, Mike. All right, so we do have an update now on Venice. We are being told that the water treatment plant has been reactivated.
Right.
Potable water services are being restored, but officials say that there may still be some interruptions because they're continuing to repair the damage, but that boil water advisory will remain in place until further notice, and also wastewater is being restored as quickly as possible.
So that means they were able to turn the system back on.
Yes.
There were no big damages to the system, all of which is great.
Yes.
We just want everybody to be a little extra careful and continue to boil water right now. But this makes me happy because earlier this morning, I've been reporting since 2 a.m. that we were getting reports of significant flooding and damage, or in Venice rather. So it's great to know that even though there was some standing water, we didn't suffer any major damages to the water system. That'll make things a lot easier.
Yeah.
To get things back and on. Okay, we've got our crews out and about now so we can see a little bit more about what's going on. Brendan Mackey has gotten a look at some of the destruction and some of the damages. He is at the 7-Eleven in Bradenton. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, I'm Brendan Mackey here in Lakewood Ranch. Right next to me is State Road 70 and Crusoe Road. You can see cars are out right now, and look at what they are seeing on the side of the road. Take a look at this 7-Eleven just destroyed. The entire metal banner here has been ripped off, and you can tell the wind took it and tried to blow it this way. It is now wrapped around the 2 gas stations here. I mean, this is unbelievable. We even have some cords up there hanging, so we're not going to get any closer to that. But my photographer and I, we drove here. There are pieces of this about 100 feet that way. So just the sheer strength and power of Hurricane Milton is incredible. Look at this thing. This thing is completely metal and it's not like it just fell down and was knocked down. This thing has turned and is ripped apart, and now this gas station is just destroyed. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this today. We're going to send it back to you in the studio, but we will continue to cover Hurricane Milton.
All right, thank you, Brendan. We appreciate you being out and about. That's the kind of damage I think we're expecting to see with the kind of wind gusts. That's on the northern edge of Lakewood Ranch, if I understand correctly, where he is. So again, you know, the meteorologist will tell us exactly what those winds look like, but I'm sure they were very close to 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, 100, right around. When we were here at the height of it, Bob Harrigan was here, and he was saying 100, 102 miles
About
per hour.
where we are here,
Yes,
right, and
yes,
we're not very far
not
from
far
that.
from him, so
Yeah.
that would make sense. We have some other videos we want to show you that are coming into our newsroom. Let's go to the St. Lucie County, this possible tornado.
And that's where we have the confirmed deaths, is in St. Lucie County.
Yes, that is correct. 4 confirmed deaths, and look at that, just so much intensity there, heavy wind and rain. You can see.
Look at
I
that.
mean,
Oh my gosh, look at that camera.
it's very, very intense.
Very intense.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow. And we can understand, too, that these were the tornadoes spawned by the kind of the microcirculations, if you will, from the hurricane itself. But if you don't know where St. Lucie County is, it is all the way on the other side of the state and
the east,
south.
The
it is
east coast of Florida, almost.
Yes. Oh, on the east coast of Florida. Absolutely. So a very long way from where Hurricane Milton was coming ashore. But again, the way hurricanes work, they impact the circulations for many, many hundreds of miles and at all levels of the atmosphere. So that's why we see those tornadoes.
Very sorry for the families of those 4 people that lost their lives.
Absolutely. Okay, let's look at a rescue video here. Speaking of the word rescue, I actually just walked by and saw some rescues being reported as we speak in Hillsborough County. There are rescues happening everywhere. These are the rescues that would have been related to that St. Lucie County tornado.
Okay. So this is this the facility? We understand there was a facility that may have been impacted.
Damaged, and people were rescued, and that may be where the fatalities occurred.
Yes.
Yeah, Stephanie and I were both working at different day parts yesterday, so we both have different points of view there. But obviously, a lot of damage, not just as a result of the landfalling hurricane, but as from the tornadoes.
There you go. Okay, so we understand. The reports that were coming in was that it's a home, a nursing home or a home for the elderly, and it looks like people were being taken out of there and rescued, and this is where that tornado struck.
Okay, so unfortunately...
Again, we're going to still continue to get details on that, but that is what we believe we were looking at there.
Right. And rescues do continue even closer to home. I know from some of the reports that I'm hearing coming in, simply because there were people who weathered the storm at home and may have significant damage and may need to get out. And I know there's some flooding issues up in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. That northern edge of the storm had so much rain in it. So the flooding concerns ended up in places different than we may have been concerned about. We were all very worried about storm surge, of course, Sarasota and Manatee counties. And I know John Scalzi has told us in Manatee County at Port Manatee, little to no storm surge.
Yeah.
I mean, just unbelievable.
And I think that's because the bay, the force of the winds was sucking the water out of the bay.
Right.
And so that's, I mean, that's good news for them because they were concerned about that storm surge. Speaking of storm surge, John Scalzi saying that Venice had 5.3 feet of storm surge. That is actually good news. Here's why. It was hitting at low tide.
Right.
And so hopefully, and we're still waiting for word, that they will not see some of the catastrophic damage that we saw with Hurricane Helene. Again, we're still assessing that, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But 5.3 feet, a lot better than the 8 to 12 that was being projected.
And we know there has been flooding, but it definitely was better than initially thought.
Yes.
We've got more reporters out and about. Sophia Vitello found some damage in, I believe it's Osprey. Let's take a look.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC7 News. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. I'm on Osprey Avenue in downtown Sarasota. Look at this site. This tree, this huge tree, completely on the ground. I mean, look at those roots. Look at the roots. I mean, it was ripped from the ground, pulled from the ground, absolutely just thrust upwards. Pushed onto the playground. Sadly, that playground now destroyed over there. This playground is usually full of people, very lively. There's trees everywhere. Look at that one. There's another tree. Look at that tree. Wow. And again, the roots ripped with it. It's not even like the tree ripped in half. The entire tree from the bottom came out of the ground. That just shows you the intensity of the winds that we were dealing with here in Sarasota. We're going to keep walking around, driving around the area, but look at this site. Wow. I mean, this is something that sometimes you don't see in a lifetime. I'm going to keep you guys updated here on ABC7 News.
Well, that's why we evacuated. That's right down from the station. That was Osprey Avenue in Sarasota, as Sophia mentioned. And interesting, one of those trees was snapped off at the base where the roots stayed in the ground, and then that other tree had the whole root system toppled over too. So a combination of wet ground and gusty 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, and as you said, we're going to continue to see a lot of these types of things from those heavy winds, 100 miles an hour throughout the Sun Coast. We want to go over to Lisa Modrick, and where's she taking us?
I believe she was at their condo in the South Bradenton area, because I know Mike would never have let her go outside and do anything risky. So we're going to look to see what she was able to see from their area.
Morning, I'm Kathy McDonald, and this is my husband, Roy McDonald. We are happy to have survived Milton. It was a much better situation for us than with either Debbie or Helene. Hopefully there's not too much damage to the rest of our complex, but it's looking pretty good right now.
Would you stay through another hurricane?
Yes.
And have you stayed through hurricanes before?
We have, because we're on the 4th floor and we have Miami-Dade rated windows, so we feel pretty secure. We didn't even have any water in the tracks for our sliders on the south side, so it was much less of a rain event for us than it was for with Debbie or Helene. I'm not so sure some of our neighbors to the south fared as well, though.
Thank you.
Morning, I'm Kathy McDonald, and this is my husband.
All right, I feel like we need to clarify something here. Lisa Modrick, Mike Modrick's wife, our meteorologist, was not the woman with another man in the video. Lisa Modrick was playing reporter, and we're very proud of her, and I just felt like I needed to say that since her husband is sitting behind me.
Yes, thank you for clarifying
Mike,
that.
are you coming in to chat? I won't mention that you're not wearing shoes.
Thank you for that. Yes, she was the one holding the camera.
I'm very proud of her.
She's very good.
I mean, she's been trained by one of the best.
That's what she would say.
I'm sure
Yes.
she would. So, all right.
Yeah,
Back to your corner.
I was very impressed that she was able to ask those questions. You know,
Right, no,
we're
I
all
agree.
trained to do the who, what, where, when, why, how many, ask those questions. She knows that from sales, because sales and being a reporter are very similar professions in that regard. I'm going to go back to my corner.
Go back to your corner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
We're trying to make light of what we can. But no, I think it's a very valid point that for South Bradenton, it was better for them in the big picture than Helene, where they saw that rushing water, than Debbie, when we just saw all that rain with nowhere to go.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
not true in every area, but true in Bayshore Gardens.
You know, and Pinellas County can probably say that as well, because so many people experience catastrophic storm surge. Thousands of people.
The coastline.
And even those inland canals. You know, there's a lot, and Pinellas County is so low-lying as well that thousands of people up there, you know, lost their homes during Hurricane Helene. And, you know, again, to be faced with another hurricane less than 2 weeks later, very traumatic for people. So I think people are breathing that collective sigh of relief overall, especially in those areas as well. So.
Yeah, right now what we are seeing is primarily wind damage. I do understand up in Hillsborough County they've had a little bit more of a water issue. But I mean, St. Pete, to have Tropicana Field be damaged and to have a crane tumble, there's definitely a lot going on there.
Yeah, we want to swing back to our Jordan Litwiller. He is in Twin Oaks in Bradenton. He's bringing us an update on some of the damage there. And so let's go to Jordan.
Guys, I'm here at the Twin Oaks community in Bradenton, and now we're getting our first look at some of the damage left behind by Hurricane Milton. You can see this property suffering some major damage right away. This is one of the first things that I saw when I drove in here to the community. I'm going to flip the camera around and show you a better look now. Here you can see what appeared to be the top of the carport. The beams on the side just appearing to give way, and now that roof of the carport sitting on the driveway in this house. And it's a very common sight to see in all of the screens here in this community appearing to completely give way. And if you look back at this house over here, that's actually the siding came off and peeled off of that home, and you can actually see into their house right now. But I'm just going to take a little walk around the community and show you a little bit more about what we're seeing. This appears to be one of the hardest hit areas of the community. It's hard to even tell what some of this originally was, but all of this, lots of shattered glass here in the front yard, chairs and furniture, and it appears to be something from parts of this home ended up just getting peeled back and now resting on the neighboring house here. And as far as any flooding or water here in this community, there doesn't really appear to be a whole lot of puddling going on right now. This is the most standing water that I've seen here in this community, and it's not too bad. It looks drivable. So that lines up with what we've been hearing from emergency officials here in Bradenton. I talked to them this morning, and they say that their main concern is going to be these mobile home structures, as the biggest threat for this area was the extremely high wind gusts. So they're focused on getting to these mobile homes and making sure that people are okay. That's the main priority that they talked to me about this morning, and they're getting a better idea of what the realities are as the sun comes up, and the realities are becoming a lot clearer now. now I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
I just want to read. All right, thank you very much, Jordan. You know, Jordan spent the night at the Manatee County EOC. We always embed a reporter at each of our county's EOCs, and the reason is they have all the information, right? When we're here in the heart of the storm, we're not getting any information about the community. We're focusing with our meteorologists on the storm. So Jordan spent a sleepless night getting information with them and is now on the streets looking for, you know, stories to tell and damage to report. That was a harsh reminder of why we evacuate manufactured homes. They can only handle so much. I'm no construction expert. I don't know what their wind rating is, but obviously it's not wind rated to any category of hurricane that we have because you're always encouraged and told to evacuate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hopefully everyone's okay there.
A family member reporting to me that their mobile home, manufactured home, which is in Palmetto, on the water, just shy of Sneed Island, survived.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's obviously it's going to be hit or miss. Obviously, plenty parts of the Twin Oaks Park was fine, but those are the kind of reports of damage that we're starting to see come in over and over and over right now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, where do we want to go now? How about can we maybe go a little bit north to the sinkhole?
Yeah, there's a sinkhole. We actually saw this come in this morning. Bri, do you have access to that sinkhole?
Yeah, so this is Hillsborough County sinkhole.
In District 5, which I couldn't tell you how far north it is.
Look
at this. That is a sidewalk, and the road have virtually collapsed into the ground. That definitely has gotten bigger since we saw it this morning. It was very, very early when we saw it this morning. Talk about an unintended storm consequence.
And
I'll have to ask the meteorologist about why sinkholes tend to form. They're going to come look at this video too. I mean, I know in Florida why they form, John, but check this out.
This is the first time I'm seeing this, and it is quite remarkable.
Hillsborough County, I don't know precisely
District
where. I'm not
we'll
sure
have
where
to
District
find
5
out
is.
where that is.
There's only one reason why you form a sinkhole, and that's because the under-earth structure is compromised. So it's either compromised by a water main break, or it's compromised by the limestone underneath being collapsed over time by rainwater.
Right. And something just
hard
caused
to say
it to
why
go.
That one.
Yeah.
What happens in this situation? Are they able to repair it? Do those people have to move away? What happens here?
Can you
Depends on the
fill
size.
it?
Yeah, they fill them up, but it depends on the size of the sinkhole and the depth of the sinkhole and what the root cause of the sinkhole is. But a lot of them, that one looks like a fairly small one, they just fill it up.
Oof, that would make me nervous to have once a sinkhole, always a sinkhole.
Some of them are huge. Some of them become lakes, you know, so it's...
wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
so
is unbelievable.
this when I was working this morning with everyone, this is what it looked like, and then the difference of the size that we're seeing now. So yeah, it's interesting. Just one of those side things that's more of a Florida phenomena, I think, than a hurricane phenomena, but maybe some rushing waters.
Well, it depends again on what causes it. I mean, if it's caused by a rush of water through a broken pipe or through a broken drainage culvert, then any place can get that so long as the soil is sandy enough.
Okay, so Hillsborough County's providing a fair amount of new video this morning. We've got a lot of flooding there. John was showing us earlier how they were on the heavier side of that hurricane with the northern bands being really full
look at that.
of
You
a lot
got
of water.
a car submerged there.
Submerged cars, standing water. I walked by and saw some updates of rescues occurring in Hillsborough County due to flooded waters. So they got a lot of rain. Again, different situations in every county, and all of it requiring our first responders to be giving all of their time and attention to us, which I certainly appreciate. Sarasota County wants to point out that because there are still a lot of flooded roadways, I know we say it over and over, turn around, don't drown. I know we're putting an optimistic spin on, we prepared for much worse, and most people are having a better than expected scenario today, but that doesn't mean that there aren't still a lot of water roadways, a lot of flooded roadways. We want to make sure we aren't driving into them and ending up with a situation today worse than what we dealt with last night.
Yeah, and same with Bradenton Police. They are also putting out the warning to tell people to stay inside unless you absolutely have to be out. You can see roof blown off. You can see down trees. We have some Bradenton video. Let's go ahead and go to that because they provided that video to us as well. And they are assessing the damage across the city in Bradenton. But again, they want people still to stay inside. If you don't have to be out, stay inside. Don't go out. There's just no reason to at this point. let the first responders do their job.
Absolutely. And it's a little tempting because guess what? It's really nice outside and it's really nice to have it be really nice outside. But again, we're asking you not to go any farther than maybe your front yard or so. But let's find out how long it's going to be a little bit cooler and drier, and certainly what we can expect as we head through the week. John, long night last night. Nice to have some optimistic weather today.
It's a gift. It really is for those folks who are without air conditioning today, who have power outages. This is a gift. We're looking at some very, actually, if it wasn't for a hurricane that just came through, this would be a wonderful treat, and everybody would be saying how wonderful the weather is. In fact, it is a pretty big change from yesterday. Winds died down. The waters are going to start receding. In fact, everything is so good that every watch warning across the area, including that storm surge warning that we had earlier this morning for Charlotte and Sarasota counties, have been eliminated. They've been allowed to expire, or they've been canceled because we just don't have any issues. The only issue left is a rip current advisory, and hopefully nobody's thinking about getting out there and doing any kind of windsurfing or anything this afternoon, because there's still plenty of hazardous water conditions still lingering across the Sun Coast. This is the tide gauge. I've been showing this all morning long. It's recently updated, so you get the latest information here. This is the prediction of the tide predictions you get from a tide chart, what mariners use all the time to know when high and low tide is coming. It's very, very easy and precise to predict tides in the future, because we know how the sun and the moon and the earth orbit around, and we can predict the tides accurately. What we can't always predict is the actual level of the water when events like storms come through, or hurricanes, or cold fronts. Then that can certainly vary the water level quite a bit. And you can see, as we went through time yesterday, how we had this sudden spike in the observed water level versus the predicted water level by the tide charts. That's our storm surge. Then after the storm surge occurred, which wasn't nearly the storm surge predicted, thankfully, we started seeing actually water drain out of the port of Manatee here. It was pushed away by the strong winds that we had, pushing it offshore. And in fact, ever since that moment, we have seen the observed tide lower than the predicted tide. And that's the reason they decided to, I think, cancel the watches across the area, the warnings as well. As far as the tides go, the storm surge tides, looking at the numbers across the area, they've been pretty good, actually. Writing on the back of napkins, anything I can get my hands on. Venice, the only report we have of a significant surge was 5.3 feet. That was at Venice. And then at Shamrock Point Park, which is Casperson Beach, really, we had a 7-foot storm surge, but that could have been more due to the shape of the coastline at that particular spot, 7.45. And then at the Port of Manatee, my calculation is we're talking about a 2-foot storm surge, so virtually nothing at all. And for a lot of the day, it was a negative storm surge. So all in all, we made out pretty well on the storm surge front. Over the course of the next several days, if you look at the severe storm risk, this is kind of good. We just, after all of those tornadoes that we had, we really don't have any for Thursday, for Friday, for Saturday, not even a thunderstorm predicted. So couldn't be any better than that for a chance to dry out. You look at the rain showers that we have across the region, and you know, they're really kind of pretty light, actually, just a little bit of light rainfall out in the Gulf waters, and they're kind of moving away. Now that the circulation of Milton has now moved out in the Atlantic waters, after making landfall right in Sarasota County, Siesta Key, crossing south of Orlando, and then moving out into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, the winds have now become a little bit to the north, and that north wind is pushing all of those showers away from the shore. So we're looking at much improved conditions today. I see lots of sunshine out there and some pretty pleasant temperatures as well. As we go through the day today, the chance of rain is virtually nothing. Went from 20% this morning for those light sprinkles and showers. As we go into the afternoon, I call it 0. Really not much of a chance for the next several days, in fact. The weather improves today, obviously. We'll look for several cool nights, which will be of a big benefit to those who just don't have any power, unfortunately. Hopefully you get that back fairly quickly, but it could take a while. There's a lot of people without power right now. So, to open up the windows at night, you'll get a nice little breeze. You'll get dew points that have fallen into the 60s, which feels, frankly, kind of fall-like. And we'll see air temperatures that fall into the maybe mid to low 70s, accompanying that low dew point value. So, a lot of people, even with power, would choose to probably turn off their air conditioners and open their windows with nights like we're going to see over the next few nights. So good stuff there. Low rain chances for several days. You want to get out there and maybe you have some work to do around your yard, cleaning up debris, down trees. You want to do a little chainsawing, whatever, to get those logs and tree limbs away from your property. Then the rain chances will cooperate for that. We still have some issues, though, and they're on the safety list for today. People are running generators. People do have some compromised water, mostly to the north of us where there have been some water main breaks. I have not been made aware of any water main breaks in our area, either Sarasota or Manatee County. But still, probably a good idea to drink bottled water for at least a day or two until we have confirmation that all the water supplies have been checked, all the municipal potable water is safe to drink, which I'm sure will come in short order. Generator safety, you know, be very careful of the exhaust fumes of any gasoline-powered engine, obviously. Contains carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, and you just don't want that pushed back into your house, so don't run your generator over a carport attached to your house, in your garage, on your lanai, anywhere where those fumes could get back to the interior and to the occupants. Take pictures if you're going to be cleaning up debris around your house, multiple pictures. They made a great point in the governor's news conference today. As you're taking those pictures, take them from all angles of the damage and make sure you have a reference point when you take picture of the water line in your house. If you did take on water, you want to make sure that there's like a plug, electrical outlet, or a doorknob, or something that is by code of fixed height, so when they assess it, they know exactly how high that water was. Contact your family. I personally had tons of texts from my family. It's a national news story, so a worldwide news story, actually. So if you got a lot of text, be sure and acknowledge that. And stay informed by watching this channel or your favorite news source, I suppose, and watch for downed power lines. Don't go near them. Don't touch them. Call the power company and report them. Back to you, ladies.
All right, thanks, John.
We want to talk about some outages. We have an update on the outages. Manatee County reporting just over 200,000 people still remaining without power, and that exact number, 201,655. So 200,000, give or take. Earlier we heard that was percentage-wise, what was that, 82%?
Yeah, about 80%.
Not sure if that's still valid, but that's quite a bit of outages.
And this is live FPL that you're looking at.
Oh,
165,000
so that's
FPL.
going down from
Should
the
be
200,000.
TICO may do a little bit of Manatee County, but
Okay.
at least FPL-wise,
Okay.
Hopefully things continue to go down. And it's in a constant state of flux.
It is, and it's still a large majority. So let's
Right.
make sure that people know. Most of you are probably still without power, listening to us either on the radio or figuring out a way to stream, maybe on your phone
or on your cell phone. Right.
Yeah, Sarasota. Let's talk about Sarasota County. Those outages at last check here. 227,240. That was the official number, and let's see, is that
That's about
tracking?
what we're getting from FPL
Okay,
too. So.
there you go. So
Yeah, tons of power outages.
that's about 75% of the folks there. So more people without power than have power.
Yes, and I think we're all realizing that from our family and friends too. I know now that it's a little bit later, everybody's up, starting to text each other, are you okay? Do you have power? And pretty much everybody I've heard from does not have power.
Yeah,
so
same.
It's pretty rare. All right, our crews are out and about checking on the situation, and Sophia Vitello stopped by Marina Jack's right there on the water in Sarasota. Let's see what she found.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Now I'm at Marina Jack here in downtown Sarasota. We know the Bayfront Park, this area normally gets hit really hard. Well, we're seeing some of the damage from Milton. Take a look at that. Wow, that is shore fishing charters. That's a spot that residents or tourists would go to rent a fishing boat. Well, it's going to need some serious repairs. Now you can see it's slanted, it was lifted upwards. We don't know the extent of the damage inside. We're going to be looking around the marina here to see if any boats were damaged as well, but that place is always very busy. We know that that is a hub for the community here, but I mean, even look right here next to me. This area is just known for getting it really hard, sadly. So I'm going to be trying to find those spots for you, but it is shocking to see some of this damage.
All right, thank you, Sophia. She got out nice and early this morning to show us what's going on there. And I mean, we hate to see any of that damage, but probably not too surprising right there.
Yeah, especially, you know, being on the water, and we saw that shore fishing charters, so, you know, that charter boat company, obviously they keep their boats there. People go out for fishing charters, and it looks like they had some pretty serious damage to that vessel.
Absolutely, and we'll continue to see that popping up around the area. All right, our producer Bry's running the show now. We are just following her. What else do we have for us to look at, Bry?
Damage around Bradenton Apartments.
Okay, Bradenton apartment damage. We're going to take a look at that. I know Jordan went up there and took a look around, and that pretty much just looks like fences. So all things considered, fences and trees, about what we expect, honestly, from a weak hurricane. So the fact that, you know, think back of how anxious we were 24, 30 hours ago with a Cat 5 storm in the Gulf. I mean, it's just been such a stressful few days for everybody. To be looking at these apartment complexes and only be talking about tree and fence damage, I think we got to chalk that up as a win.
And did we, when the storm finally came ashore, was it a Cat 3 or a Cat 2?
That's a meteorologist question. Landfall, Cat 3 or Cat 2, meteorologist? 3.
Okay.
Peak wind speed at landfall? 120 at landfall. Siesta Key, yes. So. Okay, well, confirmed 102 on land in Sarasota. So again, to see that Bradenton damage, those are 100-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, really, it shows our buildings are in good shape in terms of structural. I think we've come so far. We've come so far in the past, you know, 10, 20 years for feeling secure in our structures.
I mean, this was a true test because we have not seen, obviously, this huge of a hurricane and then this level of
Not
winds.
as a landfall.
As a landfall, right. And as you said, we've had a lot of new construction, and so I think people, while we want to trust the construction, there's always that nerve.
Absolutely.
You're a little nervous where you're like, is my house going to make it? Is it, you know, is this house really going to hold up like they're telling me it is? And that's always the dance that you do. It's such a wild card. So far so good. It is reassuring to see that a lot of the homes, at least from what we're seeing now, the newer construction, other homes remaining intact.
Yep, again, our crew's out and about. Brendan found, I think, something that's going to make us feel good. Emergency vehicles on the way to provide help. Let's see what he found.
Hey guys, I am Brendan Mackey here with ABC 7, and currently we're on I-75 North, and this is the Urban Search and Rescue Florida Task Force. We've also seen the Miami-Dade Search and Rescue Task Force. There's about 50 cars right now in this caravan going down this highway, and this is, I mean, it's incredible to see how many of these people are coming to help others. I mean, look at this right here, another one. This one has an ice machine attached to it and one of those gator cars, a couple gator cars, obviously to get around places that are going to be tough to drive through now. So stay with us here at ABC 7 as we continue to give you the coverage of everyone being helped from Hurricane Milton.
All right, thank you very much. We should point out that Brendan is obviously not driving, so he was being safe with that look live for us. Those are some big trucks. That's the kind of help that Governor DeSantis is talking about. That everybody was mobilized and waiting through the storm and is now ready to move in. Why do we need those trucks? Because there are big, massive trees down all across every county. They can get in there and move those. Each of our counties only owns 1 or 2 of those type of vehicles because they're expensive, and we don't need them most of the time. So I love that when these storms happen, we get to use everybody else's resource. Everybody pulls together. The quicker they get those trees off the roads, the quicker you and I can go home and check on our own properties, the quicker you can leave your homes and check on your family and friends or come out of shelter and get moving. So it's very heartwarming to see.
Yeah, and you know, the state's response has been quite impressive. When the state goes into this emergency mode, it is go mode. It is all hands on deck. It is a multi-agency effort, and it really has been impressive to see. And I think a lot of people have been commenting on social media how impressed they are with the governor's response and the logistics and being able to handle everything, calling in the state guard, working with the feds, working with local agencies. That has been very reassuring to a lot of people to know that, you know, they feel like they've got it covered, that they're in good hands, at least when it comes to the state, local, and federal officials having their backs.
And I feel that that's very reassuring because we know we choose to live here. We live in a place that has hurricanes. There's a price for paradise, I've heard people say this week. But at least we know when these things do happen that our government does a very nice job here in the state organizing and responding. So great to see trucks on the way. It's going to get better. It's a process. It doesn't appear to be a weeks or months long process, which I'm very appreciative of.
They are moving very quickly, I will say. So that's good to know. We want to go to Punta Gorda now because we have some video of some damage just coming into our newsroom. There you see right now. You see it looks like some tree debris there. It's actually someone walking over there. And this was taken just not too long ago, 8:40 this morning.
Yeah, first light today, so this is fresh video. This is reassuring to me. Punta Gorda, oh gosh, just decimated by Hurricane Charlie. No doubt they were holding their breaths. You know, we keep saying how, you know, Sarasota and Tampa had not had a direct hit. Punta Gorda has had a direct hit. So they were so greatly impacted by Charlie. I have no doubt they were extremely concerned about this storm and to just be looking at, you know, signs and trees and, you know, just junk stuff. We can clean that up. That's very, very manageable. So thank you to them for sharing that. I'm glad to see that they have clearing skies down to our south. I did get reports last night and saw a video that Fort Myers Beach actually had a pretty good soaking and storm surge, and you know that they were extremely impacted by Ian. So we did hate to see a lot of standing water yesterday on Fort Myers. Hopefully we'll have seen that recede without a lot of problem today.
We also have some water rescues that we want to share with you. This is in Orange County. So this is more the middle of the state, Orange County, Orlando area.
Right. And they got a lot of rain early this morning as that storm, that's probably when you were resting. As that storm, Orange County, Bri, as that storm moved north and east into Orlando and, oh wow.
Look at that.
Okay, so that's a water rescue. This is why I'm glad we did a good job heeding our evacuation orders, because it is awful to ask our first responders to go out there and do this. We know they will for us, but they're putting their own lives at risk as well to save yours.
This is members of the Orange County fire team. They performed those multiple water rescues when people needed help to try to get out of their homes. And that's the thing about this storm is that, we were all concerned about storm surge, and it affected different areas in different ways. But even that far inland in Orlando, look at that. I mean, that is up to their knees, above their knees. That's got to be 2 to 3 feet of water right there.
Absolutely. So a huge, amazing job being done by Orange County there. This just shows you that while we are sitting and sheltering and being worried about the storms, our first responders are out there. We did some very early interviews this morning, like Northport. I asked, did you have to do any rescues? And they said no. Sarasota was not able to tell me if they had been out and done rescues simply because they hadn't communicated with each other yet. I'm sure that's the kind of thing we'll be learning as we go throughout the day. But just a real visual look at the hard, tough things that happen, while we are resting and sleeping as well. Bradenton Police just posted on social media, the traffic lights not working so well. There's a lot of damage, a lot of power outages. We're still being asked not to go out on the roads, but if you do have a reason that you have to go, and I don't mean to look at something, I mean because you have something you have to go get accomplished, got to remember that these lights on the whole are not functional. Treat everything as a four-way stop. I know Bradenton Police is trying to mark as many of the main intersections as they can with their cars to just have people be very, very careful.
And sometimes people do forget that. If you come up to an intersection, any intersection, and a light is out, stop. Treat it as a four-way stop. Treat it as a stop sign. Don't just go through, oh, there's no light here, I'm just going to go through. And I have seen a lot of people when the traffic lights were out just going through the intersection.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not. Got to stop.
So you got to treat it as that four-way stop. So just a reminder. But again, if you can stay inside, please do not go out yet. Give these first responders time to get things up and running. It is still very early in the aftermath of this storm. So it's not like, okay, the storm's over, we can just go about our daily lives. It's going to take some time.
Absolutely, it is. And quite honestly, here's a reason you're going to want to stay home. You're going to get stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
There are trees down everywhere. I'm starting to get, and my friends are finally waking up and looking outside and, walking their neighborhoods with the dogs, which it's okay to take a walk around the neighborhood as long as you're not going through standing water. You're being mindful of, down power lines and things like that. Walk around, check on your neighbors, talk about the experiences. That sense of community is amazing. But don't go any farther than that, because I am hearing reports that within our neighborhoods, there are all sorts of trees down, so that if you try to go somewhere, you're likely to get stuck. Then you're having to turn back around. It's just easier right now to stay put. All right, I believe Sophia Vitella has done a little wandering as well.
Yeah, so let's go to Sophia, see what she has for us now.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitella with ABC 7 News. We are at the Bayfront Park showing you more shocking damage left behind by Hurricane Milton. You see this boat here on the sidewalk, completely ripped up from the water. But this is the crazy part. They tried to keep this boat down. You could see it's still really tightly woven to this dock, but the dock came up with it. So that's just something you can't even battle against. When that wind is just so strong, it pulls up the dock and the boat. There's dozens of residents really here walking around. I mean, car after car, everybody's coming and looking at the sights here, because we know that Bayfront, you get these crazy sights here. It usually gets rocked really hard. We still have a boat over there from Helene just hanging out. So this is not uncommon for the area. I'm gonna keep looking around and seeing if I can find more damage for you.
All right, it took us a little bit to understand that, because we cannot hear things all that well as they go out over the air, but the entire dock with the boat tied to it ended up out of the water and into the park. So despite the fact that we didn't have a devastating storm surge, we obviously had a lot of water sloshing out up at the bay, including sloshing boats and docks.
I wondered about that, because they say to loosely tie your boat to secure your boat to your dock loosely in case you get the storm surge, for example. So the boat itself doesn't float away. But I wondered about that, if the docks are strong enough to hold those boats when you see those intense winds. And in this case, that's exactly what happened.
And by the way, way too many people walking around Bayfront Park there, because first responders are trying to get in and make sure there weren't people in the boat, that nobody else was injured in that. So let's give everybody enough space to get their jobs done this morning.
And we get that natural curiosity. We understand that you guys are wanting to go out there. So we just want to let you know, let us be your eyes and ears. Let us show you. This is why we have our trained reporters who are trained in safety measures. They can go out there. They will bring all of the pictures. We're doing the best we can so that you can stay home and focus on your home and not be out there in the way of first responders. Okay, Bri, can you tell us where we're going next, please?
A rescue. This is Pinellas County, word of a rescue, and that's daylight video. So this was this morning. Wow, thank you, first responders. They went into an area in the county. I don't have an exact locator on this, and obviously took those people out of harm's way, and you can see them being escorted to safety. I'm going to say it again, and I know we sound like broken records. This is why we want you to stay off the roadways. Let these trucks, let these guys and girls and men and women go out and do the jobs and rescue people. They're out there saving lives. You know, we're curious about down trees and power lines, because we all are. We know it. We are, you are, we all admit it. But they're out there saving lives. If that's not the reason to get you to stay home, I don't know what can be. That was great. Wow.
Yeah, and that is, and we don't know, we'll work to find out the story behind that. But we'll continue to follow that.
Absolutely. I want to know exactly where that is and make sure they get the appropriate shout out. Things definitely dicey up to our north. I've been hearing this from my friends. This is a look at Bayshore Boulevard. We know Bayshore Boulevard often ends up with the bay on the road in the Tampa area, but that's a fair amount of damage. I am wondering if that's the side of the convention center. No, No, it's definitely
Do we know
not.
specifically where this is,
We
guys?
don't. We just have it as Bayshore Boulevard. To me, Bayshore Boulevard is more those condos and homes around the water. This appears to be a little bit closer to downtown, and I'm not positive that was correctly labeled. So we'll have to find out more about that. But definitely damage in Hillsborough
you can
County.
see the debris on the ground.
Can't surprise us too much that we're
and,
seeing that.
And we're going to see more and more of that in Tampa. Go ahead.
All right, more evacuation reports out of Hillsborough County. And again, kudos to our first responders. This is their body cam of the rescues that they were doing up in Hillsborough County and in Tampa, of course. And look at that. Look at those first responders suiting up, grabbing kids, saving lives. Just unbelievably great work being done in Hillsborough County and Tampa by our first responders.
It is really scary, and you can see the urgency in this video, you know, just them going into action, calm but measured, urgent, moving quickly, getting people to safety. You see a little child, a young child there, and gosh, it just always hits me differently as a mom when you see these kids in harm's way. So I'm glad that little child and all those people are safe.
Yeah, it did appear to have a good ending there. Again, we want you to stay off the roads, but if you are venturing out of your homes into your neighborhood, maybe down the sidewalk, as long as there's no standing water or power lines, shoot a picture for us. Give us some video. We are trying to give everybody looks outside because we know that's what you want right now. All you have to do is hold your phone horizontally and press record and then upload 10 seconds of video on our Share It tabs. I know with the power outages we're seeing reported, a great majority of you watching or listening, certainly if you're watching, are probably doing it on your phone. So you could go to our webpage and hit that Share It tab and upload any local videos you have. If you can give us a locator, it makes it a lot easier for us to explain what we're looking at and then show your neighbors and your friends. And gosh, I know people watching us all over the country because their family members are here and they want to make sure everybody is okay. If you can give us any pictures, then we can start letting people know what the neighborhoods are like around the Sun Coast.
And you know, we are ABC7, your local station. We are the only local station exclusively serving Sarasota and Manatee counties. And so people want to know. People are tuning into us. We have people, as you said, Steph, from all over the country reaching out, emailing us, texting us, trying to find out what's going on where you guys are, because this Hurricane Milton, came ashore, the eye came ashore at Siesta Key, world famous Siesta Key, known for its beautiful beaches around the world. And so all eyes are focused on our community right now. And we have a lot of support, a lot of people behind us, a lot of people praying for our communities. And we really appreciate that so much.
Absolutely. And Stephanie, to your point, once it was made known that the landfall was at Siesta Key, anybody that's ever been there, anybody that knows you visit there is now watching and interested. And we are going to get some more information about the various things going on around the area. Okay, great news. We're going to talk to Sarasota Memorial Hospital. We've been praising the first responders across the area, and nobody is more of a first responder than our awesome medical personnel. The CEO of Sarasota Memorial, David, I'm going to say your last name wrong. I'll let you do it. This is Stephanie Stanton and Stephanie Roberts here. David, tell your last name for me.
Sure. Hey, Stephanie. This is David Verinder.
Verinder. And I apologize. I'll blame Dean, our awesome executive producer's bad handwriting on that. Tell us the status of things at Sarasota Memorial Hospital now post-storm.
Sure. First off, I'd like to just call out to all of our staff who really came in and are the heroes of the day, just came in, took care of all of our patients, put their families, left their families, left their homes to take care of our communities. We just can't thank them enough. They keep showing up every time to do that. We ended up having about 4,600 people here last night, it was like everybody did very well. The status of our hospitals, both hospitals, both Sarasota campus and the Venice campus, as well as our North 40 ER, are all up and operational. We are transitioning right now our A team to our B team. So anyone who's listening that's on the B team, you need to call your leaders and start that transition process. Our ORs are going to be up and operational tomorrow. We are assessing all of our outpatient clinics, which are all of our 7 urgent cares around town, plus all of our physician offices. And if they have electricity and water, and staff are able to get there, we will be open and operational. So we're getting up to speed pretty quickly.
That's some great news.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And thank you for all the hard work that you do and that your staff does. You know, we just want to, it bears worth repeating that these are staffers who gave up time to be with their own families, to come and do the critical work that they need to be a first responder and take care of those patients at the hospitals. So we are very appreciative of that.
I'd say it's a pretty remarkable group of people. So, you know, give them a hug if you see them.
Absolutely. Let's talk about emergency services, because I know one of our big concerns is that people are going to be out cutting trees and doing things, and, you know, obviously safety first, but things do happen. All good with emergency rooms? Somebody has an issue that they are safe to go?
Yes, all 3 of our emergency rooms are open and operational. We have the trauma center on the Sarasota campus. Plus the ER, the emergency room in Venice, on the Venice Hospital campus, and then on Toledo Blade in Northport, all open and operating, and hopefully we'll be getting the urgent cares open and operating as well.
David, have you seen people being brought in, any reports of any injuries, or have your ERs, you know, have they gotten more crowded, or I would imagine it's pretty quiet because people were hunkering down?
You know, it's strange during a storm, and I've gone through many of them here. During a storm, it gets really eerily quiet. Not a whole lot goes on while the storm's going on. The next morning, you open up, and you definitely have some emergency cases, some trauma cases coming in, whether it's storm related or if people just had medical conditions that happened during the storm.
Sure.
So that is going on right now. We have good flow. We have good. It's not like we're inundated. So we definitely can see people, and we have a good process going. Hopefully it stays that way. I would anticipate that it would.
Good to know.
Okay, good. Well, again, thank you for all of your work. I know you said you're transitioning in between teams, and I know that means you have a team that was just up for a very, very long time. So hopefully they can get their much needed rest, and we appreciate everything you do here in the community.
Yeah, and quickly, David, before we let you go, explain to the people how that works. Do you have rotating teams? Are they 12 hours on? Do they just work the whole way through? How do you structure your emergency teams in the hospital?
Yeah, we basically we have a team A and a team B, and once we decide to go into a lockdown status, team A is here, and they're here until we're done. So it's not a 12-hour thing. It's in this case, you know, I don't even remember. My days are all messed up in my head right now, but probably 48 hours.
Oh, wow.
Now during that time, they certainly have times that they're working and times they're sleeping. Okay.
Right.
But they're once you get locked in, you're locked in.
Yeah.
And then that's why it's so critical. You know, the team B is as important as team A is, because you got to relieve these guys,
Right?
Because they're wiped out. Yeah. And they also want to get home and see their families and check on their houses and property as well. Hey, before I do want to, I always like to leave some good news or some interesting fact. We did have 7 babies born.
Oh, I love that. And I hope none of them are named Milton.
I was going to say, I think they went around and asked if anybody was naming a baby Milton, and I don't think we had any takers, so
I mean,
any girls named Millie? I don't know. We'll have to
it could be a cute middle name because there's a story attached, right? But
I love that. As things kind of get back to normal here, any chance that maybe we could send a camera crew down and meet the hurricane babies?
Oh, that's a great idea. We know who to call to bother about that, so that's great.
I'm sure you do. Exactly.
All right, David, thank you for your update. Thank you for being such a pillar in the community, and we really appreciate your team putting in some long hours.
Yeah, thank you so much, David.
We really appreciate you guys highlighting this too and keeping an interest in us. Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Enjoy the rest of your day safely.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
You know
All
what?
right.
I love that. That just made me smile.
7 babies born. I mean, you and I are both mothers, and everybody's
Yes.
birth story is different, but to have it in the middle of a hurricane,
Could
I
you
mean,
imagine? this, you're already under stress. And then you're
On the
having
other
a
hand, you
baby.
do know you're in a safe place. I mean, I can't think
yes.
if you were a place I'd feel more safe, you know, than a well-built hospital built to withstand such storms.
That
so
did make me
that
happy.
did.
It
That
brought
made
a
all of
little
us smile. We needed that. I
We
know,
gotta
Mike.
meet the hurricane babies.
That's
We'll be
right.
calling him.
Mike Modrick, do you smile when you hear hurricane babies? That was a fun little end.
I am way too punchy and tired to
appropriately respond.
Yes, not suitable for work. This is, again, around the condo where I live. You see that big dumpster, and it was filled up to the brim. We'll go back to the beginning here in just a moment here. That was one of the big concerns with what happens with all of the debris. This is all left over from Helene, that big cube of styrofoam. I'm shocked it didn't blow away. All those pieces of wood that were in that dumpster, all of this is left over from Helene. I'm going to take you to the end shot here because I think the governor and also John Scalzi made a very good point. When you're taking pictures, take pictures of the high water line. And I say this, I don't see a high water line here at this property. During Helene, or I should say the aftermath of Helene, we had a high water line. We had a high water line that was halfway up to tires on cars. I don't see a high water line. So this storm for this property of Wild Oak Bay in Manatee County, this was not as bad as Helene was for us. Milton was not, from the way I'm seeing it in the pictures. Obviously, I'm not there to assess the damage personally. But that's Sarasota Bay right there. That nice little palm tree's been there for a long time. It stayed up, so that's good. The water with Helene came right, it rushed up from the bay and then rushed back as Helene went away. So that was comforting news. All of this damage, this looks horrible. This used to be a lush back area. You see, this is the St. Augustine grass. The beautiful thing about St. Augustine grass is it can take a hit from the salt water, get covered with the salt water, but it'll come back, especially if you get it, if it gets some rain and that takes some of the salt away. So that St. Augustine grass is still there. This looks rough as can be, but all of this happened during Helene. It did not happen. I'll just say this, Milton did not start anything that Helene didn't already finish, if that made any sense to you. All right, so there's one, and I didn't get that last one in that I wanted to, but perhaps it'll be in there in a moment. Still a 75% power outage across Sarasota County, 77 in Manatee County. That's down from 85% before the sun came up. So anything that's down is good. 98% here in Hardy County, and 55% in DeSoto County. That's down 2% there. That number in Hardy County has not changed. I think perhaps at one point Hardy County was at 99%, which that's just really awful. 74% power outage still in Pinellas County. That's one of the biggest hits here locally. And then Orange County, which is where Orlando is, this number is up to 20% of the county. They've been getting hit really hard during the morning hours in Orlando and over to Daytona Beach. And I think I have those. This is Daytona Beach. Not raining anymore. It is cloudy at Daytona Beach, but it's not raining anymore. So their visibility is up to 7 miles there. The wind speed north at 18 miles per hour. This is a huge reduction. This is about a third of what it was earlier this morning. Gusts to 35 miles per hour. That's incredible. That's nearly half of what it was 3 or 4 hours ago. And Orlando, I knew this was going to show up blank, but I wanted to show it to you anyway because now we're no longer getting reports out of the Orlando airport as well as SRQ. We stopped getting reports from SRQ. What time is it now? It's 10:08, so we probably 6-7 hours ago we stopped getting reports out of SRQ. Had that 102 mile per hour wind gust that was recorded, and that was the last report from SRQ. Well, now we're no longer getting reports from the Orlando airport. That could be simply a power outage situation, or it could be damage to the equipment. Here at SRQ, we don't know yet what the situation is. The communication between the weather sensor and the rest of the world has been dicey at best for many months here. Every now and again, you know, on a day, there was a hot summer's day, would be seeing a temperature of -42 at SRQ. Okay, that's nobody moves here because the temperature goes down to -42. So we're not getting any communication for some of the airports, but that is not to be unexpected. We do get reports still from Punta Gorda and Tampa. These are the steady winds. 14 miles per hour at Punta Gorda, 15 miles per hour in Tampa. And the wind gusts, 30 miles per hour in Tampa, 23 miles per hour in Punta Gorda. We've been talking about that through the morning, that once the sun came out and that energy from the sun started heating up the ground, that heats up the air, and that cycle of the sun's energy is what fuels the wind. So with the sun out now, we've got it's 10:10, and so we've had the sun up for about 2.5 hours, and we're starting to get some higher gusts again. And we'll do that potentially here along the Sun Coast in Sarasota and Manatee counties too, maybe some 30-mile-per-hour gusts. But that's the extent of it. We're not getting 120-mile-per-hour winds anymore. And that's why crews have been able to get out and why crews have been able to start improving our life with those power lines. And that may be the last of the slides that I had here. Do I have anybody to toss it to? Our guide, Stephanie Squared, coming up for you.
Thank you,
The
Mike.
Stephanies are here. Listen, we have something actually very hopeful to report, that we are just getting our very first reports back from Siesta Key.
Yes. Our Sophia Vitello has been talking to officials there. She spoke with Commissioner Joe
Nunder.
Thank you. He took some Siesta Key residents onto the island because right now people are not being allowed on the island. But resident Matt Fuego says that his house is not damaged at all. He tells us that the flooding is also not bad. He says that Hurricane Helene was much worse. Now, we are also hearing, though, that some houses have sustained wind damage. But by all accounts, these preliminary reports that we are getting from Siesta Key, it appears that things are faring much better than a lot of people had anticipated, given the fact that this storm made landfall on Siesta Key.
Now, there's going to be wind damage, and we recognize that, and so do they. But that storm surge, remember, we can hide from wind, we can fix roofs. The water from Helene was just devastating. So if we're not seeing that, we're not seeing that is what we're hearing.
Take this as a shred of hope. Again, not 100% out of the woods, but first appearances, it looks like things may have fared better than people had assumed. People were thinking the worst, catastrophic.
Absolutely. That said, no one is being allowed. Let's address some of the.
Get there.
We're getting a lot of comments on Facebook about things people are worried about and asking us. So we understand you have so many questions. So do we. But a couple of things we will answer. Why are we not talking more about the barrier islands? We don't have any information.
This is the first.
This is the first thing we've heard from Siesta Key, and trust me, our crews are there, but they are barricaded from the bridges just like all of you would be. We simply are not getting any information because they're still, the first responders are out there. They're not letting anybody cross the bridges. We have to make sure they're structurally sound. Longboat Key, we heard there was some concern about the causeway near Bird Key, so everybody had to go the south way, and by everybody, I mean law enforcement. So residents aren't there, our reporters are not there. We're simply getting these little nuggets of information from law enforcement as they provide them. So we don't know about St. Armand's. We don't know much about Longboat Key. The overall vibe that we've been hearing, honestly, since 3 a.m., the water is less than Helene. So that much we're hearing. And our meteorologists are seeing the same things when they look at their storm surge data and tide patterns and all of that. Water, better than we expected. Winds, let's not mince words. They were 120 miles per hour coming on shore, 101 recorded on land. So they're strong. There's going to be wind damage, but that catastrophic wipeout does not appear to have happened. So
from Sophia.
Okay, speaking of Sophia, she's been out and about in Sarasota this morning. Let's take a look at something else that she found to show.
Hey there, this is Sophia with ABC 7 News. Now I'm on Lemon Avenue here in downtown Sarasota. I pulled over because I started seeing some Sarasota police cars, and I'm realizing that as you drive throughout the Suncoast, if you do end up on the road today, you're going to see City of Sarasota workers just like this with big trucks. They are stopping every time they see debris in the road. So if they see a tree branch, if they see some grass, whatever it is, they're stopping and picking it up and getting it out of the way. So you will have that delay if you do head onto the road, although we still suggest don't go onto the road, because this is what needs to be happening right now. We want to make room for them to clear out the roadways so it's safe for us again.
Great reminder. We're having a fun game of figuring out exactly where she is. That's Arts and Central in the Rosemary District, the corner there. So that must have been Lemon and Boulevard of the Arts in the Rosemary District. She could probably was saying that, but I can't hear her. So good that they're out there picking things up. That's why we're staying home, letting them clear those roadways. Because guess what? You don't want to run over a piece of metal, and then you have a whole nother problem you didn't want today.
Yeah, nails, anything, debris, sharp corners. She is also not far from our station, ABC 7, which we know that crews are heading back there, assessing everything and trying to get us back to our station. That will help alleviate some of the problems. That will put us back on the air once we know it's safe to do so. We're hoping, I don't have an ETA, but we'll try to get that for you. Hoping in the next couple hours.
Yeah, we're in transition. We're a lot of our crew is pulled out behind us, and we're kind of holding down the fort here. A lot of people on Facebook are asking, why am I not seeing you on TV?
Yes.
Because we actually evacuated our station and do not have a strong enough signal where we are right now. We're still sheltering in place, if you will. The station is fine. Our management and our engineers have confirmed that it is safe to go back to, so we are working on that. In the meantime, it's been important for us to keep talking to you, because I know a lot of people don't have power. You wouldn't be able to see us on air, but at least you're seeing us here. You can be reassured that on the whole, the community has fared better than expected, and we'll try to highlight the various problem spots to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, we have some other video to show you right now, and this is in St. Lucie.
This is the tornado.
We're going back to the tornado. Look at that. Wow.
It's just unbelievable of what a tornado can do, and that definitely has the marks of a tornado with that twisted debris. Now, if you weren't following yesterday, this was around the noon hour that they came into Lee and Charlotte counties, and then they moved across the state, so that by 2 and 3 p.m., that's when I remember tracking these storms in Jupiter and down to the south. But look at all that debris, and unfortunately we do have 4 confirmed fatalities in this county. At least four is the way the AP is reporting that, and we are concerned that an elderly care center there, an assisted living center, was hit by that tornado.
And do we know, maybe this is a question for Mike Modrick, do we know how strong that tornado or those tornadoes were, F2, F3, F4? And maybe Mike knows, he can tell by just looking at the damage. I'm not sure. Mike, do you know?
No, not by looking at the damage, but the tornado reports out of yesterday are 31. We had 31 reports, and Port St. Lucie is out here on the eastern side of Florida. We did not have that many confirmed tornadoes out here in the western part of the state, only a few down here in the Fort Myers area. The rest of that activity was in the central part of the state here. This is Lake Okeechobee right here, and then the eastern part. So there's a huge cluster of these confirmed tornado reports here. So that would be where the damage is in the video that you just saw. It does take a while sometimes for the strength of a tornado to become obvious, to become evident, because typically it is a damage assessment and what kind of damage has occurred, and that's where the estimate comes of what the size of that tornado was, an F0, F1, F2, F3, etc. So 31 tornado reports. The other ones here, these are reports of storm surge, and the storm surge does not appear to have been anywhere near as high as the up to 15 feet that was predicted at one point, which went down to a 9 to 13 foot surge. This is a situation where we all did prepare for the worst, hoped for the best, and we kind of got our hopes confirmed on a lot of this one. This is a video from the Wild Oak Bay areas on the north side. My wife took this video before it got dark enough that you couldn't really take video anymore. And then later on, she was in the eye of the storm. It went dead calm, it went dead quiet. She actually took a video when she was in the eye of the storm. Did not open the door, just took it through the slider doors. But it was dead quiet, and it was so dark. She'd never experienced darkness like that, she said, because there were no lights. You couldn't see lights from Sarasota. You couldn't see lights at Longboat Key because nobody had any power. And that was amazing in and of itself. This is a picture of the back of the condo complex where we are, but all of this damage was done from Helene. These are irrigation lines for the sprinkler system. That damage was all done. All of this landscape torn up, but it was in Helene with the storm surge we had from that. This is a massive tree. Oh, I remember why I wanted to show you this. That's my car. Parked at a higher elevation. The tree fell and just barely missed my car. Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't happen all that often. Way over on the other edge, there's another car there, and I hope that it missed their car as well. And I'm saying that, but there's some sort of something there that maybe it looks like the same color as my car, but no, we're going to go, yeah, we're going to stay with this. So the power outage numbers there, we've covered those extensively. And then Daytona Beach is improving as well as this storm is now moving out to sea, moving out into the Atlantic. Daytona Beach, visibility has decreased just a little bit here from the last time we took a look at it, and the wind's gusting up to 26 miles per hour. But at Daytona Beach, that's some improvement there as well. All right, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We want to give you an update on Lido Key. We know that a lot of you have been asking about Lido Key. As we mentioned earlier, officials were not allowing anybody onto the barrier islands, but here's what we know. Lido Key was knee to waist deep in water last night. Knee to waist deep.
But unfortunately, that probably filtered right into St. Armand's Circle. We know how that works.
Yeah.
You know.
But as Mike just said, the flooding does not appear, by all accounts, to be as bad as Hurricane Helene. So while that sounds bad, people may have fared better than Hurricane Helene. So still a lot of unknowns on that, but that is what we know so far. Knee to waist deep water last night on Lido Key. Okay, Venice. We have some updates on Venice, some of the streets that were flooded due to Hurricane Milton, and I'm just going to go ahead and list these off. North Indy Circle. I don't know how much flooding, by the way.
Right.
Tarpon Center Drive, the Esplanade North, Flamingo Drive. Is that Villas Drive and Gardenia Drive? Harbor Drive at Sorrento Street, and then Alhambra Road, and is that Castle Street or Cattle Street, Castle Street. Sorry, I couldn't read this.
No, that's okay.
But so those streets did flood in Venice. Again, how much, we don't know.
No.
We're working to get that information for you.
All right, you're looking at downtown Venice, and someone obviously got out this morning and took some pictures for us. A lot of trees down. That's all right. We can deal with that. Does look like most of the storefronts in pretty good shape, and look at those big old palm trees still upright with no problem. That is a light pole. Definitely some very gusty winds in Venice. Remember, Venice was on the south side of the eye wall because of where the landfall fell in Siesta Key. One of those big palm trees fell down on the roof, so hopefully we don't have too much roof damage there. But obviously, we are looking at Main Street in Venice, and on the whole, not looking at anything completely catastrophic. I do have a very positive report for when we do get around to traveling. The Howard Franklin Bridge and the Gandy Bridge are open in both directions. Bridges are tough because the engineers have to come out and make sure they are okay. So obviously those are interstates. They started with the interstates. They'll be moving to our inland areas, and we're already assessing bridges to our keys and making sure that they're passable. But
let's go to Brendan, let's live.
Okay. All right, so we want to go to Brendan Mackey. We want to go to Brendan Mackey right now. He is at a collapsed recycling plant on 301. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hey guys, I'm Brendan Mackey here on 301 North in Sarasota. And take a look at this waste and recycling center that's behind me. This thing is just absolutely destroyed. You can see that roof has caved in, and most of the roof is now on the debris that's underneath it. The good news is that here across the street, there really isn't a lot of debris that has flown over this fence. The bad news, take a look at this fence. This fence is absolutely destroyed. It looks as if someone took it and tied it into a knot. And it's not the only thing here that's now missing. The billboard, this huge billboard behind me, there's literally nothing left on it. This is just unbelievable to see. Stay with us. We're going to continue to be covering all the damage from Hurricane Milton, but for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, so definitely wind damage happening there.
Yeah, the roof, and as you said, you've kind of been saying this all morning is, the roofs around the Suncoast seem to be the most vulnerable, especially when you get this level of wind, 100 miles an hour.
Wind, you can only do so much.
Yeah.
And that looked like an aluminum facility too. Those warehouses, obviously not built to the hurricane strength that many other things are. So we'll continue to keep you updated on things that we see.
Yeah.
Again, that's why hopefully there weren't people inside, because obviously when you lose a roof in the middle of a hurricane, it can get a little bit too dicey inside. So hopefully everyone was safe there, and we'll continue to follow
It is impressive that the debris inside that structure, even though the roof was blown, appeared to be mostly intact. And that's what a lot of people, reports that I've seen in certain areas that had debris, at least up in Pinellas County, some of those areas that got hammered by Hurricane Helene, they still had the debris piles in their yard because for whatever reason, they were not able to be picked up yet. A lot of people saying that debris stayed intact.
Which is very interesting.
It's very odd. Someone had mentioned that it appeared that the wind field, because you look at what happened to the Tropicana field, it's almost like the winds stayed higher, oddly enough as that sounds, and weren't always making it on the ground. Again, I'm not an expert, I'm just speculating here, but to a lot of people were mentioning that it was weird because they expected debris, and there could be.
Sure.
But from some early accounts, some of the
your
debris
wind field
piles,
definitely gets more intense as you go up with height. And it's not like a tornado that touches down to the ground, sucks things up, and redistributes it. Hurricanes are more linear.
Then that would make sense.
So, hurricanes are definitely more linear. Okay, I understand we're going to St. Pete now. I'm going to take a look at some video. Those look like power lines to me, and that is exactly why we are not out and about. Power lines down in the roadway, flooding video. Pinellas County got 18 inches of rain, according to our meteorologists, and we certainly expect to see a lot of standing water up there. And the rain was definitely heavier in some pockets of the storm than others, which is another great reason to not go anywhere, because it may be fine where you are, and it may not be fine where you are headed. I've got a couple different things coming from St. Pete. That may have been MLK Street South. There's a lake there. That looks like it probably has flooded the street. And as we've been saying in St. Pete, police are reiterating, stay home. The roads are not yet safe. Sunshine Skyway now open.
Was waiting for that.
Yep, the major bridges up between Manatee and Pinellas and Hillsborough have now been cleared. So again, we haven't cleared our local roads yet.
Yeah.
That's what they're working on, because obviously the interstates need to be cleared first.
And that's good news. Again, impressive when you think of we're only just, 12 hours, not even, and this was hitting like overnight.
Is it really only 12 hours?
It feels like
a long 12
100,
hours.
112. But it is impressive when you think about less than 12 hours ago, we were getting hammered with 100-mile-an-hour winds, and here we are, all the major bridges, Howard Franklin, Gandy Bridge, Sunshine Skyway, reopened.
Yep.
That
Really,
is
some
impressive.
great engineering. That's what that is. That's some great engineering. Manatee County posted some photos of recovery efforts dealing with what we'd expect across Manatee County, down trees and power lines. And unfortunately, the power outages reported in Manatee County have been pretty high, upwards of 80% in some locations. But look at that. They've already got trucks out there, front loaders, picking up the problems, moving them around. That's why we've got all these wonderful reinforcements coming in from all over. Oh, that's why the power outages are happening.
Look at that.
Here's the thing. I know power's so frustrating because everybody just wants to save their food and cool off their house. These trees may still come down. It is still a little bit breezy. We've got extremely saturated ground. You may have power, and then you may lose it this afternoon. Please understand, a tree may have fallen somewhere along the line and caused problems. So we're going to have to be a little flexible. We're going to have to be a little patient. It's a process, but all in all, for 12 hours out, it's a great point. I think this was the best case scenario that we would be this optimistic 12 hours out. We know there are problems. We know there's going to be some tough stories. And we will bring them to you.
And speaking of power, let's go ahead and go over those outages with you again at last check. Manatee County announcing just over 200,000 outages, people without power there. Sarasota County, 227,000 and change. This was as of about an hour ago. So there we go. Let's see if those have changed.
165,000 Manatee.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's roughly the same as it was an hour ago.
It was. I think the numbers that we're getting from Manatee are higher because parts of Manatee are likely covered by TECO as well. This is
Yes.
FPL's website. Sarasota at 222, so that's improved a little. Improved a little bit.
5,000 from
Yep.
about an hour ago. So
I
they are
promise they're
slowly
out there.
working.
Our reporters have seen them. The power crews
Yeah.
are out. They,
Yeah.
you know, they're working on their grids. A lot of it they can even do remotely. It's so
Yeah.
cool. They can assess the problem remotely. I don't know if I've told you this because I can't remember who I've told what anymore. But I got to go on site to FPL's command center in West Palm last year.
wow.
It is the most fascinating place. Their technology is unbelievable. They can diagnose so many problems remotely, so they know exactly where to send their linemen. They can fix things with robots. They can do some great things. Right now we're looking at Daytona. I was up with Mike and John as we were tracking that storm through Daytona this morning, and they were on the northern edge, similar to Pinellas County. They had a lot of rain.
Yeah.
So it does not surprise me to see this kind of standing water in Daytona. So see what they're doing? Don't do that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Bri. Bri, our producer, reminding us what we're looking at is not a positive thing. Do not drive into standing water. In fact, every single one of these people, well, they're power crews, so they can do it. But
Yeah.
the rest of us, turn around, don't
not
drown.
It's just not worth the risk, okay?
Right.
So you think, I'm in an SUV, my car can handle XYZ feet.
I want to get over there.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk because you're going to get water in that tailpipe.
Yep.
And that water's going to go right into your engine and it's going to stall you out. We see it time and time and time again. And then you're stuck in what? A puddle in a storm or a post-storm. How are you getting out? Then that water has bacteria in it, which we've been told. Stay out of there. If you have an open cut on your foot, you're walking through, your leg, wherever, you're walking through that water, it's just not worth it.
It sets into motion a whole bunch of problems. And probably right now, one of the biggest ones is no one's going to come rescue you very quickly because they have much bigger problems right now. They're likely still doing life-saving rescues and storm debris to open major arteries. Your stalled out car is not going to be on the top of anybody's priority list.
Absolutely.
So definitely let's just avoid those situations. You know, it is a priority. The National Guard clearing debris across the area. Florida's Guard was actually posted up at Sarasota Riverview High School, which I thought was pretty cool. The National Guard stationed throughout the state in various areas. And speaking of rescues, City of Clearwater, a rescue from an apartment. Again, this was obviously in the overnight hours. You can see the high water shimmering there. And look at our first responders making a trip out to take people to safety. Thank you so much. Wow. Look at that.
They're
So
in a
tons
little
of flooding.
blow-up boat there, little
Thank you
kayak
for doing
even,
that. I mean, that is just exactly the heart of a first responder, which we are able to see there.
That is so scary. You know, imagine you're in your apartment or you're in your house and the water's rising around you. You're sitting in a dark space, possibly with your hurricane shutters on, you're closed in, and that water's coming up around you. I can't think of anything more terrifying than
either.
that. And then having to be taken out, if you're lucky enough, in a kayak or a boat. I mean, that is a trauma that you will never forget.
Absolutely, and I'll be honest, I heard a lot of stories like that from Helene,
Yes.
and I think that is why people did such a great job evacuating. All right, here's more power patient stories. Gonna take a little while to put all those poles back up.
That's very intense. This is not just a tiny power outage, a line. That is a major,
That's a major artery.
power pole
Yep.
right there. Guys, do we know where this street is?
Bri, do we know where this is
where
in
is
Pinellas
it?
No, not labeled. I'm sorry.
Pinellas
So we're getting
County.
this from Pinellas County first responders, police,
Yeah.
sheriff, and things like that.
Okay.
So we don't have necessarily
Look at
cross
that, though.
streets.
Those are major lines.
Absolutely, a lot of wind there in Pinellas County. All right, Mike Modrick's looking at me like he has something cool to say.
Actually, I have a question I want to ask you.
Sure.
Okay, you're a weather geek, you have said.
I'm a weather geek.
Okay, so which computer model do you think has the better reputation, the European or the American?
The European has the better reputation, especially Euro AI.
Yes, okay, that's a fine point there too. But the European, although it has this great reputation because it nailed the track of Superstorm Sandy, which was over a decade ago. And that was up in the northeastern United States. The European has been horrible in the Gulf of Mexico this entire year. The American computer model pretty much nailed the track of this storm. The European computer model for weeks and weeks and weeks was showing this very disorganized storm system in the western Gulf of Mexico. never getting organized. The American computer model was organizing this into a tropical system. And frankly, when the American computer model first started giving hints of this, it was always a beeline here into western Florida. Maybe not always right here into Siesta Key, but nonetheless, I had a better track. It had the better timing of the two computer models. So from my point of view at this point, European computer model, not a fan anymore. This is the storm as it pushed on through. So we're going through the 11 o'clock time frame. It had already moved on shore there near Siesta Key. For the rest of our lives, we get to say we lived through the storm that made landfall at Siesta Key. Now, when we get pictures from the barrier islands, that's maybe or maybe not bragging rights, but Siesta Key will be back. The full force of the governor's office is going to be back to getting us, improving our situation and getting us back to viable economies. And we'll have accommodations to rent at Siesta Key again at some point. It's going to, two back-to-back hurricanes, yeah, you bet it's going to take some time before we're all, back in the saddle again and ready to go out to the beaches and have some ice cream and do all of that. But yeah, there is the storm system now that you can still see that eye. It went over to Orlando, and Orlando had horrible conditions, and now power outages there in Orange County too. They've been topping, they're about 20% of Orange County is out. But now it's out over the open ocean waters. There it is. This is that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time frame coming on shore right there with the eye and continuing to push on through. American Computer also was very good about the rainfall forecast with the highest rainfall totals here in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. I just saw a report. I'm not even sure we made it to that graphic ever. We don't have a lot of control over the order of the graphics in our setup here. But Palmasola. So Palmasola, you know where Palmasola is. It's Manatee County, and if you're driving on the bridge across Manatee County to Manatee Avenue there to get over to the islands, that's the Palmasola area you're going through. That was 13 inches of rain. SRQ was 7.25 inches. But then down farther south, I saw storm totals for 2 days that were, in some cases, 2 inches to 3 inches. I'm talking about places like Northport and even farther south, where the rainfall just wasn't all that much. And the American computer model nailed that forecast as well. I got a lot more respect for the American computer model now. And it's had many, many upgrades in the last several years, too, ever since it got a little bit embarrassed by the European computer model. So are you guys ready for what you're going to do? All right, so there's a man here we want to acknowledge who allowed us to use this facility, and
just us for now.
And just you guys.
Just us for now.
And very soon you'll be introduced to him. But right now, let's go to Stephanie Squared.
All right, thank you, Mike. Some news coming out of the city of Sarasota. The iconic unconditional surrender statue still standing despite wind, rain. So that's positive there.
I think we have a photo. Bride, can we see that photo of unconditional surrender? She'll see if she can pull that up for us. It was taken this morning, and that is just such a cool thing.
It really is. It really is. Okay, we'll get that in a second. Obviously, people saying that this is a symbol of strength for the community, and that photo was taken at 8:45 this morning. We'll get that to you as soon as we can.
Hey, Bride, do we have the St. Pete? Can we do the crane collapse?
Oh, wait, I got the statue now.
Oh, now we have the statue.
So we're going to go to the statue.
We're working on it.
Look at that.
Look at that with blue skies. That's a great one. We definitely need to get that posted everywhere.
It is a good sign, and also a good sign is that we are hearing the reports that the surge was not as catastrophic as we had initially thought. A lot of people saying it was even less than Hurricane Helene. Take a look at this video, though.
This is probably the most amazing video. Unfortunately, very, very tall crane doing construction in St. Petersburg did come down during the storm. Pinellas County knew about this risk. I heard it reported that there were cranes that were simply too big to be moved. They tie them down and they hope for the best. And unfortunately, one did come crashing down.
And I believe that is affiliated with the 400 Central building, which is under construction there. We're moving over to the Tropicana field. Look at that. The entire roof gone.
Yep, Tropicana Field, significant roof damage there. It's got that kind of flex roof.
Yeah, so it's not, you know, it's more of a like
parachute material.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's something
like
stronger than that,
tent, but
right.
it is a
The structure did not appear to be overly damaged. Those spines, they certainly very well may have been bent, but it did expose the field. All the water came in. But the best news of all, no one was staged there in terms of linemen or respondents.
Well, they were staging
They
there,
moved
but
them.
They moved them.
They moved
out,
them.
which was
Apparently, the building is rated to, I believe, 120 mile-per-hour winds, and they knew that the forecast winds were above that at that point. So they very safely moved the people staged there, and only essential workers were there, and they were not harmed. Okay, this is alarming video. This is what happens when a tree falls in the wrong place, and in this case, it was through a home in Hillsborough County. We do not have any reports of any injuries. I was told that they were successfully rescued, but wow, what a scary thing to have happen in the middle of a storm.
It is scary.
Absolutely. Well, we want to introduce you to someone who has been beyond amazing and hospitable to the entire ABC7 team here during the storm.
Yes, and John Saputo, you have saved our station. John has hosted ABC7 here at this offsite remote location in Lakewood Ranch, taking us out of our station, which was very close to the coastline. And we just want to thank you so much for allowing us to hunker down here and broadcast from your wonderful facility. We felt very safe, and we very much appreciate you.
Well, this is what Anheuser-Busch and my family have done here for 28 years. When our community needs us, we're here. We've had Anheuser-Busch canned water that we've been delivering out to all of our saturated areas out there all last week. We've got some more out there right now that we're getting ready to send up to Bradenton today. These people, they are a gem in this station. They're a gem in our community. If everybody out there could have watched these people go into, you know, all know I'm a Marine combat colonel. These people went into combat mode. And when we got a call, we didn't know how we were going to be able to host it. We don't have all the electronics here, but engineers and technicians and you know, hosts like this came in and took this hospitality room of mine over and turned it into a studio within a matter of hours. And during this storm, they were sleeping all over our place. It looked like a refugee camp here last night.
We tried to be neat, but you know.
There was probably 65 people sleeping all over this building. And these ladies here and guys, Harrigan, and, all these people were just absolutely respectful of everything that we had over here, took care of it. And if we would not have had these people doing what they did, going into, as I call it, combat mode, there's 5 counties out there, probably close to 2 million people, that wouldn't have known what the heck was going on in our community. You people, I take my hat off to you, I would, but I'm bald and I don't want your camera to go flash. But you did yeoman's work here. I felt like I was in a battalion of my Marines. They put on their helmet, flak jacket, buckled up their chin straps, and these people went to war, people, with this storm. And they beat the hell out of Milton for all of us here.
Oh, thank you, John. That's very kind. Well,
Very kind to
we
say.
wouldn't have been able to do it if we didn't have base camp here, that is for sure. I know Stephanie came in a little bit nervous about, are we evacuating to a safe place?
Yeah.
Tell everybody a little bit, we're at Gold Coast Eagle Distillery, about what you built here and how you knew that it was safe to welcome us.
Well, before I moved to Sarasota and bought this distributorship from Anheuser-Busch and Corona 28 years ago, I watched storms from up in my perch in North Carolina and my house up in Michigan, and I knew that we needed a facility here. My wife and I sat down and designed this building, and I told the architects and I told the builder that I wanted walls thick enough to sustain 150 mile an hour winds. I wanted the best windows you could have with 135, 140 mile an hour winds to sustain it. The roof is the best you could buy at 135 mile an hour, because I knew with my 200 people that a lot of them live near the water. And for all of these hurricanes that we've had, my people come in and they live here. They bring their families in. They eat here. They sleep here. And I just feel better knowing that my company is taken care of. You know, Marine Corps, we said, leave no man behind in the field. And we don't do it here. But this time, you were our people that we took care of this time. And we're proud.
appreciate that.
We're so proud to do this for the community. And, you know, these people, I can't say enough about how great and how tough they are. These girls sitting here with you, I saw them ragged and
don't tell everybody.
I saw them without their makeup and
don't tell
believe
anybody.
me, guys, they transform themselves every time you see them on here. It was great to see.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being such an important part of the community. Thank you for building a very safe building. It was very quiet inside during the storm. Unbelievable what we kept out.
I mean, you are truly our angel. Thank you so much. You know, at the height of the storm. I know.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank
Come
you.
again. Next
Oh,
storm,
please
we're ready
no.
for it.
I mean, I'll come for social reasons, but let's no more storms. No more storms.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to know that everybody is safe and sound.
Now we
in-
get
in
back
your
to
world.
normal, keep hosting our charities that we host here.
That's right.
We got one this week.
Okay.
So we got another one this week here. So
Keep it on the calendar,
we'll
right?
kick you guys out and clean this place up, and we'll be ready for the next charity event.
That
So,
sounds good
Thank you
to
so much.
us.
We're glad that you and all of your family and your staff are safe. You truly are an angel for taking in your staff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's great.
there's not a lot of people that would do what you've done, not only for your staff to that level, but for the community as well, and we thank you.
So what we do, men for others.
I love it.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. So, all right. Secrets out. Brian just says talk. I wish the behind the scenes show is getting even better now. So we might as well admit we are in transition back to our station. Our station is at 10th Street and Lemon. We did not sustain any major damage, which we are happy about. We have had all sorts of problems, as I'm sure you're noticing because you're watching us online, keeping our signal on the air over television. But honestly, most people don't have power. Most people also don't have cable. So that is why we are broadcasting online, on the internet, on Facebook, so that you can continue to just be updated on what's happening.
People are watching us online. I know cell service was kind of sketchy in some areas, but I think for the most part, some of the major carriers doing okay right now.
It seems like it. That's
yeah.
what we're hearing. And listen, if we help 10 people feel a little bit better, or know that their family is safe, or know that a road is impassable and we save you from going there, that's why we're here. We're happy to help anybody we can. And we'll be happy to be back into things a little bit later today as well.
Yeah, I want to go back to Siesta Key because I know we are still awaiting more information from Siesta Key. Obviously, that is where Hurricane Milton came ashore, the official
The eye of the storm passed right over Siesta Key. That's its official landfall.
Yes, landfall. Thank you. That was the word I was thinking of.
Words are getting hard.
I need more coffee. Commissioner Joe Nunder took some Siesta Key residents onto the island about within the last hour or two.
Yep.
Resident Matt Fueyo saying this: his house is not damaged at all, so thank goodness for that. He tells us that the flooding is also not bad. He says that Hurricane Helene was much worse. He also says, though, that some houses have sustained wind damage. We don't know what that means. Is that a roof? Is that a tree falling down? But from the damage levels that we've been seeing, and again, you know, we're hoping it's not worse, but we're seeing what would be considered typical for 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Absolutely.
So again, the news is encouraging. So if you do live on Siesta Key and you're wondering, hey, is my house okay? Am I completely flooded out? We can't say 100% for sure, but those surge levels, that water level at the very least, are far below with what we saw from Hurricane Helene.
And one thing
that alone is good news.
Absolutely. One thing we can say for sure is you can't go out there yet.
Yes.
We are still getting reports that all of our area bridges to Longboat, to Lido, and to Siesta Key, and certainly Anna Maria, not yet open. All right, this is a live picture at mile marker 222, so that would be just before Ellington. Yeah, you can see a lot of standing water in the middle there, but the roads are clear. There's not a lot of traffic because we're still telling people to stay home. The major roads are going to be passable. That was the first goal of the first responders, and they went out about 3 o'clock this morning. However, they haven't gotten to many of our neighborhoods yet. I know my husband sent a picture of a big tree down and said, "You're not getting home." And I thought, well, I'm not supposed to leave anyway. But so that just tells me you probably aren't getting out of a lot of your neighborhoods. So don't go through the frustration of thinking you can go somewhere. Stores are closed. Everybody's shut down for today. Employees are home picking up their own lives and checking on their loved ones. We're just going to take a pause day today. Let the first responders keep working, and they'll let us know when things start to open up.
Yeah. I have a question. Bri, do we have any of the cameras, Skyway, Gandy, Franklin?
All of them are down.
Okay.
All the cameras are down.
The cameras
All right.
are still down.
Check in with Ted soon.
Okay, I don't think we're surprised that the cameras are down. Honestly, our weather information has been so spotty, and I know that's so frustrating for our meteorologists because being the weather nerd I am, we're dying to see the statistics and the wind gusts and all of that.
Relocated up to 100 yards from Manatee River.
Okay, this is along the Manatee River in Bradenton.
look at that.
We are finding out that both the boats and the docks have been relocated from the water as far as 100 yards. So that is just a gust of wind coming right up the river would be my guess. Because I don't think we probably had too much. I know the meteorologists didn't think there was much of a storm surge around Port Manatee at all.
Yeah.
So if we're seeing all this damage around the Manatee River, I'm going to assume that's more wind related than a storm surge per se. But you know, that's the thing. There's definitely damage. Let's not sugarcoat it. I know plenty of people are walking outside to their property and very dismayed. Yes.
You talked about, things kind of blocking roadways or partially blocking roadways.
Yeah.
Imagine you're getting in your car, leaving the neighborhood. I mean, it's going to be.
You're going to turn right around.
Yeah, you're going to turn around. You're not going to be able to get through. And are you going to be getting out of your car and lifting up tree limbs every
Please
10
don't.
feet? I mean, that would be kind of, not a great thing to do either. So better just to stay put where you are until you get the all clear. But, nothing preventing you from taking a walk around the neighborhood as long as it's safe. Watch out for any downed power lines.
Standing water.
Yeah, standing water. Power is still off for a huge majority of people. 3/4, 75% Manatee County, Sarasota. So, hopefully there's no live wires out there, or if, just be careful. You want to be very careful with those wires.
We had a great conversation, I believe it was with Longboat Key earlier this morning, when they were saying in terms of taking a walk, it's a great thing to do because we actually would like everybody to check on their neighbors in their community, because first responders are so busy right now, so that if you can do a little community, patrolling on your own, if you see that somebody has damage to their home, maybe knock on the door, make sure everybody's okay in there, check on your network, and then we can, maybe start to help first responders know, target, prioritize a little bit of who needs what. But take care of each other a little bit in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have anything else we want to go to right now,
Brian,
Bri?
any fresh video coming in? No. Well, then there's that. That's all right. Well, we'll go ahead and tell you what's happening here.
Yeah, I don't know if
Everybody's
can we
looking at
pan
us.
around?
Hi, Dean. What's
can we
that?
pan around? Paul's going to pan around for us.
So we're about, I would say there's probably less than a quarter of our staff is still here as we are trying to get up and running.
So we've scaled, we're not, can we go to that panning shot?
They're all glaring.
There we go.
Come on, wave, people.
Hey, everybody. These are our warriors, our
Well,
weary staff.
So this is important. Obviously, we're looking for new information. These are our information gatherers. They are on the phones. They are searching the reputable places like our police departments, our sheriff's offices, our county commissioners. Any of the information that we're delivering to you has been verified. And I think that's important to say, because when I got up early this morning, social media was on fire with people talking about things that aren't true. Bad, horrible, scary rumors. So that's not what we're doing. We are talking to the officials. We are getting things verified. And we are making sure that these are reports you can trust.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is from George Cruz, Manatee County Commission.
Oh, good. Manatee County Commissioner.
Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key look like they fared well.
Oh, that's
all right. So you can't hear our producer, Bryce. She is reporting for us. This is
the city of Anna Maria Island Pier.
Yep. So Anna Maria has 2 piers. We know the Rod and Reel Pier got a little battered during Helene.
Yes.
This is the city of Anna Maria Pier. It is missing portions of it. It's gone. It's gone. Okay. I can only see what I can see.
This is Commissioner George Cruz from the area. He is saying, though, that the island fared well overall.
Right. So we have some damage. The pier is obviously gone, but to not have
Scattered along the shoreline.
to not have
scattered
the
along
island
the shoreline.
underwater, to not have that storm surge that we saw during Helene.
Yeah.
I think our residents who are evacuated, because nobody can get back there
Yeah,
yet,
yeah.
I think they are very, very relieved to know it is not as bad as we initially feared.
And not as bad as Hurricane Helene in terms of storm
In
surge.
terms of
So
water.
that is very encouraging. Again, if you live on Anna Maria Island, Commissioner George Cruz, who oversees that area, saying that the island fared well. Those were his words, fared well.
We'll take fared well.
We're going to take it.
Okay, this is
And
Longboat
there's
Key.
Longboat
Assessment says it's all clear, but FDOT must approve before people can drive on it.
Okay, you're going to love this information if you're concerned about your residents in
Longboat Key.
Initial is an all clear from them, but here's the holdup. The bridges have not been cleared for structural damage.
Look at these
FDOT has
pictures,
to,
though.
yeah,
It's
look at the
looking
standing
a
water
lot-
and everything.
It is looking better than.
A lot of sand, but guess what? There was a lot of sand from Helene. That still may be Helene sand. What we're waiting for now are the engineers to come out and clear the bridges. I know Sarasota County had told us earlier this morning that they were not comfortable with the bridge, the causeway near Bird Key.
Yeah.
You know how there's different parts.
They're aiming to do a 2-tier re-entry later today.
Okay,
Stay tuned to their Facebook page.
two-tiered re-entry.
Later today.
Later today, and the updates will be on Facebook. We'll of course be watching them as
Yes,
well. But if
yes.
you live in Longboat Key and you're trying to get back and check on your property, you're going to want to keep your eye on the Longboat Key Facebook page. I'll be honest, I don't live on Longboat Key, and I don't know what two-tiered re-entry means. I'm going to assume it's north and south on that key, and they will manage that for you and let you know. Great news that we're even talking about re-entry today.
Yeah.
That is fabulous.
It is really remarkable, especially given the dire reports that we were thinking, storm surge, 8 to 12 feet, and by all accounts, again, I just have to go back to that storm surge because that is really, I think, the greatest risk for a lot of people who live on the water. That was
So
really
scary.
top of mind. You think about those that flooded, are we going to re-flood? You think about those who are at higher ground, am I high enough? And you're constantly playing that battle. It's a battle of inches at that point, a battle of feet and inches. Is water going to come into my house this time? And then you have the catastrophic winds on top of that because of this hurricane being a potential direct hit. So there was just so much stress and anxiety. So I think the fact that we're hearing that some of these barrier islands fared well, that we did not see the storm surge that we saw in Helene is a huge sigh of relief for so many of those people. And I'm really glad to hear that because there's been so much trauma. These people have been so traumatized, and to hear that they could have that glimmer of hope. And again, there's still going to be damage, but to hear that glimmer of hope, especially when it comes to that storm surge, is just, gosh, I'm very happy for them right now.
Absolutely. Shingles and screens are much easier to deal with than feet and feet of water.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
you know,
or houses blown down
absolutely.
from Category 5 hurricanes.
Yeah,
So,
no, it definitely had the potential to be very, very scary, and the fact that we're getting these hints of optimism is,
yes,
is
hints
really
of optimism
exciting.
and a great way to phrase
Right,
that.
I see a new friend. Come on over, Ted.
Hi,
Come
Ted.
join us.
I haven't seen you guys for a couple hours.
I know.
We've been spending a lot of time together, haven't we?
We have a lot of stories we could tell. We should have had a camera in our sleeping quarters.
Oh no! Well, you would have just heard the alarm going off the whole time. We were very, very, very lucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're so grateful to John and his team.
Absolutely.
To have power and air conditioning, as most people do not.
Food and
be able,
restrooms.
Be able to purvey information to you to help everybody be a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, our
absolutely.
ABC7 family didn't want to take any risks, and that was great. So we're here. So we were talking about traffic, and you guys just about 10 minutes ago mentioned the fact that Sunshine's open, Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
Oh, look it.
At this, we just got a camera up.
Oh, great.
We're the center of Howard Franklin Bridge here. It looks like somebody just dropped some boards or something on the one
Which is,
lane.
again, why we're
You're
really
gonna see a lot of that.
Yeah, don't drive around any more than you absolutely have to, because this is going to happen.
Yep, you're going to see
debris going to
debris.
fly, and you don't.
Oh, he just went right over that.
Oh, my
Yikes, it could be
goodness.
nails. So yeah, so that's the center part of 275 at Howard Franklin Bridge. We know that that's open now. What was the other one? Was Gandy, right?
Gandy's open.
We don't know. We haven't had confirmation yet on Courtney Campbell.
Got it.
Yeah.
Up in Tampa.
So,
Yep.
I
and
do have
our
a list.
bridges here are actually why we're holding off.
Exactly.
Sending anybody home.
Yeah. So as soon as we know, we're going to let you know, of course, not just on the air or digital, but also push alerts. We're going to get the information out to you. So here's what I have so far, and this list is fluid. Things keep changing. 37th and 44th signals are out. University at DeSoto, there's a lot of debris reported there. Old Bradenton at Riverside, there's a tree down that they're working on getting up. 10th Street at 28th Avenue, some flooding. 36th Avenue at 69th Street, some power poles or power lines are down and in the roadway. Manatee Avenue near 43rd Street, there's some debris. State Road 70 at Greenbrook Boulevard, the lights are kind of hanging. They're probably going to have to do some repair on that. Weber and Beneva, tree down on the northbound side. Tuttle at 59th, a tree down there. Verna Bethany Road near 64, flooding. They closed the road. Now, they actually closed that bridge early.
They did. I remember that yesterday.
Yeah. They closed that bridge because they were concerned because that happened during Helene.
Got it.
Fruitville 41, some glass debris reported. Some of these are reported situations here. State Road 70 at 87th Street, flooding. 41 at Constitution Boulevard, the signal's not working right. Treat that as a four-way stop. You can't say that enough.
No, we absolutely can't, because I think there's a lot of signals down.
Absolutely.
Throughout the area.
The last thing we need with all the stress that we have is a wreck.
Yeah.
River Road at Winchester flooding. 17 northbound, getting off of 75 and onto 75 northbound. A lot of flooding there on the ramp.
Oh, wow.
And earlier that camera went out. I mean, we're going to see technical glitches all day. It was on just an hour ago, and you could see people squeezing by on the side trying to get onto 17.
Okay.
With this mass amount of water right next to their car. Scary. State Road 776 in Minnesota Beach Road. The signal is out there, and as we said, with the barrier islands. We don't have the updates just yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Try not to be out on the roads if you can. I mean, we keep talking about the debris.
There's just a lot
tires.
out there.
You don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
So.
Too much.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see
I'll
you.
be seeing you a lot more today.
Yes,
I will.
I'm going to go
Check
back
back
out to the
with
other
you.
section, guys.
Thank
All
you,
right, we
Ted.
appreciate the update. Again, Ted, one of our information gatherers, we're sitting here just making sure that you have a voice that you know that's out there getting information, but we've got a whole crew back here that's all over the phones and the internet and our law enforcement agencies trying to find out what's going on across the area.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Can we go back to that crane in St. Pete? That was just such compelling
It's definitely one of the most
video.
visual things that we have seen as a result
yeah,
of
and
the storm.
it just gives you the sense, you know, that building under construction, I believe it's the 400 Central building, and there was some discussion, look at that. I mean, it crashed right into that building. Hopefully that was evacuated and
or the building that was under construction, I'm hoping too.
Yeah,
we just don't have any information yet.
but we haven't heard any reports of injuries,
No.
so that's a good sign. But man, oh man, it is really shows you the power of those cranes. If you remember, Stephanie, I mean, this had to be going back. And look at the trop.
And there's the
Tropicana.
trop, yep, losing its roof.
You think about those cranes. Remember that story? I think it was about 7 years ago in New York City when the crane was teetering on the brink, and everybody, and then it fell. That was so scary. You know, and you think about these cranes, and they are just so massive when you look at them. And I'm always just astounded by the architecture of them, and it's way above my pay grade. Like, my brain is like, how is that even possible? How do they build a crane like that? How do they build a building like that? So it's just, when you see that, and then you see that crane coming down, they really are very powerful. I know that the city was, I believe, reports are that they were, you know, there was some concerns and discussion about it, but I think everything happened so fast, and this storm was such a fast mover.
And it takes days and days and days
and then,
to dismantle
Yeah,
those.
you wouldn't be able to, you know, I think they obviously tried to do their best to secure it, but how do you, you know, to move that, it would be a monumental task. So I don't know what all goes into that, but just looking at that video is just, I can't wrap my head around it.
Well, you know what? We understand that they definitely took as many safety and security precautions as they can. All right, getting a lot of questions about Venice. What was
Golden Beach area.
Golden Beach area of Venice. We're
Got
seeing
some
trees down. Nothing
to be expected.
Nothing looking horrific. Obviously, just some annoying ocean sands there. Also, some trees down.
Yeah.
Thank you for sending in your pictures. Some ponding water. So that right there makes me think that was former Helene debris.
It probably most likely was, because remember, according to our meteorologist here, John Scalzi, 5.3 feet of storm surge in Venice. But remember, the storm surge hitting closer to low tide.
Right.
So the storm surge would have been likely higher during Helene, and this looks like Helene debris.
Okay, yep. And then we're just getting kind of a tour of the areas around. You can see a lot of fences down, a lot of trees down.
Yeah,
Basically,
a lot of
what
down.
you
I mean,
would
stuff's got to
expect.
get. Oh, look at that.
Well,
on the
I mean,
pool
you don't like to have a
cage.
palm on your pool cage, but you know what? Better your pool cage than the roof of
Than
your
your
home.
house, yeah.
I'm hearing pool cage reports from my house of damage as well, but you know what? These are, in the big picture, all easily repaired.
Yes,
So
yes. It just takes time and some cleanup. You know, it's expected if you had that Helene debris that it would be strewn about. But yeah, so hopefully.
And it's a little bit cooler. We'll have some good weather for our cleanup. Brendan Mackey putting in the long hours with all of us, but you have been out and about.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Give us an overall view.
We've been sending stuff back, so I don't know what you guys have been using. The first thing I did was we went to a 7-Eleven. Did you guys show that footage?
It's okay if we've seen it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The 7-Eleven on Caruso Road and State Road 70, the top of it is literally wrapped around a pole. I mean, the amount of power that it takes to do something like that is unbelievable. But what I actually just came from, which was one of the most...
Yeah, let's look at that 7-Eleven video.
Okay,
yeah.
well,
It takes us a little while.
Yeah, so there I am. I mean, look at this. Those are 2 metal poles that it is wrapped around. And the craziest thing was just 100 feet down and even farther, parts of this were thrown that way. It's just...
Yeah.
Look at
it
that.
got a wind gust got up and under it.
It's like a movie scene.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's... But what I was going to say is where I just came from is the Tripar Estates Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
That's where I just came from.
And where is that located?
It's in Sarasota.
Okay.
You know how we keep telling everyone, mobile home parks, get out, this is why? What I just came from was one of the most, and we'll show it later today, but I mean, these roofs, these houses are just gone.
How many?
It was house after house after house after house.
Gosh.
There's actually one guy that I'm gonna put a story together later, but he let us into his house. Very positive guy. His name was Paul, and he showed us around his living room and the room next and his bedroom, just gone. And he had been through numerous hurricanes, and he was pretty positive. He's like, you know, this is just, we'll get through it.
That's too bad. So, like I said, overall, we know the end result seems positive, but we know that there are Suncoast residents.
That's what I said to him. I was like, you're a lot more positive than I am. He was just...
And injuries, everybody there?
Everyone I talked to, I talked to people walking by. Most people got out. They said there were those people that were stubborn, but I didn't hear I mean, I've been out there for hours now, and I did not hear of any injuries, so knock on wood. That's what we're looking to hear.
And Brendan, at that park, roughly how many mobile homes are there, and then roughly how many sustained damage of that bunch? If you could estimate.
I don't know how many homes are there. I mean, I would say about probably 100, and how many, I mean, all of them sustained damage. I think it just depends on the level.
The level,
The guy that led us into his house, that was the worst one.
Wow.
So.
And again, that proximity to the core, the closeness, all that kind of thing. It depends where you are. But unfortunately, those manufactured homes are just not meant to sustain 100 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, he told me
just not.
he actually was in the AMC parking lot. That's where he drove when it was going on because I had to evacuate. So he said him and 10 others just parked their car in the AMC parking lot.
Oof.
And
I wish they'd have gone to a show.
I agree with you.
At least it ended okay.
Yeah, so he said they just toughed it out.
Oh yeah, talk to us about the recycling.
Yeah,
thing.
we're
We
going to
did
show
see
that.
Oh, you got that
We
one
thought
too.
that was
Yeah,
very
this is
Where
another
were
one.
you? I was confused about where this is.
I've been so many places
you were on
now that I'm
301.
spacing. This is 301 north.
Okay,
it's right between. This one was Sarasota Lakewood Ranch.
Okay,
right
that's what I wondered.
But I mean, this one, yeah. The good news about this shot, though, is that the debris that's in there, you would think that it maybe would have blown onto the street.
That's what I first
But
noticed.
it actually didn't. Because, you know, that's what we've been emphasizing over and over is get the debris down from Helene. We don't want it to be missiles going into cars.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it was there.
Isn't that remarkable?
I mean, so we're thankful about that. Obviously, the roof is down.
That's hard.
It's destroyed. The billboard to the right,
I saw that.
gone. But
It does look like an aluminum covered building though, so at some point.
It's like that flexible, not flexible, but you
Right.
almost think of that.
Not
like,
as steel.
Yeah. I mean, if
down.
any of them were going to go, I guess it was going to be that one.
Yeah.
But
You said that Paul, the gentleman you spoke with, was very positive. Did you encounter any other people, and how were they faring? It seems like everybody's kind of just pulling up their bootstraps.
Well, he had told me that he had been in Puerto Rico, went through a hurricane there, lost everything, moved to Siesta Key 3 years ago, went through flooding, lost his house, and then he moves here. So it's just like, it's one of those things where you just, I mean, he's more positive than me. I'm like, this is your third place that has been gone. But like I said, he was positive. He said how, you know, the neighbors have been there for each other.
Yeah,
so
right.
it's,
And these are the stories that we're going to start to hear.
Yeah.
You know, the overall picture better than anticipated, but there are still definitely people who have had some devastation, but yet we can come together and help them, help each other.
And that is the one thing that really comes out after a disaster like this is the resiliency of the people. You know, a lot of people who don't live here in our area who say, you know, oh, those people, or why are they going to rebuilding, for example? Let's just talk about that. People like to throw stones, like, well, why are you rebuilding? And this, because until you live in your community, in a community like this, with people like this, and you see the community come together in a way that you've never experienced. And you know, I just can speak personally because I live in St. Pete, and there were a lot of my neighbors, majority of them, that were flooded out. And when you saw the goodness, and when you see the people coming together, helping one another, it really just touches your heart in a way that is inexplicable. And that is why people rebuild. That is why they love their communities. That is why, because they come together in a tragedy. And that's something that I think we're going to continue to see grow and play out over the coming days and weeks.
Absolutely. So thank you for working an early morning and
Yeah.
then going
Well, you
out
guys
and checking
too.
things out.
Yeah,
I
great
appreciate
work,
that.
Brendan.
We're all dying to look outside, so we appreciate
Yeah,
the
well, I
view
just
that
want to
you
say,
give us.
get ready to see the station. We weren't spared either, so.
Oh, well, let's chat about that,
we
shall we?
haven't heard the
Tell us
update.
If you wonder why some of our power has gone out at times, one of the satellites is down into the ground. Hopefully this is okay to say first.
Yeah,
But it is what it is now.
I mean, we
But,
sustain damage
our
like
fence
everybody.
in the front is messed up where the guests like to park.
Oh,
And then if
sure.
you go around in the back, all the trees are down. So that's the way that people are going in right now. So they're trying to go around it. But yeah, wait till
But
you
the
see
building
the fence.
itself is okay.
Yeah, I've heard
There
the
was,
building is okay.
I talked to one of our photographers, Frank, and he said there was leaking. You know, you can tell on the floor, but you know, at least it's still there, right? I mean,
Listen, I am not sorry we evacuated.
We were safer here, so it was a good move that we
Absolutely,
made.
and I think that's what everybody that evacuated, and nobody had a fun night last night, any evacuation center, but we were safe, and we all did the right thing by doing that.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll see if Brendan's in trouble for all his good info, but
I keep it real with the audience.
that's right, we do.
So,
All right.
Thank you guys. I'm gonna hop off now.
Oh, I was going to say, Sophia's standing in front of me, but just moments ago, Sophia was out and about, so let's see what she found.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. We are at the Bayfront Park showing you more shocking damage left behind by Hurricane Milton. You see this boat here on the sidewalk, completely ripped up from the water. But this is the crazy part. They tried to keep this boat down. You can see it's still really tightly woven to this dock, but the dock came up with it. So that's just something you can't even battle against. When that wind is just so strong, it pulls up the dock and the boat. There's dozens of residents really here walking around. I mean, car after car, everybody's coming and looking at the sights here because we know that Bayfront, you get these crazy sights here. It usually gets rocked really hard. We still have a boat over there from Helene just hanging out. So this is not uncommon for the area. I'm gonna keep looking around and seeing if I can find more damage for you.
Great job, great job, great job. Thank you for coming to chat with us. Overall, tell us what
so
feel the vibe.
That was Marina Jack, near Marina Jack. That was really Bayfront Park, but a lot of those boats are parked obviously near Marina Jack. So I did several videos like that. Out by Marina Jack, out at Bayfront Park, because look at that. I mean, there was multiple boats. That's not a boat. That
I was going to say,
actually-
is that their shelter?
Yeah. So that, no, that is where you go to get
fishing charters.
Excuse me, sorry.
Hold that in your
Oh,
hand.
okay, my bad.
Technology.
That is where you go to book a fishing charter when you want to go fishing.
Oh, got it.
And let me tell you, there's always people there. So that's a big community hub. That's sad. So that alone. When we're talking about Bayfront, though, I want to say at least 6 boats that were flown all the way over into the grass. You got to understand, think about how far into the water they were.
Yeah.
That wind must have been so strong. That video is not showing it. The other ones, they're all the way on the sidewalk and in the grass.
Well, yeah, didn't you show one tied to a dock and the whole
Yes.
thing ended up in the park?
Yeah, that one was
crazy.
That one was just on. But I mean, while it was out there, I want to say there was 50, 60 people. People are going out right now to go look around, which
Hopefully they walked.
I would not recommend, guys, because I've been down in downtown Sarasota.
Yeah, tell us about the road.
Yeah, how is it getting around?
It's kind of getting trafficky because, as I've said, people are going to gaze and explore,
And Sarasota police are trying to go street by street and clear these ginormous trees.
Yeah.
Wow.
All of this debris. I was on one street that no one could get through because a tree was on fire from down power lines.
This is why we really don't want you to go anywhere.
Yes, it's just, it's not only the dangerous element, it's that you want authorities to be able to clean up our streets.
Yeah.
So that we can get back to business as usual.
Right.
So the more people on the road, the harder that is, you know?
Absolutely.
So, and that's what I kept seeing. There was just so many people. I was thinking, why are all these people, why are we all out here?
Well, I mean, I understand why, because we all are interested and we want to see. Maybe some of those were boat owners, who knows what.
Right.
But I think we need to walk our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
You know, we need to not drive. You're going to get stuck. Yeah, you're going to mess up the first responders. People have got things to do. Take a walk around your neighborhood, take some pictures, send them to us.
Yeah.
You know, we want to know what's happening, but we want to keep it clear.
You know, Sophia, when Brendan Mackey was just here, he talked to a gentleman who he said was very positive, even though much of his home was destroyed. Were you able to talk to any of the people? What were their feelings? How's the mood?
The mood, I want to say the same way. I think it's because coming off of Helene, at least when I'm talking about downtown Sarasota specifically, those folks, they were having some relief. They were taking a breath. They were saying, we really were expecting something much bigger. Some of them said they thought they were going to die.
I get it.
And so now the process is, I just saw them clearing tree branches off of their driveway. I said, hey, how's your house? They said, we're good, 100%, we're good.
A few shingles is so much better. I mean, think about this, you guys. 36 hours ago, we were staring down a Cat 5 hurricane headed for us.
Yes.
I mean, we were all sick to our stomachs.
Yes.
It was incredibly scary, you know. So obviously there's damage and everything's not perfect, but I think it was such a near catastrophic event that just got a little gentler.
And it really all started to happen quickly because I woke up with my family, some of them who were going to hunker down even in safe zones.
Right.
And you saw that 5 a.m. I don't know how it was for you, but you saw yesterday's 5 a.m. update where you woke up and they said Category 4 direct hit to the mouth of the Manatee River.
Right.
And I think at that point was like almost like a panic mode where people were like, possibly Cat 5. Because remember, it was a Cat 5 before that churning. It had gone down and then come back up to that strong Cat 4. And they were like, we're gone.
Right.
And thank God, though, because people left, because we don't want anybody in harm's way.
Here's
Take
hilarious.
A look at
You were out there.
I keep posting this, and it's really blowing up on social media because we love O'Leary's.
We
guys.
love O'Leary's.
This is our spot. This is the heart of Sarasota, one of the hearts of Sarasota. Sadly, they took on even more damage. You can see it. It blew through the glass. There's that interior damage. It already smelled a little bit moldy, I want to say, even though there's no chance that mold already.
That was nasty seawater that was in there.
Because they were flooded, they were flooded during Helene, right?
Well, I can tell you they did not have that first shot that you saw. I don't know if we can replay this again from the beginning so I can show you.
We'll get there.
Yeah, here we go. No, it was nothing like that. I mean, look, that whole side window with the glass.
Because this is
shattered.
wind. That's the difference. Helene was water. Water is awful. Water makes a mess and mold and stench. And I know the barrier islands know it all too well from Helene. But this is wind.
Yes.
Wind destroys
that
a
over
different
there,
type of way.
That brown, that's the bar. That is not where the bar normally is. And to
so
the
it just
right,
got shoved. You're right.
a piece of the roof was also slanted, hanging off. And surrounded by this, there's like 6 or 7 boats just on the grass.
Listen, John Scalzi's reporting 102 mile-per-hour winds right there on land in Sarasota. So
102,
I mean,
wow.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is a lot of wind.
That's why I kept showing that video. I have never seen a tree uprooted from its roots.
Oh yeah.
And when I saw that, literally right across from our station at that little playground in downtown Sarasota.
It's in Gillespie Park, isn't it? That was Gillespie Park.
Those giant roots. Those trees are extremely heavy.
Right.
That takes so much wind. I mean, just even that sight is shocking, and that's all around downtown Sarasota. It's a mess. It's a mess right now.
It is a mess, and because it's a mess, that's why we're supposed to stay home. You know, the first responders are out. They're working so hard round the clock. They were up all night last night, and they're out there working hard today.
Speaking of first responders, while I was on the way to downtown Sarasota, we saw tons and tons of ginormous trucks, big giant vehicles that had said urban search and rescue, some from Miami-Dade, some from Hillsborough, all over the place. right, with Sarasota, with the sheriff's office, excuse me, deputies were escorting them north. So I'm assuming, because that was near Lakewood Ranch where we are, I'm assuming they're heading possibly to Manatee County,
possibly to Pinellas County.
Tampa.
We have definitely seen worse things. Yeah, Pinellas
Then they're
and
heading over
Hillsborough.
there. That's what I was assuming, because it was like a
caravan.
That's the word I was looking
well,
for.
we're thrilled that they're here to help. I mean, I'm sort of thrilled that they're not in our backyard, because hopefully things are better here than we initially feared. But I mean, people are out there making a difference, helping each other, doing all sorts of great things.
It really has been remarkable to see. So yeah, Sophia, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
You've done a fantastic job reporting. We appreciate you. We're glad you're safe.
And she's a good
thank
roommate.
You. Yes.
Yeah,
she's a quiet.
We slept head to head.
We did, and she was very quiet. So we have all sorts of fun, creepy stories.
Snoring.
Oh. We're outing him. We're outing him. He's in here somewhere.
That's
He's gonna
okay.
yell at you. This is what they get for making us do this
Well,
forever and
it
ever.
was fun though. I liked it. It was a big slumber party. I felt safe. I felt really safe.
We definitely felt safe. I think we felt safe because we are in a warm community environment, in a building we know is safe. Honestly, it's a shelter in itself. It's why you evacuate. After hearing from both you and Brendan, I am.
From John Saputo.
Yeah.
This building is so reinforced, and it really did give us comfort, because last night you guys were probably asleep. But
Trying.
you know, at whatever time, the height of the winds, when the backside came in of the hurricane.
Yeah, probably about
it
9
got
to 10.
Real scary, like around 10 p.m.
I would not have wanted to be at our station.
I was, you know, exactly. That's what all of us were saying. Like, whoa.
It's Zone B for a reason.
100
yes, all those winds.
100 miles an hour winds here in this building, and even we could hear them and feel them a little bit. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in another structure.
No.
So I'm grateful for that being here.
All right.
Well, I'll continue reporting for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Go get us some more video,
you,
please. We need something to talk about.
All right, this is a live camera of people trying to get to St. Pete Beach.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, so we are looking at 682, and Steph, I may need to lean on you a little bit. St. Pete Beach is closed.
I'm not sure about. Okay, so I'm not sure, but here's what I do know. I believe I saw this shot before the storm, and someone had said that they had parked
that makes
there
sense.
to escape any potential surge.
Yeah, it's the causeway out to the beach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they would think that their cars would be safe there.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what that is. And Bri, if you can read any of that easier than we can. So they took their cars off of the coastline. Yeah, the Bayway,
Yes,
the causeway,
yes,
the Bayway.
yes.
So, yep, so as you get off 275 and you go out to St. Pete Beach.
People are driving on it.
So
it's
I guess
interesting
the
that they're
thought
parked
process
there.
is that their car would be safer there than maybe on the island,
Oh,
the
I'm
beach
sure.
itself.
Because of the salt water, right?
Yeah, because of the salt, and perhaps they're thinking the thought process is this bridge is high enough. I'm going to leave my car here. It's not going to get flooded out. It's not going to get stuck in a saltwater surge.
Right.
So those cars were parked there, to my knowledge, before the storm. We'll have to see if those people come back, and then they're
That
trying
actually
to
makes perfect sense.
Yeah, trying
It
to
does.
get back then onto the beach.
They would not
side.
be sitting in their car waiting to go because there's no approvals to go out to the coastline anywhere right
but
now.
they will be returning to those cars at some point, waiting to get back
they're not going
on,
to be
so-
parked there forever.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see how that unfolds. But it was probably a smart move on their part, because the surge, you know, they didn't get surge, and they didn't have to worry about their car getting soaked or flooded out.
Right. I don't know. I would have wanted mine a little farther inland personally, but
Yeah.
you don't know what the situation
Yeah,
is
yeah.
or what we were able to do. All right. You guys have any new videos to show us?
I'm about to.
All right. Bry's working on it. Our producer, Bri,
She's working
Sterling,
hard.
Paul, Ryan, Cindy, we've got, which is actually the whole morning news and Suncoast View crew still here at our remote location. Most of our team has gone back to the station because we are all hoping to get back to broadcast coming up. Who's Look Live?
Yeah.
Brigham. Oh, we haven't heard from Brigham yet. He's out in Bradenton. Let's see what he found this morning.
Hey, this is Brigham Harris reporting in East Manatee County. It is the morning after Milton. We're taking a look at some of the damage in East Bradenton, particularly at the concession. Here you can see a massive tree unearthed, uprooted by the very strong winds that we had here last night. In the other direction, same thing. And going down Lindrick Lane, which is the main road out here, it's all the same story. Massive trees knocked over because of the wind. In fact, the reason I'm showing you this particular spot right here, this is the exit or the entrance to the concession. trying to leave, I was stopped by a resident who told me there's so many trees down, the exit or entrance is completely blocked on this side. The fire department is on their way here to try to cut it up and free that exit or entrance. Luckily, there is another way in and out on Lindrick Lane, so people are going to be able to get in and out of the community here. But really, this paints probably the best picture of the status right now of East Bradenton. I don't want to speculate, but I thought we were maybe in the eye of the storm for a minute. Things got really, really calm, and then once we got into that west-southwest wall, everything started to pick back up in a much more violent way than when we first felt like we were possibly in the eye wall. And so things are looking okay out here. Lots of folks still trying to assess the damage. Everyone, it seems, is out. I haven't seen catastrophic damage or structural damage to some of these homes, but there are a whole lot of trees knocked over, some of them knocked into folks' mailboxes, which has caused damage there. There's no doubt going to be some cars that saw damage because of this wind. A little bit of flooding out here, but not a lot. We're going to continue to assess Manatee County, Sarasota counties, but at least up here where we felt like the storm went right over us, the main damage that we're seeing right now is because of the wind and some of the downed trees, but we'll keep you updated. Stay with us all throughout the afternoon. We're going to track and assess the damage caused by Hurricane Milton. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brigham, giving us an update on Longboat Key. It's turned into a beautiful day.
It is.
And the scene behind him was great.
I always think about that, how I say Mother Nature is a trick, because, you know, think about that. It's just a phrase that sort of came to my mind, and I kind of hold on to that, because if you think about, you know, less than 8 hours ago, 12 hours ago even, I mean, it was such a different picture. And then here we are. You look outside, it's sunny and beautiful, as if nothing happened.
Absolutely.
And it's just, it's crazy how that is.
Well, at least it'll make picking up the pieces today a little bit easier for some folks. We're trying to give you all the updates that we have coming in from Sarasota County right now. They are reporting the storm surge at 7 to 8 feet. I do not have any official meteorologist confirmations of that, so we'll leave that up to our team once we can get that. But Sarasota County government, one of the reasons they want you to stay where you are, we are still experiencing widespread power outages, down trees, traffic signals are not working, and the crews are out to restore service to all of the above. So, as we've been saying, we know that there are issues, but they're doing their best to get to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want to go now to our Jordan Letweller. He's got some more information for us from Bradenton.
Hey guys, we're here in Sarasota, just off of 10th Street, and we're seeing some of the most devastating damage that I think we've seen during our time here this morning. I just wanted to take a look around here and show you a little bit about what the reality is for some of these business owners here along the Sun Coast. Right here we're looking at a garage. This was actually a mechanic shop, and there's a number of cars still in this garage, but the garage is completely flattened. As you can see, it's a wood-framed garage, and there's just not a whole lot left that you can see, and navigating this going forward is going to be a real challenge for the business owner. I actually just talked to the owner, and he said that he was just very emotional, saying that he lost everything, and now it's going to be a completely rebuilding effort for him here. But you can see, I don't know if you can zoom in here and see some of the cars inside, but this is one of the garage doors right here. The glass inside the doors is just completely shattered onto one of those cars. It's a pretty sizable garage, you know. It goes all the way across this little block here, with cars all the way down here as well, and the owner also said that all of the cars inside were his as well. So it's not just the building itself, but also the property inside that is really devastating for this business owner. I also want to show you this here along the side of the road. There are some pretty big trees here right off of the coast. We're about half a mile away from the bay in the Van Wezel area. There's some pretty heavy trees here that came down and actually took some of the wires here with it. So that's another thing to keep in mind is, as people get out into the community for the first time since Hurricane Milton, is to always be aware of what you're driving over. First responders are making sure that everybody is aware that it is not safe to drive over any downed power lines because you never know if they're hot or not. That was one of the big issues that we saw in my time up in South Carolina, was those downed power lines, making it very challenging to get around town. And so again, first responders today are just encouraging everybody to stay in their homes and just hunker down for a little while yet. The main threat being the actual storm itself has passed, but there are still a lot of threats here as we still continue recovery efforts and really just get recovery efforts going underway. But as you can see here, this is one of the prime examples
of what the new reality is for some of these business owners and some of the residents here along the Suncoast. It's going to be a really long recovery effort for many of these people here, and it's just getting started. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Wow. Again, when the overall picture is better than expected, there are still going to be those situations where people are dealing with a lot of damage, and we certainly want to wish them the best.
It's when you look at it and you see it, I mean, that entire building sort of collapsed in on itself, and then as we saw from Jordan, there was actually a car inside that mechanic repair shop. And so, you know, these are things that we're going to start to see more and more of as we go on. You know, fortunately, as far as we know, no one was injured in there, but that is a great example of why you need to evacuate and get away and get into a strong structure.
It's hard to see all the damage that we're seeing, but on the other hand, we're not talking about injuries and fatalities, and we are very, very happy about that. All right, we are taking a look at I-75 right now, southbound. This is mile marker 217, which is the State Route 70 exit, I believe, or in that area. Nice and quiet on those roadways, and that is exactly what we like to see. In fact, we're going to check in right now with, I believe, with the Florida Highway Patrol.
Yes, Ken Watson joining us
now
now on the phone. Ken, it's Stephanie Stanton and Stephanie Roberts. Thank you for joining us.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. All right, give us the breakdown. What are you seeing here, First Light?
Right now, the Florida Highway Patrol wants to advise that the roadways are fairly clear. Most certainly on the interstate, we have no major issues.
Great.
When you are in town using local roads, please be advised that we have several traffic signals that are not functioning. It is paramount that we remember that those intersections are treated as four-way stops. Please do not make the assumption that other drivers will stop. So it is incumbent upon you to do the right thing, come to a complete stop, try to make eye contact with those other drivers prior to pulling forward. And obviously, we need to be careful about driving through any area that has standing water. We cannot see if there is debris or even power lines that may be hidden under the water. So let's make good decisions, let's do the right thing, put those devices down, and both hands on the steering wheel.
Ken, are you seeing any particular areas, maybe, you know, major intersections or major roads that people would recognize where we do have any type of problems like excessive standing water?
At this point in time, the Tuttle area, 17th, and then, of course, any areas that are still under recovery from Helene. You know, unfortunately, most folks that live here in Southwest Florida are all too familiar with how to operate a motor vehicle after a thunderstorm, tropical storm, and a hurricane. You know, right now we're doing everything we can to mitigate these issues, but right now mostly it is in the local areas that are a little bit closer to sea level that we're seeing these issues.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You talked about the roadways looking pretty clear at this point. Are you guys staffing up and gearing up for an influx of people returning? Obviously, we've been advising people to stay off the roads, but are you expecting major traffic to build as the day goes on?
Unfortunately, we are, and we have all of our assets are going to be on the interstate, making sure that everyone is obeying the rules of the road, making sure they're going the speed limit, and making sure that they understand that at this point in time, the shoulder usage is no longer applicable. So you want to stay within your lane of travel. Please understand that the roads are still wet, and that a wet road is a dangerous road. So let's do the right thing. Again, let's make sure we're operating those motor vehicles safely.
Yeah, do you have any advice for the evacuation returnees? I mean, that mass evacuation actually ended up spread out over a couple of days, but yet now everybody wants to come home right now.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants to make sure that their home is okay. They want to begin the process of cleaning up, but if at all possible, you know, if they are staying with family and friends, if they could remain one more day and let everyone else come home who has no option but to come home. We're doing everything that we can on our end to make sure it's safe traveling, but obviously the roads can be overburdened. You know, let's all remember, you know, Florida has 23 million residents and millions of people love to visit. So we want to do everything we can to mitigate those problems of overuse of the roadways.
Yeah, you know, we saw so many people evacuating, you know, pre-storm. We saw gas stations running out of fuel. Let's hope that that doesn't happen upon the return, because it could very easily happen again.
What do you know about fuel supplies? That's a great question. Are we in okay shape?
As of right now, all of the fuel is still coming into the Sarasota Manatee area. There are still many stations that do not have fuel, however, it is on the way. So this needs to go into your planning if you're coming home. So please be advised that those stations are not full and up to running. So, you know, at this point in time, we're only looking at between 30 and 40% of the stations in our area to have fuel. So let's be careful, let's be patient, and based on that information, make a better decision.
Yeah, that's some great advice, Ken, and really a good reason to think about delaying that trip home, because there isn't fuel here yet if you're going to need it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Ken Watson, Florida Highway Patrol, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue to check back with you throughout the day. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, have a good day. Thank you, Ken. Really some great advice there about the return. I hadn't even really stopped to think about.
Yeah.
And you know,
thinking about the logistics of it.
right, it's hard because right now everybody wants to get up and get on the road, but I would think, you know, that anybody, I've got friends in Atlanta, friends that went to Savannah, you know, you come 6 hours later, that's going to be this evening.
Yeah,
There's some pretty
you
serious
do
traffic.
Wonder what is going to be the worst day. I mean, do you think people are kind of kicking back today and then maybe hitting the road tomorrow?
I hope so. I think.
Do you think they'll wait the 2 days? I don't know. I feel like tomorrow's not going to be great.
Right. No, I guess we'll have to kind of see what
none of the
happens
days
with
will
that.
Be great, but hopefully people will stagger out their returns.
Right. And gas will definitely need to be a concern. So.
Yeah.
Okay, we.
It was damaged due to Hurricane Helene, but now it's much worse. Do not attempt to visit.
Got it. Hearing from Venice. So Venice got absolutely deluged by rain. We've had a lot of reports of flooding locally in Venice. The initial report from the fishing pier from Helene was damaged, and now you can see what the new report is. So do not go to the fishing pier in Venice.
Right, yeah, you add that surge from Helene, now you add the wind from Milton, and you can see what was already damaged has now been made worse. Officials again advising people to stay away from that area. And again, I want to go back to John Scalzi, who reported the surge, total surge in Venice at 5.3 feet, much better than the 8 to 12 feet expected, but still causing some damage there in Venice.
And we did have reports of a lot of flooded streets. We saw some earlier pictures of Main Street, no major damage in the downtown. Love that cute downtown area of Venice, but just a lot of trees down and some superficial stuff on the buildings.
Yeah.
All right, our reporters are out and about all across the area, and let's check in now to see somewhere Sophia stopped by.
Hey, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. I'm on North Osprey Avenue in downtown Sarasota. I want to show you what we're seeing here. First of all, this person's motorcycle is just buried under this pile of debris and trees and branches have flown all around from Hurricane Milton. Now, if you come to your left, though, this street is impassable. So walk with me here because I want to talk to you about this. We know that the city of Sarasota has been coming through and clearing streets. This, I think, is going to be a little bit more of a difficult task because for the most part, we haven't been seeing, at least in downtown Sarasota, giant trees on streets, blocking streets. We've seen large branches and, you know, leaves and grass like this, something that you could pick up and lift off of the street. This is going to take a little bit more time. I'm assuming they might need a chainsaw. They're probably going to have to break this tree up. That is not a light tree. Obviously, you can tell that. I do want to let you know, for some reason, Kate and I, my photographer, we are smelling fire. So we are going to try and see what that's about. But the smell is a little weird here where we're standing. We're going to see what's going on here and go a little bit further down and around this tree on the other side of the road.
Sophia actually just said the down power lines often give out that smell of fire since they do often burn when they come down. So that is something to keep in mind. From what I could tell, and actually I'm going to shout over, Sophia, was that down south of downtown, like over by Selby? Oh, Fruitville, got it, off Fruitville Road in Osprey. So just on the very edge of downtown.
Yeah, and look
there.
at that. I mean, that tree completely blocking the roadway, and it's a massive tree.
Right.
It's not like anyone is getting through there.
It's going to take a little while.
Yeah, until the first responders, the crews can get out there, the linemen, and get that, get that tree out of the roadway. We have an update now from Holmes Beach Police. They are saying that crews are working to clear the downed trees and power lines and debris in that area. They are not letting residents onto the island yet. They also say that cell service is still spotty. So we will continue to follow those crews there on Holmes Beach. I know a lot of people are waiting for word from the barrier islands, Holmes Beach. So we're going to bring that to you just as soon as we can. But take a look at this video. Where is this coming from?
That's as you go on to Anna Maria Island there. So
Cell service is extremely spotty, so if you're trying to reach somebody, they probably can't answer.
got it. We're getting prompts here from our producer, Bryce. She's able to access more direct information than we are. If you're trying to reach somebody, the cell service is spotty. Residents still not being allowed out there. That is true of all our barrier islands. I would say the #1 question we are being asked on our social media channels and Facebook is why can't we talk more about the barrier islands? I know everybody's frantic for information about their loved ones. Nobody's out there yet, so we don't have exact details, but the overall theme that we're hearing from Siesta Key, from where else did we hear officially? Longboat Key, and somebody got an eyeball on Anna Maria as well, is that it is not as bad as Hurricane Helene. That storm surge, that feet of standing water, we're not looking at that. Now that said, there were 100-mile-per-hour winds. We definitely have wind damage. We definitely have trees down. I'm sure there's cleanup that's coming, but that utter sheer devastation that we were so worried about and that we saw at Hurricane Helene is not out there.
We want to shift a little further to our north. Bri, our producer, just telling us we're going to Hillsborough County, where a 14-year-old boy is being rescued. Let's take a look at this for a minute here.
So there's a lot of water rescues going on in Hillsborough County. I have seen that popping across the Sheriff's Department pages there. I'll be honest, Hillsborough didn't have the evacuation orders quite to the level we did.
No, they did not.
So that may have something to do with it, but look at this. What a terrifying situation for that child, and what an amazing job by first responders with that water rescue. That is absolutely awesome. So obviously we appreciate them for doing that, but the storm is different in every part, and with that landfall in Siesta Key, there was a rain shield. I watched the radar so much last night. There was a rain shield on the northern half of that storm that put down 18 inches of rain in Pinellas County. I don't think we have totally accurate totals. I've seen 9 and 10 at Tampa International. I know I'm in the eastern Hillsborough County. My family was reporting around 9 inches of rain at our house. So there's just a lot of rain up there, and we are seeing these water rescues. That was pure daytime video that had to be within the last couple of hours.
This is Siesta Key.
Oh, we're getting some peeks at Siesta Key.
Some
Nothing better than traffic lights that are still up. That's a great news. Little trees down, debris. We would expect that. It looks like a little bit of damage on some roofs there, but
This vantage point
that's a tornado. That must not. That was yesterday, I think.
Yeah, this is West Palm.
Yeah, the West
Beach
Palm.
area.
That's definitely scary, and we're glad that's over. But yeah, nothing is quite as catastrophic as we had feared, but I know the island residents are very antsy to get out there and do some cleanup.
And of course, that's to be expected. Really quickly, I want to talk for 1 second about the Hillsborough County. Could we go back to the Hillsborough for 1 second, to the
rescue.
the teenager being rescued? Guys?
I'm trying.
They're trying.
Okay.
They're working.
I didn't know if they heard me. They were talking about something else, probably next video they're going to. I want to talk about that rescue again for a moment because, A, it's a very compelling video, but so look at this water level here, okay? This is not a storm surge. This is from a flash flood, likely.
Good point.
And a flash flood can put that much water on the roadways, in the neighborhoods. There is more than likely water inside people's homes.
Oh,
when
I'm
you
sure.
look at that.
100%.
And these are people that probably may have never flooded before or were not expecting to get flooding in their homes. This is also the amount of water right here that a sandbag is not going to help. more than likely. So as we go forward and we look at areas not only on the Sun Coast but outside of our area, and we see situations like that, we probably are going to hear more reports of homes flooding from that flash flooding,
Absolutely.
not necessarily a storm surge. And that's always like what we saw in Hurricane Debbie. You had people that never flooded before. Those people did not anticipate flooding.
Right. You don't realize the Braden River can flood that far, the
Right.
Alafia. That may very well be related to the Alafia River. I did
Yeah.
wonder that from looking at
Yeah,
it. So,
so
we'll be
something to
learning
keep in
more.
mind.
We'll be learning more.
Waters of Manatee County.
Okay, Manatee County just posted that they want you to conserve water. Don't wash your clothes. They're still working on getting their water pressure back in their plants accurately. You know, obviously you can take a quick shower, but don't make it a long one. Don't wash the dishes, and don't dump any liquids down household drains because water pressure is likely to be limited. All right, we have some updated news here from Longboat Key. I'm going to see if I can read this. Teams have accessed the island from the Longboat Pass Bridge. That's the northern bridge on the island. That's the only way the teams have been able to get on. Their initial assessment of Gulf of Mexico Drive shows that it is clear. We don't have those horrible piles of sand and all that mess that we had from Hurricane Helene. So passage on Longboat Key is going to be clear. They have to wait for FDOT to assess that northern bridge before they're going to open it up. So that's what we're waiting on right now. We're not waiting because something horrible is out there. We're simply waiting for structural approval there. We are also being told that access is not going to be granted through the south end. So they must have determined that there are some structural problems with the bridge. We heard it was actually the one from Bird Key, the causeway out to, that would also be Lido Key, that'll be impacted by that. So we'll wait and get a full update there. We're seeing some pictures of what it looks like out on Longboat Key, but if you were there and dealing with Helene, you know this is a much, much better situation. The new pass bridge is the one that has damage on the south end. So that actually should spare any issues getting to Lido Key, because I think I'm correct that the new pass bridge is the one that goes from Lido to Longboat. And if I'm wrong, I know you guys will correct me, and I appreciate that. I'm still without power, still without water, and aim for, it says two-tier re-entry. Okay, we did know that.
We're trying to determine, once we get clarity on what exactly that means, if it's a staggered re-entry.
That means they let the south residents first. The south residents are going to have to come through the north bridge, but like south first. You guys will be able to assess that on the Facebook page when they explain that re-entry. But I do want to keep emphasizing the reason we aren't talking more or hearing more about the barrier islands isn't because there was a big problem. It's just because only law enforcement is out there, and they are still carefully
working
assessing
logistics,
structures.
trying to get every structure.
Yep, it's structural.
You know, we want to make sure that people are safe if you're going to start stacking people on those bridges after, you know, they just endured 100+ mile-an-hour winds. So so we're grateful that they'll do that, and we'll take that time to let them do that. We have another look live from Sophia Vitello. So let's go out to her and see what she has to share with us now.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC7 News. Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC7 News. Right now I'm on Briggs Avenue and Fruitville Road. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. Look at this house here. I just talked to the homeowner. Luckily, it's just this front area. It's not inside the home, but look at what that wind did, that powerful wind. We know it was 90+ miles per hour rushing through the Sun Coast here. You can see it's just pulled apart this whole porch. There's pieces of it all over the floor. There's trees and debris inside. We're not sure if everything that's in there is damaged or not, or if it'll be salvageable. Hopefully those items and everything else inside the house is okay. We're going to continue looking through downtown Sarasota and finding the damage and the dangerous areas for you.
All right, thank you, Sophia. We've seen Sophia in about 10 different locations today. I totally love
sitting in this chair
Yeah,
too.
and
She
it's
did
great.
all that. She came back and she's sent back out to gather more, I guess.
Right, yeah, we are desperately trying to bring you looks from all across the community. We know everybody is wondering the same thing about what's happening outside. We appreciate you hanging with us and heeding the warnings not to go, what do we call it, looky-loo? That's what we call it when you drive around and look at things. Don't do that. Keep those roads open. Our first responders are out there lifting trees and moving moving power lines. Number one reason to stay home is for safety, but number two is we really want them to be able to do their work, get those trees out of here so that we can get back to normal as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting instructions.
Okay.
Got it.
I think we're going to get, we're going to swap out pretty soon. You're going to swap out
I'm
with
going to take
our
a quick
Rob
little break,
Wells,
but we're going to
because
keep.
You have been here since, what time did you start this
2
morning?
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
What time
You've
is
been
it?
Here.
I don't even know
what
time
time is
it is.
it?
I don't know.
So you need a break, so go get a break.
All
Great
right.
job. We're
Are we
going to
gonna
swap
do
in
anything for
Rob
that? Are we
Wells.
gonna play
and then,
anything, video, anything? Got a look live for me? You don't want to watch me take my mic off and welcome Rob, or we can. We could just do that.
Well, you guys can step out over there if you want.
All right, Steph, you're on your
go.
own.
I'm kicking
I'm
you
gonna
out.
take a quick little break.
Yeah, we'll let them get situated and swap out, and we'll continue taking a look at some of the damage that we've been seeing throughout the Suncoast after Hurricane Milton. You know, it was a scary time here in our area as this storm. We watched it build, we watched it reach Category 5 and finally hit land at Siesta Key. Take a look at this. This is Bayshore Drive, you said? Look at this. A massive tree is down. Bayside Drive. Excuse me. Thank you, Bri. A massive tree there was uprooted. I mean, literally lifted off by its roots. And look at, you can see that person standing in the foreground, just to give you an idea of how massive this tree was. I'm not sure what kind of tree this was, but it was probably there for quite a long time, 50 years, maybe even more. Wow, look at that person next to that tree, literally lifted up by its roots. Absolutely incredible. And these are scenes that we are seeing play out over and over again throughout our area, throughout the Suncoast. This is a huge tree. Bayside Drive. Is Bayside Drive in Sarasota? Do we know?
Bayside Drive.
Yeah, we're thinking that's in Sarasota. We're not 100% sure. You know, we get these videos. They come in on our website, and so we have to turn them around, and we really appreciate all the videos that our viewers are providing. We thank you so much when it's safe to do so. Videos, photographs, everything, all the content that you're providing us on our website. People put the information, sometimes people don't put the cities on there, so we're not always 100% sure, but what we are sure of is that we are grateful to have the viewers, the eyes and ears, again, when it's safe to do so, to share the photos and videos with us on our website at mysuncoast.com. Wow, incredible pictures. And I want to welcome in my colleague, Rob Wells.
Great to be here.
Yesterday for several hours. It's great to have you back again.
Thank you.
And
pulling myself together here.
Yes, we are just getting a sense of the damage that we're starting to see. We've also been hearing reports from our meteorologists, and you've probably, I know you've been resting, but the consensus is that a lot of the damage that we're seeing in terms of storm surge, not as catastrophic as Hurricane Helene, which we are so grateful for.
Absolutely.
And then we're seeing a lot of, some structural damage, wind, which is to be expected because we had those 100-mile-an-hour winds. But again, even with that, in some areas, and again, we don't want to say for sure, but the damage does not appear to be as catastrophic as we initially thought. Take a look at these pictures here coming in from Anna Maria Island. A lot of people, Rob, very concerned about the barrier islands. That's what people have really been wanting to find out about. And because we can't get access to those right now, officials are not allowing people onto those barrier islands. They're checking the bridges for structural safety. But look, we are starting to get our first looks at some of the barrier islands. Look, we've got some roadway flooding there right now.
Absolutely, and it's such a mixed bag because I was out in that area on Monday, folks preparing for what they knew was going to be the onslaught. Look at that tree, look at that thing. Wow. Massive old tree right there, split literally down the middle, just splintered like a toothpick. No match for the wrath of Milton, and it was such a, that appears to have been a, what is that, a sign or a roof that got caught onto a pole there?
It looks like a roof. Yeah, it looks like a roof that's wrapped around the pole. I mean, that is incredible.
The sheriff's vehicle, even no match for the wrath of Milton and Mother Nature there. Trees split in half, and we're going to see that all over. That is the big crux of today. Of course, first responders out assessing the damage, lines down, trees down, the rod and reel pier, almost unrecognizable at this point. And so many folks out in Anna Maria, on Holmes Beach, those places, it was a mixed bag, Stephanie. I was out there on Monday. They were still trying to clean up from the wrath of what was behind from Hurricane Helene and getting all the debris. A lot of them still emptying contents out of their homes from that storm surge, from that particular devastation, and yet preparing for what they knew was going to be even more of a catastrophic storm. Yeah. I tell you what I was surprised about this morning, and I don't know how much you've seen of the reports, but they're saying like Port St. Lucie County over on the East Coast really decimated there. A lot of the mobile home parks, and we thought we had one trajectory of this, and we knew that this was a storm that in some way, in some magnitude, was going to affect almost every part of our state, you know, and this doesn't always happen every season, but in fact it did. Yesterday alone, we were talking about the cyclones popping up, the tornado confirmations, and we now know that that path cut a swath all the way across.
County Public Work crews clearing debris.
Okay, and we want to turn, this is brand new video, the newest that we can provide, 11:45 a.m. Sarasota County work crews out and about clearing debris, and this is going to be a familiar scene for days, if not weeks to come, but it looks like they are working hard. They are working very quickly. As soon as it was safe to do so, we saw these crews descend out. I mean, everybody got to work, and they are out now in the community, and they are asking people to please avoid the areas if you can. If you are hunkered down right now, they are asking folks to stay in place. I know it's a big ask because people want to get out there.
Sure.
They want to go see the damage for themselves, but we've got to let these crews do their job so that we can all get in place. This video in from Bob Harrigan right now.
Look at that. Just completely decimated. What, is that his shed? What is that?
It's a shed.
That's his shed.
Recently built shed.
Recently built shed. Bob Harrigan doing some cleanup work at this point. And obviously a lot of folks just like him. You know, it's our natural curiosity, Stephanie, to get out in these situations, kind of take a look around, take a walk around, maybe get in the car and say, what does it look like? This really still isn't the day to do it. You still want to stay in place, make sure that those first responders that Stephanie just brought to you, in fact, can get out there. We need to clear the space for them so that they can clear the path for you tomorrow and in the days ahead. And there will be a massive effort for cleanup, and we have to make sure that they are safe in order to do their job as well. A lot of cleanup there. We wanted to bring you some updates here. I just got some notes from Stephanie Roberts telling me Charlotte County, I think she mentioned this a little bit ago, but limiting water usage, quick showers, nothing too long and prolonged. Numerous wastewater lift stations without power there.
Manatee County as well is asking people to limit their water usage. You know, don't take long showers, things like that.
Yeah, and just if you have that power today, you're lucky in itself. You know, I've got a couple text messages, and it's spotty. Some folks have service, some folks don't. Some have power, some have cell service, some don't. So, you know, it's going to be kind of a while before we know that we get all systems back online and back on the grid system as well. And we do know, hearing from the governor last night, 7:30, 7:45, when we did take that press conference live from Tallahassee, that in fact the sources were mobilized. He knew that we were going to have all these other forces coming from other states heading to Florida in what was going to be a response to Hurricane Milton, and we see those effects here today. A lot of those crews still en route. Obviously the American Red Cross, the Army National Guard, always on standby, and they are now out there doing their job. So it's so imperative, it's so clear that we need to stay out of their way so that they can do the good work that they do every single time we have this kind of a problem.